Truth team, what it do, man. We are back at it again. This is what? Day four. Another live. I am rested for now, right? Y'all know last night I was sleepy, but we got a lot of content to get into today, okay? Including, guess what? A reaction to Mickey Truth. Yes, man, we ain't did it in a minute, but we are doing a reaction, okay, to Mickey Truth. Cause I got to go back and just make sure I don't sound certain way. But nevertheless, you know what? We're gonna get into that in a minute. What I'm gonna first do is do what we always do. We got to start off this show, right? Make sure you like, comment, share, subscribe, tell a friend to pull up. And yo, hookah. Let's get it to it. Okay, I'll try to sing, my bad.
Hey, what's up, y'all? It's Hookah Anonymous, and you are now rocking with Mickey Truth. She live up to her name, not the fame. So make sure y'all subscribe to her channel and stay updated on what's real. Bye.
Coming from where I come from, they doubted me, but I came up. I made it through the storm, trying to conquer the world. I made it through the storm, trying to conquer the world. Coming from where I come from, they doubted me, but I came up. I made it through the storm, trying to conquer the world. I made it through the storm, trying to conquer the world.
Good reporting ass Mickey.
We love you, Mickey.
We love you, Mickey. What's up, y'all? Yes. Y'all see me? I'm kind of cold in my office. If y'all wondering, Mickey, what do you have? What it do, L? Dang it. I'm trying to keep on. It's kind of cold in my office. If y'all don't know, I'm a big Harry Potter fan. So, yes, this is my Harry Potter robe. Y'all see it? Yes. Harry Potter robe. This is what I'm rocking today. Let me put it back right. Ooh. Yeah. I'm comfortable today. Let me take this off. Okay. Because it's going to keep falling down. I got my snacks, okay? My chips somewhere. Uh-oh. My drink. You know, I'm in this for a long haul. Jersey on, what it do? It's so much I got to get to today, all right? Now, I know y'all wondering, where's the Melly thumbnail? Well, we're getting to Melly, don't get me wrong, because I heard a lot of stuff happen. But we got to do a little, at least one more content first, okay? Because y'all know I get to getting defensive sometimes. You know what, L? Don't come for me and my Harry Potter, okay? I like Harry Potter. My 33rd birthday was Harry Potter, okay? But, you know, I'll show y'all later. Because I actually got like a Harry Potter shrine. I ain't gonna lie, okay? I have to show y'all that. But, yeah, so we're going to get into the YK Osiris and Sukiana situation. Y'all know, for those who've been rocking with me for a minute, I normally don't get into those situations because, right, I've always told y'all, my stance is not always going to be the stance you think, right? However, and I look at things a little differently than some. And sometimes when I'm looking at it and I'm talking about it, people won't get it. And I just was reminded of that today. But that's not even the point, really. I think Clubhouse, yeah, y'all know. When I get to like, dang, it's always coming from Clubhouse. But Clubhouse, I'm going to say jointly because it was like the ghoul, the stage. I think people think I don't like to be wrong, right? And, you know, I mean, give or take. Sometimes I can't say that. But it'd be more so because I make sure I know the info I'm talking about, right? However, y'all know the reason why I felt like the morning show was a good fit for me because it gets me into hot topics, right? Y'all remember I tried to do shots with Mickey and all that, but what I do is more long term. So the morning show, hot topics, you can kind of speak on it. I don't have to worry about being the most thorough with finding the info. It's more so opinion on what's going on. So today, the situation came up about Sukiana and YK Osiris, and we're going to get into it. So before we get into it, we are listening to replays today from Clubhouse, okay? I'm going to bring that up in a minute. But first, I want everybody to know the situation, the actual situation. Then I'll play into it. But WAT 100. I told you this. I said, okay now, because you put a little narrative to me, okay? And Wet 100 said, yo, Mickey, you wrong. You was condoning what YK Osiris did to Sukiana. And if y'all haven't saw it, Wet 100 is viral right now because of his status he made about YK Osiris. And I ain't gonna lie, I was warped in on that because he said I was standing up for him, and that's wrong as a woman and as a mother of a daughter, all type of stuff. It's still love. Don't take it wrong. Still all love. But you know, a lot of people, in my opinion, was siding with that's how I was sounding. So I'm like, okay, I'm gonna do a reaction to myself. Okay. Y'all know I do reaction to people all the time, and I say my opinion. So this time, hey, nobody's bigger than content. Everybody can be content. Okay. So today I am my content. I'm gonna listen to what I say. I'm gonna listen, right? Because y'all know we get talking and may forget something that we said. So I'm gonna listen to it. We're gonna talk about it. Truth team, I need y'all to keep in mind. Y'all know we tell our truth and we speak facts. I need y'all to tell me, Mickey. Nah, Mickey Truth. You sounded a little weird, okay? You sound like you really was condoning the situation, right? Or if you feel like I was basically just talking about the whole video and what was going on, let me know. So, by the end of this content portion of the live, I need the truth team to tell me, is Wet 100 right? Was Mickey Truth tripping, standing on or condoning the actions of YK Osiris? Or is Mickey Truth right by stating she never condoned nothing? She was just speaking in general about the situation from the start to the finish. Y'all let me know, okay? That's what we're going to do. So first and foremost, let's go ahead and pull up TMZ. Y'all know I like to reference TMZ because, you know, they do their stuff. You feel me? They do their stuff. And look, they got a lawyer that on them. So at the end of the day, referencing them will fall on them. Okay? Y'all make sure y'all like, comment, share, subscribe. Tell a friend to pull up. And we at it. All right. So I'm going to show a video. I'm not going to show, well, I'm going to show this one and then I'm going to show the other one because this one starts at a peculiar part that I feel like is not fair to the situation as a whole. But I'll tell y'all that in a minute. So basically what it says, YK Osiris believed he had the right to grab Sukiana and plant an unwanted kiss on her lips. And for that, the internet is letting him have it, accusing the singer of sexual assault. The whole thing went down over the weekend at the Crew League event in ATL. Suki sitting at the host table when Osiris comes up behind her and starts to rub her bare shoulders. Suki appears uncomfortable, but then YK ramps it up, grabbing her face and attempting to kiss her. Suki successfully avoids his first attempt, but then he does it again as she yells out, this time planting one directly on her lips. Now, I will say this. All information contained in this video is for entertainment and educational purposes. Heavy on the education this time purposes. All information used in this video is per the Fair Use Act. And any conclusion that you draw is on you, not me, okay? And trigger warning possible, because this is, again, we're talking about it, but it is a sensitive subject for some, and we'll get more into that, but trigger warning possible, okay? Now, let me see what else it says. So that's a still shot of it. Ooh, choke. So it then say after the incident, YK seemingly oblivious to how awkward the whole thing looked, laughs it off, apparently thinking what he did was funny. All right. Now, I'm going to stop right there first before I go into what she said, okay? Let's look at this video, and then I'm going to go to Instagram and play the video that shows a couple minutes before that. All right, let's see here. All right, that's that one. Now, of course, I don't always use sources everybody uses, okay? So originally, this is what let me change screen. So on Clubhouse this morning, this is what I saw, right, during the original at the beginning of the conversation. Right? I see this, right? So like I said, this video is gonna start a couple seconds before the other one.
Oh, see y'all later. See y'all later.
Hold on, this can't be it. This ain't it. Hold up. Who was it then? Give me a sec. Who else was it? Let me check my search history, because it had to be somebody this morning. Maybe it was it this? All right, hold on. Let me see. Well, maybe it was that one. I ain't hear her say no words on that one. Okay, let's play that one again. Hold on, y'all. Because I want to make sure I play the words, because when we get to the Clubhouse portion of it, I bring up some words that she said, and I want to make sure I play it for y'all so y'all can hear the words that I was referring to. Let me try one more thing here. Was it this person? That's what I get for looking at stuff on some of the blog sites. Okay, so it probably was academic. So hold on. Oh, all right. I think it was academics page. All right, so here we go. Let's see.
You with the right one, nigga. Oh, yeah. All of that shit. Give you will, baby girl. Listen, the tattoo. I need to kiss the tattoo. I know I've seen some neck drip right there before. Oh my God.
I'm letting it loop.
You with the right one, nigga. Oh, yeah. All of that shit. Give you will, baby girl. Listen, the tattoo. I need to kiss the tattoo. I know I've seen some neck drip right there before. Oh my God.
All right, so I'm gonna stop it there for right now, because like I said this morning, that's the video I saw before I spoke on it, right? Now, y'all see it was a difference, okay? So originally we looked at one that TMZ, I think it was TMZ and No Jumper, right? They posted it from the kiss, right? Right? Which definitely will make you look like, what? But I saw it from academics page, right? Which shows prior to the kiss. So you see, he doesn't even show the actual kiss, right? Now, if my memory serves me correctly, I do at some point say, oh, okay, I see part 2 to the video. But originally, this is the only video that I saw. So I have to share my whole screen. Y'all know how club deck is. So give me a minute. We about to go on Clubhouse. I already got the replay up. All right. Why did I hear echo? Do I still hear echo? Okay. All right, let me make this. Well, ain't really nothing to see. Okay. No. Let me make it a little bit bigger. There's really not much to see because, it's audio for those who don't know. Okay. So I'm gonna skip to where we actually start talking about this particular topic because, like I said, we talk about multiple topics. So I think I'm about where is it?
Sleeping in my bed, like I ain't. Again, okay, again. Did Michael?
Watch this.
Can you
Yes.
go in that little?
It's
Go
What
in that
might
little.
go
Go in
be,
that little
yo?
fancy
What might go
PTR.
be?
Okay, hold on. I went too far back. Dang it. Finding that right spot is.
He was over there shimmying Jones off.
Yo,
But it's all good. Yeah, definitely check out again. I always tell y'all, have an educated opinion.
yo, they be taking shots. They be
open-minded. Don't be open-minded. All right, listen, open-minded sound like missionary sex.
Whoa,
It's giving dry.
what?
Right? Open up, expand your horizons out here.
Burnt,
Like,
Aaliyah, you are
Anyway,
burnt out,
welcome
bro.
to the 100 ENT show, Hot Topics. Y'all already know we're whack 100. It's Thursday. Yo, we got a bunch of stuff on the agenda for today. We got the men out here acting up. We also got the whole squad here. Whole squad lit. We can do a whole little rundown. We got Big Zine. Big Zine next to me. Where my girl Tommy at? Big Z holding it down for New York. I just had to, do the heel toe on it. Period. Because, boy, what?
Shout out to
me. We got Latif. We got famous. Definitely did it. We got Juvie, Bree. You already know with the late night. We got 2 Ps on PTR. So if you want to be a part of the whole 100 side, make sure you get your
I'll be gonna skip the part.
Period. Make sure y'all hit up Eric. Okay, for the audio. Eric on the audio. He like, okay, Batman. Every time he always there. Like State Farm. Period. Then we got the newest addition to the whole morning show. Relax. Okay, relaxing that ass. Let y'all know it ain't it. Okay, she be coming here making me elbow y'all because y'all be tripping. Then we got Dez. Dez be holding it down. Dez be, we had to stomp Dez a couple times. Dez be holding it down with the men, the Sports Center, ENT. You already know. Make sure y'all tap in with Dez. Then we got Mickey Truth going to bring some of the facts at all times. Okay, she gonna give y'all those hard questions that y'all scared to answer. Y'all gotta provide extra context and all that. Make sure y'all bring the facts, Mickey Truth. Then we got Big Brock gonna hold it down for the squad. Okay. He gonna stand on business, period. Then we got YG holding it down all the time. You already know that infamous voice. Then we got Stage Clear. Okay. Unless he got parent-teacher conference, he gonna be here, period. Shout out to the daddies. We got King Guap holding it down. No room for the Wizzeek. Y'all better go over there. King Guap don't give a mother. Okay, period. Then we got my girl Tommy coming back. Shout out to my smart cutie. Okay, not only do she got the brains, beauty, she is just effing lit, and she gonna chew y'all ass up. Don't play with it, cause she gonna.
What it do, GTA?
Period. Then y'all already know I'm your girl, Aaliyah the Realtor. So I do real estate and all of that. I'm going to tell y'all, make sure y'all get them coins, okay? Go buy a house. Let that tenant pay you your rent. Live life and be great. You feel me? You can do it. Don't worry about your credit. Make sure you keep all of that stuff on your business credit, baby. Let's go. All 2023. Definitely hit me up, www.justAskAleah.com or AleahTheRealtor.com. Find me, hit me up on Instagram. Tap in any questions you got about real estate. Hit me up on a website. But any questions you got about these gender wars, it's going down. Okay? But we're going to get into the first hot topic. YK, I can't never get his name right. YK accused of sexually assaulting Sukiana for forcing a kiss on her. So I know we just got finished talking about.
All right. And I want to point out something too. If y'all look at the link at the top of the page, right here, I don't know, y'all see my mouse right there. That shows the link, right? And that link says TMZ. So I showed y'all the TMZ one first. So remember that as a difference in what some May was viewing and what I was viewing at the time.
Oh, this. So we're going to get into this all non-biased to see what exactly happened here because everybody's been waking this up. Tommy, are you available? Oh, she
reset my phone. I was like, I'm stuck on mute. What the heck?
No problem at all. Tommy, I love the way you read. Is there any way you could read this article for me, my beautiful?
Of course, and I have it all queued up. So it says, this is by TMZ. It says, YK Osiris accused of sexual assault after grabbing, and kissing Sukiana. It says YK Osiris believed he had the right to grab Sukiana and plant an unwanted kiss on her lips, and for that, the internet is letting him have it, accusing the singer of sexual assault. The whole thing went down over the weekend at the Crew League event in ATL. Suki is sitting at the host table when Osiris comes up behind her and starts to rub her bare shoulders. Suki appears uncomfortable, but then YK ramps it up by grabbing her face and attempting to kiss her. Suki successfully avoided his first attempt, but then he does it again as she yells out, this time planting one directly on her lip.
Hold on, pause real quick. Because I just want y'all to hear it right now. Now that we saw the other video, right? And I just want y'all to think about it. Let me know in the chat. We read what Tommy, shout out to Tommy Ali. What she's reading is what I just read from TMZ, okay? And we just watched what TMZ showed. So now that we saw the other video, does how TMZ reported the scenario add up to what the scenario really was? Y'all let me know in the chat.
After the incident, YK seemingly obviously oblivious to the whole how awkward the whole thing looked, laughed it off, and apparently think that what he did was funny. Sukiana appeared stunned as YK walked away, but then later tweeted, and I quote, I drink to hide that. I'm very sensitive. I feel things more than the average person. I stopped drinking yesterday, but today I've been crying all day, and I asked God to strengthen me and use me and help others in order to order my steps in his word. I just want to go away for a while. That's what she tweeted out. Sources familiar with what went down tell us that Suki doesn't even know YK, and they don't have any sort of relationship. We're told Suki didn't want to make a big scene when it happened, but tried to stay professional, but the whole thing was disturbing to her. YK has not yet addressed the incident, and that is the end of that article.
Well, we know that ain't a funny situation, though, because now she's feeling bad about that. And that right there is like, that's sexual assault, sexual assault, sexual assault. You know, that don't get no play in nobody book on this side. So, but that boy went through all of it to get himself in trouble for wanting to taste what a man ass tastes like. I don't get it.
Not for trying to taste another man's ass. And that actually that's a good point, because a lot of people were saying we're going to get into some of the celebrities that actually responded back to this. I don't know what made him think that was okay. Some men feel like it gets back to that narrative of, oh, she asked for it. So some people might hear her music and just assume that this is okay. Do you feel like just
okay, pause. I really need to stop. Let me tell y'all, when I really be on something, I be wanting to pinpoint everything, right? Like it's like a court. So I just want to write something down real quick. What this is. All right. Shout out to Aaliyah. Aaliyah, I got to do it. All right. So Aaliyah just brought up videos and stuff that Sukiana did, okay? And I'm writing this down because when me and Wack have our converse later or dialogue later, y'all gonna see why. So Aaliyah brought up Suki background or videos or, you know, that whole thing. I just want to write that down. Okay.
But again, like I say, like, that's her music. That's her entertainment. That's what she know motherfuckers like to hear. She ain't necessarily like that real life, probably. She probably say that shit. No, ain't
Man,
do
that bitch got OnlyFans. She's a porn star.
Yeah, like she wanted it, but she didn't know
it's not right what she did.
All right. So, again, I'm here. I didn't even see. That's what I say you go back and listen. That's one thing I do like about Clubhouse, the replays. Because you go back and listen. Yeah, Honey ENT. Because y'all lined me up on that stage. All right. Now, I want to say that was 99 Problems. Shout out to 99 Problems from North Carolina. That was saying that had nothing to do with it. And then, I think that was YG and another voice. I can't think. Okay. That started talking about the background of her. So let's go.
She didn't want it when she didn't want it. I mean, come on.
That's what I'm saying. He's like, she wanted it, but didn't even know.
But
That's what
but
he was
that's
thinking.
but that's
What she wanted and didn't even
no,
know.
but that's
Man, what
not
kind of shit is
okay.
that?
Yeah, that was
That's
what the
weird.
hell, nah.
Yeah, that was weird right there.
That's
That,
what he was thinking. That's why he did. That's
yeah,
why he
that's
would do
not. He
shit like
shouldn't
that.
think that
I
at
get
all.
what you guys are gonna say it
Exactly.
terribly. Okay, I get what they're saying, but you guys are saying it terribly. I'm just gonna, let's go
You
into
wanted
it,
to
right?
chase some boy with
What
that
you were
lady.
trying to say, right, is that Sukiana is truly the epitome of over sexualizing yourself in the industry, right? She is the poster girl. She's taken that persona onto a whole new level, right? Because everything that's Suki is sex, sex, sex. Yes, get it, girl, get it, girl, get it, girl, right? And I get that, and I understand that, but you also have to take this into account. Just because someone acts a certain way and they play up this character, right, doesn't necessarily mean that they're actually physically doing that, and that allows others to touch them or kiss them or grab them in any kind of way. Consent is consent, regardless if I'm singing about getting my ass ate from the back and sucking his dick from the back
Oh,
and a whole lot of
Lord.
other shit. Like I could say all of that and more,
She
but that
said what
doesn't
you
open up
want.
the
She's
door to people
ain't no
sticking
monetization on
my
this
hand and being
video.
like, yeah, let me see your tits, pull your tits out for me. Like, no, that's absolutely not okay. You know what I
Yeah,
mean? It's
even if
still
she is
unwanted.
doing all what she's saying, like you said, that don't subject her to a nigga just being like, oh yeah, I'm about to
Bingo,
kiss this bitch.
bingo. It's a time and place for
It
everything,
ain't no
man.
time and place for that. If she don't want it, she don't
But
want it.
man, but
That's what I'm
even at
saying. I'm
the
saying
same
to her
time,
in
we
her
looking at the
defense.
nigga
Damn,
like,
when you
yeah,
gotta come in.
Yeah,
He
the
strong
nigga
on
like
her in
nigga that
Yo,
public.
y'all seen the video? That shit is
He
crazy,
strong on
bro.
her in
I
front of
seen that shit.
everybody,
Bro,
bro. That shit
oh,
weird.
Yo, he put in the whole headlock. He tripping, bro.
Bro,
Right?
You was
that nigga wanted to
bro.
taste that
And then
boy butt. You heard?
the second time, nigga, he went back for another one, bro. Like, and she still was trying to move her head. Everything he did
The
was wrong,
shoulder, the
regardless of
shoulder
her
rub was
OnlyFans her
kind of
being a
weird for
porn
me.
star.
Even the shoulder rub
Oh,
was
that
weird.
what's so crazy? I went
Hold
last
on,
night
I
on.
don't think YG wasn't done. Hold on, I think his mic just a little. What you say, YG?
Y'all can hear me? Y'all can hear me
Yeah, I can.
better?
We hear you better.
Okay, I said regardless, you feel me, of what she do, her OnlyFans, her being a porn star, her music, that nigga was out of pocket, and he went back for a second kiss and she tried to
big time.
dodge him, nigga. He all the way in. Like, come on, gang. Like, really? Like, you wanna kiss her, really?
Mm.
Do you want
Hey,
me to be
I ain't
devil's
gonna lie,
advocate real
like
quick?
the one thing that kind of fucked me up was and I don't know if y'all seen it, but Meek put out a tweet like, man, don't do like that. Man, fuck that. You know what I'm saying? If that ain't what she wanted, or she ain't consent to that, fuck buddy. Buddy on some rapist shit.
Bingo.
I think Meek speaking from though, bro. I was just about to ask this. I think little buddy be chilling with Meek, Drake, and all of them and shit like that. I think it's getting to him a little bit. You know what I'm saying? And I think he just
I
that because that seemed like a super like he feel like that seemed like some shit that like a nigga who feel like he a superstar to do. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, and even that I'm saying that with a grain of salt because that the whole act is weird, bro. But you get what I'm saying? Like that he ain't
Yeah,
even,
I
bro.
get
You ain't
what
even
you
that big to
saying,
be
but
acting
it's
like
like
you
I
tripping,
can't
bro. Like
I
you
can't
grabbing people in the face.
I get what you saying, but I can't fuck with it because it's still like, like you saying don't do the little nigga like that, but the nigga in the wrong, bro. Like the nigga violated this bitch. You feel me? So I
this and
He
can't
thought the
say,
that.
world thought this shit was funny, man. That shit
yeah,
ain't
like I
funny.
can't say motherfuckers can't come down on it, especially if she feeling like how she feeling. She feel like she been violated. So the little nigga violated. It is what it is. Ain't nobody protecting no nigga that violated.
What
Yeah.
what y'all think about the niggas that was sitting there while you was doing this shit?
I mean, I don't know. To me personally, I think in an instance, everybody could have been shocked and just looking at the table in a video. I'm not sure if they even because they might not have been aware of the situation or what's going on. Because it seems like she still was trying to keep it cute and classy because you don't want to be the one to get up and be like, nigga, don't be kissing
You don't know
me.
what kind of
Cause it's,
relationship they got, nigga. That would have been,
yeah.
you don't know what they got
Cause
going on.
they started
They both
laughing,
being
but she looked.
celebrities.
Yeah, you right. But I looked up a lot of clips last night, and it's
Uh,
fucked up that when she do interviews, niggas out the gate. Like it was one with her and Kenny Burgess and some dude, and dude was just talking about eating her ass out the gate, and she was just like, I'm not on that
Oh
right now. Dude just
yeah.
kept forcing
Candy was
himself
like,
on.
you very aggressive. He's like, I like that
Yeah,
girl. Yeah, I know which one you talking about. But then I also seen the comment in Shade Room when it was like, a female after wrote too. What about the shit she do to niggas when she grab
yeah,
niggas dicks out the
yep,
blue
yep.
and How she did what's the Drewski nigga when she bent him down on the show and tried to like lick his butt and do that little crazy shit or stuff. It's like getting outraged then.
Yeah, you got a point with that, and we ain't waking that part up too. So she probably
Yeah, I
She
think
be
even
doing
in
that shit.
Juicy's
The
instance,
niggas celebrity. She'll go up to him, grab they dick.
But I mean, even on that though, like if Buddy would have said something about him being uncomfortable, I know as men we probably would have got on his ass. Like, man, because I don't know why. That's just the thing we do in the community. Like, heterosexual male community, we just be like, ah, man, that bitch ain't rape you. You know what I'm saying? That bitch ain't violate you or whatever the case may be.
How long does it take me to
In
eat?
regards to what he did for like that's a little crazy. Like you just start
I
tonguing
ain't
the
gonna miss
foot
my partner
down.
because that's
I
important.
know what she be on, so it's like, damn, nigga, like
But
you
they saying a lot.
fuck too.
Hey, then
Whole
Divorce
lot
said some
about
crazy
that.
shit to her too, and was it the same thing or was it another day? Divorce said some shit to her too. Divorce said some shit to her like, "Yo, I'll bust your ass" or some shit like that. And he was talking crazy to her too, bro. Like,
All right, wow. Okay, so y'all, I'm gonna tell y'all right now. So once we're done with this, I'm gonna have to do another live because this video here is like gonna be have to go. This video just says a lot of stuff already. And since I'm live, I'm not gonna be able to edit it out. So I will have to get off this live and go live again. Just letting y'all know.
so like, I don't even know why everybody acting shocked.
He wants y'all to get that interview where he talking about with the candy shit, nigga. So I could play a little bit of
I'm
that.
about to look it up
hold on.
real quick. I'm about to look it up real quick.
I got this audio linked up top. That is it. That guy who's interviewing her. He showed. So what happened?
Yeah, I'm about to fall and shit.
Yeah, I hope we
Nah,
have audio. Let me just
I don't feel
describe.
comfortable that you can push me. I don't even feel comfortable.
Wait, what happened to Z?
Wait, Tommy.
Yes.
Naughty, where the fuck you been?
Girl.
Hey, Naughty.
Hey, baby. Good morning.
Good
Good
morning.
morning.
Good morning so much. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Tommy, can you do me a favor? That link that I sent you with okay, whatever his name is that you put up to the top. Can you put that link up to the top too? I wanna show these people something.
Okay. Where did you send it? Where
Are
did you send it?
you talking
No,
about the
remember I
YK
sent
dude?
Yep, I sent it to you.
Okay.
Remember I sent it to you on Instagram.
Okay, Instagram.
All
Okay.
right.
Yes.
I guess.
Well, he was definitely out of pocket. I didn't.
I
My
don't know
bad.
why
I
they
didn't
ain't
get
get
to.
on old boy, the other nigga that Tommy about to talk about right
Oh,
now.
wait.
They should have got on his ass
Naughty, you
too.
didn't send
Hold
me
on,
anything
I
on
think
Instagram.
Relax was trying to say something.
Thank you,
Resend it.
Des. Well, it's okay. Y'all got it. It's the same thing. Go ahead. Y'all got it.
Naughty, resend whatever you sent on Instagram to me.
Okay. I think I sent it to Ebony too. I want to show y'all how this shit is crazy. All right.
Okay. I think it's a double-edged
And you know what I'm
sword,
talking about,
too.
right?
Yeah, I think it's a double-edged sword because it's like women.
Dang, did I already say something? Because this is crazy. It's taking this long.
Whether that be sexually, but again, that's not going to stop rape culture. It's
I need
not
to get my
gonna stop
entry to the conversation. I thought I would have said it by now.
Like people are still going to do whatever they want, and like however you respect yourself is
I
really.
need a loud mic because ain't no way I done talked already. And I
Oh
didn't hear
yeah,
myself.
that shit. Oh,
I don't agree with that statement, but we're gonna get to that
That's
after this.
weird though, Tommy.
Dude, just too cocky.
Like,
Yeah, Tommy, I don't agree with that, Tommy.
Green, like to
I
do whatever.
got
So,
sent
like,
to a
that's
whole nother
weird.
room. What the fuck?
That's crazy. Well,
All right,
hold
all right,
on.
you
Can
got
I
it,
get
sis?
into let me just read what a couple other celebrities had to say real fast, and then we can get into the audio. So just real fast. So Amber Rose, she kind of always has her slut walk. So this is what she has to say. She said
I think I'll come in after this part.
after
Amber
cringe
Rose
worthy
part.
footage.
Okay. Because y'all
It says, are we really going to sit back and let this happen in Suki? It says she was sexually assaulted and no one did anything. This is the entertainment business and she is entertaining. Using her lyrics and her persona as an excuse to physically touch her and force her without consent is absolutely disgusting. What happened to protecting Black women? I cried watching that video, and I'm sure a lot of women have as well. I'm so sorry you had to go through that, Sukihana. My heart breaks for you. So she was just one of a lot of different artists that actually came to pretty much her side. Who's that?
Let me watch this video real
Yeah,
quick.
please watch the video.
Hey,
Go
Tommy,
ahead.
did you put it up
That
there?
was me that said, let me watch this video.
Hey,
I want
Aaliyah.
everybody. Hold on, wait. I
Can
want
I?
everybody.
Go.
I'm gonna need
Well, go
everybody.
ahead. I was still trying to
to
go
look
into
that up.
the celebrity
Yo, let
thing,
Aaliyah
but go
finish,
ahead.
y'all.
Yeah, like is my
Y'all
mic
keep cutting
low?
motherfuckers
Yeah,
off,
just
bro.
go ahead.
Understand what you was saying, Aaliyah? You had the
Now
floor.
nobody want to speak.
Yeah, that's how I'm. I guess I don't know. Are y'all trying to? I mean, I just was trying. I was just gonna go through what Meek Mill said, but just go ahead, run the audio
No,
or
go ahead,
whatever.
sis.
Go
I
ahead.
thought you was done because you did a pause. My bad. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, it was just more than one. I just was trying to hurry up and throw it in there real fast, just to give some little dialogue for the the conversation. Just real fast. So Meek Mill, he pretty much defended YK. So he pretty much just said, like y'all said, don't do this to him. He's a good kid. Just slap him. And he got to let you know something. We don't need our young boys tore down for mistakes in this hypersexual era. I support Suki. Hold that shit down on some street shit. And he said that this here and protect Suki. Osiris, you a dickhead. Go back to church and stop following the heathens. Y'all drawing a big line between men and women nowadays on social. It's getting real bad in the Black community. All this internet superficial shaming, judging, gaslight only hurting us people. And it's a lot of people who need strength, especially young Black men. He might gotta rumble Suki brother, anything but this. Same internet tear each other down stuff. Suki can do what she wants if she feels violated, but let me mind my business. So that's what he had
Yeah,
to say
dude need
about
to
it.
shut the fuck up because even that's weird, bro. Like,
Yeah.
hold it down. You telling her ass to hold it down on some street shit. What the fuck does that
That
mean?
mean play.
If she feel violated, she
Yeah, he a
violated.
wild boy for that.
I think what he's saying, instead of her going through the legal system with him, he just a little young. No, let me finish. Let me finish, bro. He's saying let me finish, bro. He just saying he a little young dumb nigga just did a stupid shit. Had your brothers
He
go
didn't
take
say
care
that.
of him on some street shit and just teach
He
that
didn't
nigga a
say
little
that.
lesson.
No,
That's what
he
he's saying, bro.
no.
He's saying
Daisy,
instead of going,
you
I'm just going off what
you
he's
skip
saying.
past everything Des said though. That was the end.
What's the point? All right. So
Go ahead, Des. Explain them what you're saying.
Bro, you telling somebody that that got violated, hold it down on some street shit. What the fuck does what does street shit have to do with her being sexually violated? Like, dude should have just stayed up out of it. I know what he was trying to say, like, in regards of motherfuckers tearing down Black men, but this ain't that type of situation. Once a nigga violate, they violate. We ain't protecting no niggas that violate.
He told her go commit a crime.
Yeah,
like,
I mean,
on some street shit though. On some street shit though. He did it. He said on some. Hold on. You're not understanding.
Yeah.
He's saying on some street shit. When you really, why does it have to be some street shit? Why did like on some real shit? Like, why did he even have to say it like that? He was wrong just by saying what he said right now.
He said she gotta take it like a G. That's crazy.
Meetings with Farrakhan.
Hey, yeah, that's real. But watch this. But watch this though. Watch this though, Des. I'm gonna say this: somebody rape one of ours. I'm not going to no court, you all right? We're not.
Yeah, but you ain't gonna go
You
tell
go.
her.
Hey, you could call it street shit, or y'all could call it what you want to call it. You call it justifiable, whatever. But it's going down, bro. And the court of law, they gonna say, yo, you did some street shit. I'm just saying, like, I'm not defending this man. I'm saying he a little weird for saying that, but I understand the sentiment and what he's saying. Yo, you feel me? Instead of putting that young boy through a whole court system, he got to register as a sex offender. He got to do all this, bro. Hey, man, had the big homies go highlight him, tap his jaw up a few times, and put him in check, and he gonna go right. That's what
Didn't Blueface already tap his jaw? Didn't Blueface tap his jaw already?
Somebody tapped his jaw. He needs his jaw tapped up. That's all he needs. He needs a little tapping on the jaw, bro.
You shouldn't have wrote that on.
You feel me, B?
Hey, I think Blueface tapped his jaw before. I think.
Blueface, yeah, the backyard. I think it was in the backyard or something like that, right?
Yeah, no,
I would like
dude needs to be
to
stomped out and removed from the planet. I
Okay,
think it's gonna take something from a
I
woman.
also think that somebody else tapped his jaw too.
Nah, come on, no.
He used to drive around with gloves, and he's kind of a weirdo. He be on some weirdo. Remember he was driving around. With gloves, boxing gloves in his car, thinking he
I would
was the
like
shit.
to speak on the topic before we get
Hey, y'all just cut Wax all the way off, dog. Y'all loud Mike is killing that shit.
Y'all just keep talking. Like, y'all gotta hear what motherfuckers saying. Y'all just opening y'all mic talking and shit. Like, just let motherfuckers finish and y'all go. Wax, it's on you.
Yeah, it's all good. No, I was just saying, I think if you're gonna do that and violate a woman or whatever, street shit or not, I think they need to be. If you're not gonna take it to the cops, then remove that motherfucker from the planet, right? But pick one. Either take him to the cops, let them handle it, and let the justice system do what it's got to do, or remove him because he's a predator and it's not like he's got whooping his ass isn't really going to change it. He's just going to find somebody weak and just control them. So remove him from the planet or turn him in and have the justice system do it.
Can I ask what did he do to Sukiana? Can I ask? I didn't catch that part. What did he do?
I would like to speak on it because I'm hearing what everybody's saying, but I'm watching the video also.
Come on, Mickey. What's up, Mick?
And I'm big on, let me start off. Everybody have accountability for their own action. Let's first start off with, I have said it so many times, do not open a door you do not want open. So, does it make it okay for the action? No, but the door has been open. Let's start with Sukiana in that moment of this clip, okay? Said, I will turn you out. Get to singing the song. He's smiling. He's, moving around. At this point, no touching has been done, but the door has been open. So while he's smiling, she's smiling with him, saying, could be conceived as flirting, right? Depending on who you're, how you're looking at it, right? But to him, looking at the video, he looked at it as flirting, charming, right? Because he's smiling, grinning from ear to ear. Next, his hands touched her shoulders, right? At that moment, I don't see the fuck. Get off me. None of that. It continues to be, guess what? Singing.
Me too, Jersey.
Interaction. Next, he then continues to rub her shoulders and move in for the kiss or peck, however you want to call it, to her tattoo on her face. Never time do you hear, get the fuck off me. What the fuck? None of that. She does look kind of like, oh shit, did this just happen, right? At that point, the interaction is done. Now, who we hold accountable? I feel definitely we hold both of them accountable. Because for one, I don't feel like that door should have been open flirting with him. But two, I feel like something should have been said in that moment. Not to touch her, because his hands did touch her shoulders first before any kiss. Next on him, I feel like he definitely should have not went into that situation with uncertainty, because although yes, we can see that it's some type of flirting, we don't know if it's actually flirting like, yo, I want to like do something with you or something, or I'm just flirting with you for the camera. Now my own opinion on it is, this was a couple months ago, right? I'm seeing some tweets recently, like in the last 24 to 48 hours from her. However, they're saying the video is from 3 months ago. So is this scaredness or hurt coming from it's a viral moment? Or are you really scared when it happened and they just haven't highlighted them tweets yet?
Hold up. So hold up.
All right, pause. So let's talk about it. Let me first correct something. If you haven't been on Clubhouse, you can't see it right here, but Clubhouse is a stage and then it's actually a comment section. Being that so many different moving parts were put into this conversation prior, someone put that the incident actually happened 3 months ago. That is incorrect. The incident did happen this past weekend, so I will stand on that comment about the 3 months was incorrect. It did happen over the weekend. That's verified. All right. Now, I've said what I basically said at this point, okay? And I wrote it down, and I'm gonna put it on the floor, and then we're gonna skip forward to when WAC 100 comes in, okay? Now, y'all heard what I said, accountability on both sides. Now, we have watched the video, right, that I was referring to with the up to that moment before the kiss, right? We watched it after, when the kiss happened. So I still stand on accountability on both ends. I said clearly, right? Yeah, now I will. So Jersey, you're right. So I will say this, because like I said, at the time, I was under the impression this video was 3 months old. However, it just was going viral. So I stand corrected on that. Now with it being this past weekend and the tweets was from I think yesterday, then it made sense. You know what I'm saying? So I will stand on that part because had misinformation about the date. However, I still say both are accountable, right? Now, I don't know, y'all let me know, maybe I'm tripping. When I say accountable, I'm not blaming though, right? Or by saying accountable, am I blaming, right? Because I still say again, I'm about to play the video that I watched, right, when I made the statement. I'm gonna play that again. But to me, like I said, by saying, oh, I'll turn you out, this and that, I mean, like, a lot of people were saying, oh, she was at work. Well, I don't know, I'm not getting that part, right? The same way, I mean, I say that even like in my real life. I was raised, you don't walk around in your underclothes or whatever in front of men, boys or whatever in the house. You cover up, right? So it's like you don't even open that door, right? You make sure you cover it up. So how I saw it was, why would you open the door for him to feel comfortable enough to come close? Now, if she was sitting there, like originally everybody that's going to come off the mic is saying like she's just sitting there and then he approached her and violated her space, I would agree, right? If she was basically doing her job, you know what I'm saying? Hold on. Okay. Doing her job and not saying that, then that's different. Now, Jersey on said, nah, that don't mean touch someone though. Exactly. Now, I'm not saying it does mean it, right? What I'm saying is, okay, for example, have y'all ever been at a store? You're literally just getting out your car, you're walking, all right? Someone approach you, or say like a homeless person, right? Approach you. You got two things you can do. They say, excuse me, ma'am, right? Do you say, yes, how are you, right? Or do you say, I don't have nothing, keep walking? Y'all let me know in the chat. What do y'all do in that moment? I'm going to tell you what I do. I don't let you approach me. I say, I'm good. I don't even listen to what you're saying. And then you got to be a homeless person. You can just be a salesperson. I don't even buy into letting you come to me, right? So in my mind, right? And y'all tell me if that's not how I should look at it, right? In my mind, you don't let them get close enough to you to feel like they can touch you. You know what I'm saying? Now, another thing is, one thing as far as being online taught me, you can't play with men, unfortunately, right? Because a little, say, joke could be taken out of context to, and this is just virtually not even like where you can touch them, right? If you let one, let me see. Let me give an example. Like someone said to me, oh, long hair turned me on. And I ain't gonna tell y'all no lie. I wrote on Instagram, that weirded me out. What you mean? Like, why would you say that to me? You know what I'm saying? Although the guy probably ain't meant no harm by it, but it weirded me out by saying long hair turn you on, referring to me, right? It weirded me out. Now, what if I would have been like, the guy would have been like, okay, long hair turn me on. And I'd be like, oh, for real? Like that. That's not telling you to come touch me. That's not telling you nothing. But that's kind of feeding into the statement that you're making, in my opinion, right? So that's what I meant by accountability on her end. Now, again, y'all heard me say that's not going to take away from what he did. So let me see what y'all saying. So KG said talk is talk, but if you haven't been given a green light, then everything else is off limits. Okay. Let's get into that, right? What's up, Lamar? Okay, so let me ask y'all this before we go into the next part, because the conversation with Wet is going to get into more of like, he calls out a couple things. Now, he doesn't know what I actually say, right? I'm going to say things then, but he didn't hear the part we just heard. So based off me saying, let's take Osiris out of it, right? Based off of what I said, because some people say I was victim blaming or shaming. What I said as far as Sukiana, is that was I wrong for that? You know what I'm saying? Like, let me know. Based on what we just listened to, like I said, take out Osiris. Just what I was saying in regards to Sukiana, it was that insensitive to say. Was I condoning that I guess she deserved it, I guess? You know, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, could that have been considered that way? Because I had some dialogue with some people on stage, but I'm not going to play all of it because it was more so of us going back and forth about what I meant. And I kind of wasn't hearing it because I'm like, I meant that, you know, she shouldn't have been telling him I would turn you out, stuff like that in that moment if she was at work. They were saying it didn't matter. Kind of what Jersey and Kay was just saying, that doesn't have nothing to do with him touching them. And I feel like maybe they were on the same level as that. Although I never said, and I said, it doesn't excuse his behavior, but I think they were overlooking that I was just referring to her behavior in the moment, not his. And they took it as I was taking up for him. So I can see that. But I still stand on that. On as far as I don't feel like that was appropriate for her to say that and all that in that moment. But that had nothing to do with him. Y'all let me know. I'm gonna try to fast forward to when Wack comes in the room. Cause they go up. Cause Beast and Relax actually get into it. It was, oh man, it's okay. And I don't even remember all they said. I think it was like racial stuff, and I ain't trying to play that on here, okay? Let me see. Okay, so KG said it can be taken that way, Mickey. Accountability is ownership. Ownership is responsibility. Okay. Jersey said, Jersey said, yes, that could have been considered victim shaming. Okay. What's that? Lamar, really? Elle said she gave him the green light to do more. All right. So let me ask y'all this. I'll take that. Okay. So let me ask y'all this. And unfortunately, now this a lot of things like this happen. I want to take y'all to a scenario where a case I've actually done is still on my YouTube. How many people remember Deshaun Watson whole criminal rape whole fiasco? Like he had a bunch of criminal cases in Texas that ended up getting thrown out. But they were able to do civil. The criminal got thrown out, but they did civil. Anybody remember that? And I bring this up because in those cases, right, it was masseuse. The women were masseuses, right? And in those cases, and y'all can go check out the video, when I was reading the paperwork, a lot of it said that Deshaun Watson would say, well, you know, massage my penis, right? Although that wasn't part of what they were supposed to do, right? Yeah, that's exactly what I'm talking about. And they would do it, right? Although, you know, that was part of it, they chose to do it, right? And then, you know, it went into saying, oh, he forced himself on them at that point to do the quote unquote rape because he wasn't convicted. So I got to say allegedly the rape, right? When I said, you know, he definitely shouldn't have, you know, crossed the line. But I also said by overstepping, right, the job criteria, it opened the door. And I said it in that one, right? So I'm just saying. Do y'all think in those moments too that the masseuses, right, overstepping the line of their job to do something that then in turn turned into something bigger just by opening that door, right? Do y'all feel that way too, or do y'all feel it was solely on Deshaun Watson? Although, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm just trying to think of maybe my mom might need to reset how I think. Because, you know, I feel like the door. You know what I'm saying? Okay. Jersey on said both. Okay. Because one thing, you know, and I could get caught up in paperwork, but one thing about me, I kind of like look at it unbiasedly every time. You know what I'm saying? Let me see what else said. It's hard to tell, Mickey, sometimes when voices are not loud. I get you. All right. So, I'm trying to think of another example, just in general. All right. So, has any woman ever shoot? I'm trying to think of a good example. I may have to wait. I'm trying to think of a good one. No, the masseuses is at fault. When you start touching the danger zone, the door is wide open. Okay, so KG, so this is what I'm saying though, right? So if the masseuses are, okay, so in the Deshaun Watson case, right? If the masseuses are held accountable for touching the penis, right? They touch the penis willingly, right? But Deshaun Watson is for sure wrong for what he did or allegedly did, right? So in this Sukiana and YK Osiris, based off the video, right? And I think I used the example of if the kiss or nothing ever happened and it was just, matter of fact, let me play it. This is how I'm gonna do the example. Hold on. Because I wanna make sure. Let's see. Where's the video? All right, we're gonna watch the video one more time, okay? And this time I want y'all to look at it just the part before he touched her, okay? Just the part before he touched her, okay?
Turn your ass off.
You with the right one, nigga.
All of that shit.
All right, so if this is where it ended, right? What's up, music? Would if YK Osiris in this moment would have felt like he was violated because of what she said? You know what I'm saying? Could that be plausible? Could he have felt violated off of what she just said? Because from what we can see, and I'm about to play again, from what we can see, it was initiated by her as far as the conversation from what we can see. Now we're only going off the video. So I'm playing it again. Get his little young ass away from me. Okay. Then that's when he touched her. This is the first touch. So let's play back. Because remember, this is at this point, this is the video I see, right? This is the video I was watching. So let's play it again.
Listen, I need tattoo. I need to kiss the tattoo. I know I done seen some nut drip right there before.
Oh my God.
All right. And I just realized he walks away. So the other kids or the other video, right, definitely walks. So it happens again. So this is just the first start of it. So let's say that. But let's watch it again. Again. We're just going to interpret this video first.
I'm gonna turn your ass off.
Turn your ass out.
You with the right one, nigga.
I was turning his ass
All of that shit.
You will, baby girl. Listen, I need to kiss the tattoo. I need to kiss the tattoo. I know I done seen some nut drip right there before.
Oh my God.
All right. So in this moment, right now, I see some of my ladies saying it's jokes. This video is jokes, right? She's basically, so is the everybody, I'm not gonna say just the ladies because I can't keep up with the comments just now. Is everybody saying now at this point the actual violation hasn't happened yet, right? But we're just looking at this video. Is it still just friendly banter at this point? What they got going on in this video? Like on both sides, is it just friendly? Nobody is violated or anything? Or y'all tell me in the chat, I'm gonna play it one more time.
Turn your ass off.
You with the right one, nigga.
I will give you all of that shit.
You will, baby girl. Listen, I need to kiss the tattoo. I need to kiss the tattoo. I know I done seen some nut drip right there before.
Oh my God.
All right, now again, at no time did Sukiana say, "Yo, Osiris, come kiss me." At no time. And I have yet to say that. I didn't say on the part we heard so far, right? I definitely didn't say that, right? However, I still feel, but I get what y'all saying, about by saying accountability, it's like saying she's responsible, right? So I get what y'all saying, truth team on that. However, I'm still gonna say I still feel like accountability is at play because again, how do we know that he wanted to play with her saying, I will turn your ass out? I will, your young ass, whatever. That's just how I see it. And it could be just because how I look at things and why the unbiasedness doesn't kick in, because I look at it from both sides, because I look at it as if nothing more happened and he said he felt violated. Would he be right to say that? To me, yeah. Is she right to say she feel violated? Yeah, I'm not blaming or whatever, but I definitely feel like they're both responsible. Now, as far as accountable for that. Now, again, I told you I hadn't watched the other video, but I'm about to put the other video back up. And then we'll get into me and Wax whole dialogue. Well, y'all know it's never just Wax. So it's me whacking like half the 100-side stage. Let me see, where's the second video? Is it?
Yeah, it's about.
All right, here we go.
Oh my!
All right, now in this video right here, without a freaking doubt, it's like he definitely violated at all, like altogether. There's no way around it at all, right? Now, if I had just saw this video only, I wouldn't have never brought up the word and nothing like that, right? But at the same time, we got to be realistic, right? And fellas, y'all are real bad with this, okay? Fellas, okay? This is for y'all. I have heard time and time again, when certain clips of stuff come out, the first thing they say is, well, what happened before? Right? It's always that. If a woman comes and say, yo, I feel violated because he called me a bitch, right? They love to say, well, what did you say, right? To get called it. Or if a woman says, like, he came too close to me, they're gonna be like, well, why didn't you move out of the way? You get what I'm saying? They always say that. So, right, in this moment, I definitely, like I said, with just looking at this, I wouldn't have said nothing about accountability because he's wrong for sure. Like, grabbing her because you even hear her say something at this point, right? Now, what it do, trigger? But in my defense, though, seeing the first video, right, it doesn't show a straight up just violation, right? It shows where a little flirting got misconstrued to be charismatic flirting, and then he put his mouth on him, and that's wrong. Because I agree with y'all on that. That's wrong, and I said it. But you see how the difference in the two videos, right? Totally different. But we're gonna get back into the audio so y'all can hear me, Wack, and some of the 100-side members.
And I'm gonna spit every time I get it.
Okay, I know they was talking about something else at that moment.
Street behavior for real.
It's just it's extremely inappropriate. Eric, if you can, we might as well run this audio.
Okay, I got to back up some more. Music said, it don't matter if she was dancing naked in front of him. He still wasn't giving consent. Consent must be given. Y'all missing it though, right? And okay, boom. Okay. Now, like I said, I don't know if you was here, music. Originally, the last video we just watched, I hadn't saw. I watched the first one that only showed he pecked her on the cheek. I later on saw the second one, the second video where it's straight, him grabbing her by the neck and all that. Without a doubt, no way around it. But that first video shows conversing, the conversation was on that level, right? And I say on that level because that's like, okay, sex talk. A lot of people don't like to do have sex talk, right? For many reasons. But if someone is talking sexually, if you indulge in the conversation, you open the door for all types of stuff to be said, right? But if you like, yo, I don't talk sex, then you're shutting it down before it even start, right? Same thing with politics. I don't talk politics. Someone asked me a question about politics, I be like, I don't talk politics. I shut it down, right? So when I saw the first video, I felt like it should have been shut down. Period. It should have been shut down. That type of dialogue shouldn't have happened. I hear people saying, oh, she was working. Still, it should have been shut down. Because when you don't shut it down, it leads to something else. That's my thought process. Now, if I would have just saw the second video, then it wasn't nothing to shut down because all you see is him grabbing her by the shoulder up to the neck, pulling. So without a doubt, you know, it's nothing to shut down because it's happening. He went straight in. Hold on, let me see. You know what I'm saying? So I just feel like how I was saying it in the first part, I literally started from what she said and worked my way down to him kissing her on the cheek. Because at the time I didn't see the mouth part, right? Then even if we put it all together, it's like it doesn't take away that he was wrong. And that second video definitely was, without a doubt, messed up, right? But I still stand on the door should have been closed. You shouldn't have been indulging in that type of conversation. And I mean, I guess I'm seeing what some of y'all are saying as far as like the consent, but I'm never saying that consent was given. What I said was just shut it down. Okay, for example, y'all know when it comes to what's the word? Kids. Crimes against kids. That's why when we talked about R. Kelly that time, I don't like to get into a conversation because I'm biased, right? And I'm never going to understand nobody's outlook on how to justify that type of stuff. But what I'm saying is this, though. If we're going to be honest, how many of us go out or had that talk with our parents or family members? If you go somewhere and you put your drink down, don't go back and get your drink. Anybody ever heard that before, right? So, has anybody ever heard of a situation where they did go back and get their drink and something was in it? I personally don't know nobody, but I've saw it, like read stories on it, right? So in that moment, in those cases, right, you're going to say, if something bad happened after that, you're definitely going to say, yo, they were wrong for whatever they did to you, right? But are you not going to address the fact that that cup shouldn't have been picked back up? So I guess that's my logic. I don't know. Y'all know I have it hard to like, it'd be hard for me to kind of like draw the lines like different ways. I just have this flat line, right? It's just this one straight line. It's either you above the line or you under the line. It's no, oh, well, we can curve the line. It's just one straight line. I just feel like when I'm looking at a situation, I'm gonna look at the whole thing. Because I feel like if I look at partial, I may jump to conclusions, right? And then that's bad because if I jump to a premature conclusion, right, then it turns out to be something else, then I'll be held liable for my conclusion. And I'm not just talking about as a blogger or a YouTuber, just, in life. Hold on. Let me see. I'm trying to catch up. Let me see. But she's at work. She's in Karis. So her Karis at work is freaky, and I have a good example. So Cyrus is a rapper, a singer, or something, ain't it? So KG's standpoint is yeah. Oh shit. KG's standpoint say yeah, but you have the right to put something down and it not be messed with. Okay. And then Sean says either she made him feel he could do it or he was arrogant enough to do it. All right. So KG, let me ask you this. We have a right to do a lot of things, right? I have a right to walk out my door, get in my car, safely drive where I'm going, get out, get back in my car, safely come home, safely open my door and come in. That's my right. Does it always happen like that? No. So, like I get in a perfect world, yeah, we should be able to lay our drinks down. We should be able to say, oh yeah, I will turn you out and it not be taken as I'm like flirting with you or trying to get with you on some other stuff. But like, let's be honest, y'all. Let's be real. That's not the society we live in. For sure. And again, I don't look at it just on a male side or a female side. What I'm looking at is even if it was a male, prime example, Kevin Gates. If y'all recall when Kevin Gates was on stage and the fan grabbed his penis and he pushed her hand, and remember that whole case and all that? I agree with Kevin Gates. Although I sit here and, talk about sex in every song, that does not give you a right to grab my penis, right? So, and then just a couple months ago with Lil Meech, when he checked the fan for touching him on the shoulder, y'all remember I said, I agree with that too. Don't touch me. Although I'm famous, don't touch me, right? But in each of those, right, situations, Kevin Gates and Lil Meech, they were doing their job, not indulging in, like, come on. You know what I'm saying? Let me see what KG said. KG said, you have a right to cross a green. If you run a light and hit, it's not your fault. If you run the light and hit, okay, hold on. If a car runs the light and hits you, you're not at fault. Okay. Let me think about it. If a car runs a light and hits you, you're not at fault. But KG, right? Do you know it's even guidelines to that? For example, and this is just because you brought up the car thing. If a car runs a light and hits you, they're definitely at fault. However, if you don't have car insurance, they're not at fault. You're at fault because guess what? You wasn't supposed to be driving your car with no car insurance, right? If your license is suspended and you're the only person in the car, guess what? They're not at fault. You're at fault because you don't have a license. You know what I'm saying? So like that's not even a straight line. That has gray area too. Let me see what music says. Music said if he's talking to a sex operator and she telling him how she will sexually sex him and he sees his operation in public, did that conversation give him the right to touch her? Now, Music, I'm gonna say you reaching a little bit with that one, but no, it doesn't give him the right to touch her. Just like Players Club. Remember, I can't remember the guy's name that used to follow Diamond home. Definitely don't give him the right to do that. However, right, if you're in I'm trying to use your same example, but just make it fit where I was coming from. All right. So with the sex worker, right? They do their call, right? And then she say, well, hey, you can definitely come by and see me anytime, baby, right? The door is open. You're not giving consent that you're going to do anything sexually. But what if they come to your door? And then you're like, what the word are you doing here? Right? I mean, you open the door by saying you can come see me. So that's, again, I get y'all. And again, I don't want to misconstrue like I'm saying he was right. But I don't know. I guess I'm finding it hard to fathom that nobody sees it was wrong, right, in the first video without seeing. And I don't know if y'all did it backwards. Like y'all saw the final video first and then the second one. And maybe because I saw the first video first and the second one. I don't know. Because I don't know. I definitely got to bring up, I'm going to be searching some of y'all social media, though, because there's been a lot of different cases. I want to see y'all stance on it, because I don't really see how everybody is okay with the fact that that first video, I get it. I understand it. I can still KG said I saw the second second one first. Yeah, and I think most people saw the second one first. And again, if I saw the second one, I definitely would have kind of been bound for sure, because without a doubt that was wrong. But seeing the first one, I just still, I still stand on, I feel like that door shouldn't have been open. I get what y'all saying. Oh, and I'm glad y'all said it. I think it was music and maybe KG. Not sure. Y'all brought up the fact of what she actually does. That's going to play a part in me and Wax conversation. Now, I want to remind y'all who was here at the beginning of when we started listening to Clubhouse, right? I'm going to say, so originally, Aaliyah, shout out to Aaliyah the Realtor, is the one that kind of gave the background to Sukiana and what she does, right? And then Tommy comes in and agrees, okay, she is over sexualized, but that doesn't mean to, violate her, right? Then a couple people came off the mic and started talking about the whole Drewski and Sukiana thing, right? And then I come off the mic after all of that and say, let me go watch the video. And then I start talking about it. So I just want y'all to remember, her background was already part of the conversation before I even got in the conversation, okay? Because that's going to be important in me and Wax dialogue. All right, let's go. Let me see where we at.
This bitch is crazy.
Relax. Where the hell that come from?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Wax.
That's what I said. That's what
she's telling me stop
I
sucking
didn't
his
say
dick.
nothing
Stop
about sucking
he don't
dick.
want
He
you.
lying
Man,
now.
this bitch is crazy as fuck.
I didn't say that, Wack. Boy, stop crying.
I don't even know why y'all got into it. Somebody just told me I was getting into it. Couldn't have been getting into it over me.
That's what I said. Why do you got to bring him inside the conversation when me and you are having a dialogue?
Why are you crying?
I'm skip.
Why are you?
And again, even if, to be honest though, if he did it 100 times, I mean, that's not going to take away from this particular situation. Like, I'm not going to sit here and say just because he did it 10 other times, he did it this time, I only know about this time. He definitely violated her for sure. Let's see. I used to like my auntie friend, and she told me something similar. She was like, boy, you wouldn't know what to do with me. And if I tried to touch her, she would beat my ass. Right. But listen, if your mama would have heard her say that, did your mama hear her say that on music? Because I'm going to tell you this. If my mama would have heard something like that, oh, it would have been up for sure. I mean, if I hear somebody tell, like a woman tell my godson, because I don't have any sons, but my godson or a male little boy that I know, it's up. Like, so I still would blame her in that moment, right? Because what is that to say? And again, and it could go back to how biased I am because of the child situation, right? Because like when men used to say, oh, you gonna be fine when you get older. Like, so a younger girl, that used to creep me out. Or, oh, you sure getting big. Like, that's creep material. That's like weirdo stuff. Like, that's still wrong. You know what I'm saying? So you say your mama was there? Oh, that's different. Okay. I guess on that level it depends on just I guess it just depends on what's taken as a joke, I guess. You know? I guess in my family, when it comes to stuff like that, we don't really have a joking area, right? So it's no such thing as jokingly flirting. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. Jersey says some people are just too aggressive and don't respect boundaries. I get you. And I don't know. I guess I was raised so stern when it comes to you don't invite certain things into your atmosphere because it could be taken differently, right? We were taught to just, stick to what you mean. Like, a lot of times you won't hear me talk about certain things or like answer certain questions because I feel like if I answer the question, although I'm just answering the question, I'm not saying nothing more. It could be taken out of context. Oh, okay, she answered that question, so let me ask her something else. Well, oh, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. But I get where y'all coming from. still say what I say, but I get where y'all come from. Let me see.
Everybody fucking does.
They was going at it heavy. Plan, I'm not
That
taking
woman
that
was
away
sitting
from
down.
you. Okay, I passed. I gotta go back this a little bit. Dang, I think I'm gonna pass to that.
Doubt that I can get disrespectful.
And again, shout out to the whole Honey ENT morning show. It was definitely an up room. I think about 2,300 people came through there today.
Start from all the facts and lay it out, and then have every.
All right, let me go back a little bit more. A little bit more. I hope I ain't go back.
Doubt that I can get disrespectful right the fuck back.
She disrespectful as fuck. This bitch is.
Dang it. I don't know. I might have to just let it play.
No, I'm just looking at it from that. I don't think she should be assaulted.
Yeah,
I'm just saying I don't think people should be looking at her crazy for coming at her or saying something to her.
So just because a woman dressed like a
So music sound, and the reason why I'm standing firm on this because we let this seem okay to the public. It will let these little boys who don't know any better start crossing the line. Oh, and you know what? Music is crazy that you say that because to be honest, that's where I'm at too, right? Because at the end of the day, it goes both ways. So yes, I agree. You should hold steady. So little boys can learn. And I feel I should hold steady so little girls can learn that we have to take accountability to a certain extent. Now, like I said, if she was Sukiana, in my opinion, was sitting at that table, right, conversing, doing her job, and just yes, all right. So we here at the basketball game because I don't understand why sex or any of that was being mentioned at the basketball game. But nevertheless, right? If she was sitting there doing that and not talking about no sex, Cyrus comes up and does what he does in the second video with her just sitting there doing nothing else for sure. Because that you're definitely a predator. Without a doubt, you assaulted her, right? Now, at the same time, that's not what happened. What happened was it was a friendly flirt, right? And I will say friendly flirt because, again, she never said, come do nothing to me. But it was a friendly flirt that should have been out of pocket at word, but it was a friendly flirt, right? It was continuous up until the point of the violation. So, again, our little girls, I don't know if y'all have daughters, but we have to teach them to you cannot do certain things, right? Because it may entice a different reaction. Now, although, again, what if he didn't kiss her? What if he just took it as later on to come do something? You know what I'm saying? Now they feel like that door is open. If a man comes, okay, ladies, if a man comes smacking on your ass, right? And you don't say nothing, do you feel like that man is going to come and try to do smack your ass again? Or do you think that's going to open the door for something else to happen? I want to know y'all thought process on that. Yes, Jersey, they are definitely very disrespectful on Clubhouse. Hey, it goes up. If that makes sense. Like, I just feel like every action has a reaction. And to be outraged, right? And I'm like this across the board. I don't just think it's assault cases. Because if y'all remember, rest in peace to was it Tyshawn, the guy that was killed by the police in Memphis. If y'all remember that live, I said, because I know we don't do those cases, but I said I did that case and I talked about it because I feel like he didn't do, you know what I'm saying? Like, they definitely was wrong about it, right? And you remember I can't remember who it was, someone came up on the panel and was like, well, something about another case. And I was like, hold on, that's not the same, right? Someone doing a crime and then running into the police and like fighting the police back and getting shot. I'm not gonna look at it the same as a man trying to get home and get beat to death. You know what I'm saying? So like, I kind of look at it like that. Like with this situation, with that first video, that friendly flirt was bad idea. And then if you think about it, she was friendly flirting. Now, again, that does not mean to touch her at all. But that friendly flirt, did y'all hear what's the little comedian that was sitting next to her, Duvall? He then said, "Oh yeah, that's the one right there." So friendly flirting. Now it's like, yeah, it's hard to explain. But nevertheless, the point of that was just to say I wanted to make sure everybody heard I never said it was cool. And I wanted to play that part before me and Wack talk so that everybody can hear I never said it was cool. But what I did say, and what a lot of the truth team in the chat has said, is that just saying something about her being accountable for her action is the one more so distasteful, right, in this situation. So I get what y'all saying. So, and correct me if I'm wrong. So although I never said it was right, by saying she was accountable for the friendly flirting, opening up the door for what came next, that was distasteful. Because I want y'all to remember, right? He does walk away at some point a little bit. He ain't go far. He does walk away. And the singing and stuff still goes on. And he comes back. Just want to put that out there. But y'all let me know. Do I got the synopsis of why Clubhouse thought I was being a little like condoning Osiris behavior? Y'all let me know. Let's play this.
The whole that means that it gives you the right to grab it.
No. I mean,
no. So Tommy, if we
go.
gonna really dive, if we're gonna talk about the situation, we gotta talk about it unbiasedly. So like,
yeah, no, I'm
the words
unbiased
that
about
Tommy
it.
just used. Tommy was like, "Is okay, y'all. Here we go. This is the dialogue. Y'all make sure y'all tell me the true synopsis of this. Okay. Now at this point, it's gonna go into." Was Mickey Truth, and y'all can use what I said at first, was Mickey Truth condoning the I think Wax said it like I was condoning the violation of women, basically. I think that's how, and y'all hear him because he'll say it. So y'all let me know if y'all agree with what Wack is saying in the audio about me condoning basically rape culture, right? And then I'm saying I'm not condoning it. I'm just saying, accountability. Let's see what Jersey I'm saying. Yeah, so Jersey, the internet is always more concerned. But I will say the tweets that came out from Sukiana allegedly is to play in it. I mean, yeah, but the internet is always more concerned for sure. Let's listen to this and y'all tell me what y'all think. It's disgusting and all that. So I think to clarify, is it disgusting from you looking at it, or did she say it was disgusting in that moment?
We can hear her response because I don't think she was comfortable with it. But if you hear the things that were being said, I think that we can all agree that there were some very flagrant comments that were made towards her, right?
And that's not YK Osiris, right? That we're about to hear as the male in the audio, right?
This is a completely different person, but I think so the beginning of this conversation was like, okay, let's look at the YK Osiris situation where he came up behind her and tried to kiss her, right?
But you skipping a part though, Tommy. And see, that's the problem. That's what I was saying earlier.
Okay, go ahead, Nikki.
You know what I'm saying? Because we get straight to the kiss, but no one started off by saying she told him, "I will turn you out." And remember, I said that was opening the door.
I just
Oh, wait a minute. Mickey with the fat. Is the truth? Go ahead, Mickey.
No, I had said it earlier when I was like, I'm not blaming either side right now. What I'm dialecting, what I saw, the door was open. Not saying it was deserving of it being kicked in, but it was definitely cracked open.
Yeah, but the way I view it, and I understand that, right? But consent is still consent at the end of the day. Just because I say, hey, like, I think you look good, and I'm opening that door doesn't necessarily mean that you can come up to me and kiss me by force. I'm not
okay.
allowing
So let me ask you this.
You know what I mean? Until I say, yeah, you can come and kiss me, you can touch me, X, Y, and Z. Consent is still consent at the end of the day.
Okay, so if he would have got outraged because she said, I will, I can't even remember what she said, I will turn you out or something, and he would say, oh my gosh, I'm offended, I feel sexually pressured, would we be having this conversation still?
Wait, what did you say? Repeat that one more time.
So
if we just look at the first part of their interaction when she say, I will turn you out or whatever. If in that moment he then says to everybody, oh, on Twitter, oh, I'm so offended, like I feel sexually, wrong and all that, will we be having a conversation blaming her?
Yeah,
Or
of
will we
course, of
say,
course. I'm very consistent when it comes to assault, and I've even on this very morning show stage, I've spoke out for men who are victims, and I speak out for women who are victims, and I can call out who's right or wrong, right? Suki, if she didn't want to open that door, she should have never said that. Especially if he felt like he was uncomfortable by that comment, by all means, I'm Team YK. Right. But there was a situation that happened after the fact, which is very questionable, which is the whole grabbing and touching. And that is also still wrong. Right. I've defended
right?
male victims on stages before, many of
Yeah, and not
times.
taking that. What I'm just saying, when we start telling the story, if we jump straight to, oh, he kissed her in the mouth, then anybody hearing that, hell no, did she want, like, but if we're going to dissect it, if we really start off where it started, then let's start from all the facts and lay it out and then have everybody give their opinion. That's what I was saying
Listen,
earlier.
I don't understand. You women are fucked up in the head. I wouldn't give a fuck if the bitch had a gangbang video, tongue kissing 50 elephants. What the fuck that got to do with a motherfucker walking up behind her and forcing his tongue down her throat?
It doesn't
Thank
have
you.
nothing to do with it. It's about giving
I
all the
don't give a
input
fuck
for
what
the
she do.
video.
That bitch, listen, a female could go over there, she can rap and say and wear what she want. What that got to do with a motherfucker walking up, putting their hands on her?
Absolutely. And exactly my point.
I
Consent is still
wouldn't give a
consent.
fuck what she did. Are y'all okay?
So this is what I'm saying. I don't know if you saw the video, right?
I'ma say it again. I don't give a fuck what she did or said or what. No man has the motherfucking right to walk up and force their lips or their hands on that woman. What are you talking about right now?
Thank you.
What I'm saying is, at any point at that point, when the door was open, right, and he walked towards her, she
Door
could have
was
shot it
never, what
down.
do you mean?
The door was open by looking at him, telling him, I will turn you out, or whatever the actual wording was. Like, I'm not taking away that he was wrong for putting his mouth on her. I never said that. What I was saying, if we're going to really talk about the whole video, let's talk about the whole video. How it was presented this morning wasn't, let's just talk about the kiss part.
We talking about him putting his hands on her.
Even if I flirt with the guy, right? That doesn't necessarily mean that I want to fuck you, or you're obligated, or
All right, y'all. Okay, so for those who have been listening since we did the first part where I was talking, how the conversation was going originally, when I came off the mic and said, I'm about to go watch the video, right? Because that's when I entered the conversation. And where we are now that Wack is on the stage, is it the same like dynamic or same scenario or not? Before I continue. Because to me, and you'll hear me say in a minute, I feel like now we're sticking to like a certain part of the video. However, in the beginning, I didn't see that. I didn't take it as that. I took it as, oh, let's discuss, right, the overall of the video. Because if you recall, people are talking about her background as far as like what she was known for. People are talking about how over sexualized she is. People are talking about other events, like with Drewski and all that, right? So, and for those, because a few of y'all already said like, yeah, saying that she shouldn't be held accountable is kind of distasteful, right? But based off the context of the conversation the first time and the conversation now, is it the same goalpost though? Because Wack comes in and said, "Yo, forget all that. We're talking about strictly about he violated her, right?" But earlier in the show when he wasn't there, that wasn't the basis of the conversation. The basis was let's talk about everything because everybody started bringing up different things. So I just want to point that out while we continue to play because you'll hear me say in just a minute.
allowed to touch me or make out with me or any of that. right? I can say
So
a
if a
guy looks
motherfucking
good.
woman say, nigga, I turn you out, a nigga you couldn't handle this head, that mean pull your dick out and put it in her face?
No,
No, it don't. But if he is offended by then, we will have to still hold her accountable, right? Or will we say, "Oh, just suck it up because
Hold
it was
her
just words"?
accountable for what?
Yeah.
I guess y'all don't see it
wrong.
because unless it's on the other, I never said she did anything wrong. See, y'all say one thing one way when it's a male or whatever, or somebody that's
I'm
like
a
important to
male.
y'all. But then when we look at it this way, I guess whatever his name,
It's that,
Osiris, is not
it's
popular to everybody, so
a
everybody wants to put
woman
him in the
is
same
not
story.
supposed to walk up on a man and grab his nuts or stick her tongue in his mouth, and vice versa. I don't like. What's so hard? Y'all motherfuckers all right?
All right, well, y'all say one time not to condemn somebody just off of one part of the story, but now y'all want to use one part of the story to condemn
We
them.
talking about
What
the
I'm saying, the
action.
whole situation was on both ends originally, right? It could have been stopped by both parties. She could have turned away from talking with him, flirting with him.
She was sitting down.
Okay. All right, y'all got it. Because, I mean, I don't know how other way to explain that part, but yeah.
Because she fucked them 4 people
Nah, that ain't
and
got
she's
nothing to do
on
with it. I'm
porn.
strictly talking about
So
the video,
this is what I'm hearing.
No, I'm
And
strictly
she's a
talking
porn
about that
star.
video. That had nothing to do with it. And I even
I
said
don't
that
give
earlier.
a fuck what listen. That'd have been my daughter dead home. I'd have killed that man. He'd be dead already.
Definitely, and I'm not
That
taking
woman
that
was
away
sitting
from
down.
you.
That woman was sitting down. She wasn't on the dance floor groping the nigga. I don't give a fuck. Did she say, come over here and show me then?
I mean, if we're going off the flow of what y'all want to talk
Did them
about, we want
words
to know
come
what
out
she
her
said.
mouth?
If we jumping straight to the kiss.
Well, what the fuck else we getting to? Did he tell him, did she tell him, come over here and show me then that you're a better kisser than a bitch?
I
Yes.
agree. He was being a creep.
Yes or no? Did she tell that nigga or get that nigga consent to come over there, grab her face, and stick his tongue in her mouth?
or massage her back, like, or any of that.
Hey, unless it's an explicit statement or signal, nigga, don't advance. It's simple.
Yeah, well, I don't understand. What is she saying?
I
Mickey,
mean,
what are
I'm
you
speaking
saying?
from an unbiased point. Again, I have dealt with, and I said it many times, all of that. I personally and directly with family members or myself. So I'm not taking away or saying that it wasn't wrong. What I'm saying is that we're going to have the conversation. Let's have the conversation about the whole video, not just one particular
You
part.
could. I
And I
wouldn't
said
give
that
a
to
fuck.
Nadi earlier when she started bringing up that he messes with transgenders. I said that had.
Okay, hold on. We about to get into some different area. None of the views or information that's about to be played on this have nothing to do with me, okay? Don't know what they're talking about. None of that, okay? My standpoint is still going to be my standpoint. But before we get into that, what y'all thinking? Now, personally, I feel like my whole view was the same in the first half when Watt wasn't there, and in the second half. Like I'm still saying, I'm only talking about the video, right? Because at this point, I have watched both parts. Okay, the first go around, I didn't see the both parts. I only saw the first part. Second go around, when Watt comes in, I've seen both of them. Yeah, and it's really not really on like Watt just as a whole because they were like majority felt what I was saying was wrong, right? Or they were taking it, and I think what irritated me, and I think I say it at some point, what irritated me was I felt like people was putting words in my mouth, like, because Wack even said straight up, like I was condoning, like, the violation of women, and that's far from it. And that's why I wanted to bring them to YouTube and talk with y'all about this, so I can get what y'all felt about it as a whole. But my stance is still what I'm saying. I'm only referring to everything I see in the video, but I still feel like at no time did I say it was right? At no time did I say what okay or whatever YK Osiris did was wrong, right? But they're alluding to That's what I'm saying. And y'all will see that's what kind of gets me upset.
Had nothing to do with his actions against
It
Suki.
does, because who's to say
Okay.
what he's doing with the transgender? Which nigga, why we know what else he got going
But
on?
even if he didn't mess with transgender, so are you saying the kiss is wrong just because he messed with transgenders, or the kiss is
I'm
wrong
saying it
because
makes it even more high risk.
I mean high risk or not high risk? I mean sexual assault is a sexual assault. It's not no in
Nigga,
between.
okay, so
I
a
think not
age
giving him
dick,
the option to know. That's what
so
I'm
you
saying.
saying a regular dick assaulting you is the same as an age dick assault?
Yes, it's
That
assault.
what you saying? No, that what you saying? It's no
Right,
different.
it's assault.
Yeah, something wrong with you.
I'll take that, but it's still assault. When
A
you
nigga,
get charged, they're not gonna
you
say no.
telling me, I want to make sure I'm hearing this
I
right.
definitely agree,
A regular
Jersey,
dick
because
assault you
y'all will hear
versus a
me.
nigga with an age dick assault you. You saying it's the same?
It still makes it sexual assault. When you get charged, it's not gonna say sexual assault with age.
Bullshit.
That's a
That's a
charge
different
within it.
charge.
That's a
It's a
charge
different
within it. You
charge.
get another
That's a
charge with
different
that one.
charge.
Attempted murder.
Yeah.
Now, true thing. Now, I don't know what they're saying is correct, but we definitely gonna find out. Okay, but we gonna finish it. But I'm definitely gonna find out if it's a difference.
It's a different charge.
Shit.
AIDS,
You
AIDS,
getting hit
yeah.
with a whole
Yeah,
nother
it's a whole
different
different
charge.
charge.
Yeah, if
Okay,
you tell people you
I'll
have
look into it and
STDs
I'll bring the
and you
facts
give it
with
to
it.
them
Okay.
willingly, that is a
You
serious
can't even have
charge. That
herpes
is
and be
a
I
fucking
mean,
bitches or excuse me,
it
women.
still would be sexual
I don't
assault.
know.
So can I say this? So when I was trying to wake it up, right? So the person that I said this was a sex worker. Not only this person was a sex worker, this individual actually brought up the point of Bobby Valentino, and they did an interview on BET and all of that stuff, right? They admitted to say that I'm a sex worker, right? So I brought it up to the sex worker. I brung it up because she was a sex worker, right? So I said, like, hey, he's doing the same thing to her in this video, like kissing her cheek and all of this extra stuff, and then want to kiss Sukiana and all of that stuff. And he's not out. No, I have never seen this man say, hey, I like this stuff, and let these women know what's going on, or give them the option to know what's going on, or anything like that, and went up to go kiss her. So no telling what the fuck else he doing. I think that DL man is the detriment to the society and community. Like y'all don't give no options. You don't tell nobody. You don't say nothing. You don't anything, right? But then you'll sit here and fuck around with the community, and then fuck around with you just dipping your hand in every single pot at this point. That's just how I feel. So even though I know she's a sex worker, that's why I wanted to bring it up, because you don't know how many niggas she's fucking around with. So that's why I said what I said. So it tied into me because the saliva, you forcing your mouth in her. She don't know if she got a cut on her lip, that you kiss her and something may happen. I don't even know what the fuck you got. So at this point, that's why I brought it up. So that's why I said what I said.
Consent is consent, y'all. Maybe, I don't know. Anything that is not a solid yes is not fucking happening.
Big facts.
Not
I
happening.
agree.
I don't care if I had the sluttiest outfit on. That does not give anybody the right to touch me or kiss me. I don't care if I was on top of tabletops, twerking, shaking ass, getting liquor poured on, all of that. None of that means anyone can come up and force kiss me. Consent is consent. Maybe, I don't know. Any of that does not count. A yes is a yes. Consent, no is no. Point blank across the boards. Right? We all on the same page?
Look, I was in my feelings at this
Absolutely.
point.
I agree with that 1,000%. I don't care if she was naked outside, pussy popping on a handstand. That don't give you the right to put the finger popper or to do any of the above. Like, I don't care if he was
Hell,
doing
I'm
her
gonna explain
OnlyFans
that. Give me
content.
one
And
second. Hell, like
so what,
yo.
she sell nudes. So
You don't think
what?
the police want to do that when
Well,
they
here's my thing.
investigate?
But
Hold
what
on.
does
What
that
about
selling nudes and actually having sex are two totally different things. How do people group that together? Saying that you want to be penetrated
Has anybody ever
and taking
actually
pictures,
went through
like
this
what?
process? So
Yeah,
no,
but
let's
just
just be
because you're
real, because I keep
OnlyFans worker
hearing
does
this.
not mean you deserve to
Has
get raped.
anybody ever went through the process of filing a report of sexual assault with the police and went through the investigation?
Yes.
Anybody? You can put it in a chat. Do they not ask you questions about your background, what you do, what you associate with?
But those is niggas that need to go to prison.
But no,
If
I'm
you
just
don't
saying,
have
like
control
in
of
real
yourself,
life, because people I keep
you
hearing
need to
people
go to
speak
prison. I
from.
don't give a fuck what the conversation is.
accountable for her own actions.
What actions?
The actions of.
If he would have called her out her name, or if he was
Shout out to R&B, okay? Queen of the 100 Side was the only person that was understanding where I was coming from. All right. But so little side note, me and L asked a question about if I put my child on birth control, am I telling her it's okay to have sex? And I say no, but you're definitely making a stance that it's possible. And the reason why I say that, because I did it with my daughter, put her on birth control, right? And I put her on birth control not because some people will say, "Oh, I put my daughter on birth control because of periods." That wasn't why I put mine on birth control. I put mine on birth control because I didn't want her to be a teen mother like I was, and that she was getting to the point where she was, liking boys, talking about boyfriends and stuff like that. So I put her on birth control to definitely prevent pregnancy. So when I say that, I say this: when they put girls on birth control, they talk to them, right? They explain it to them. They talk about sex and all that. Now, they do not say, guess what? Go have sex. But guess what? They give you a brown paper bag with condoms in it, right? And say, just protect yourself if you do it. So that's what I meant by it's possible, or making a stance that it's possible, because you are then opening a door that you could do it. We don't want you to do it, but you could do it. That's what I meant by it.
talking to her saying, "Woo woo woo, bitch, can you suck a dick?" Woo woo. Cool, but nothing justifies touching that woman.
What I heard Mickey say, she said, "I will turn you out." If I know I ain't
So
got no
what?
business on turning the nigga out,
That's like saying I can finger bang a stripper because she dancing naked in front of me.
That don't mean you actually do it.
You can't just.
Oh, pause. Okay. So while and we're almost done with this content, but listen, that just gave me an example because I don't know, it was KG or Music that gave this example about dancer. Okay. So in strip clubs, most of us have been there. Basically, what you're supposed to be allowed to do is, guess what? You may be able to maybe touch on the butt, maybe a little smack on the butt, but technically you don't supposed to be playing in no cat or nothing like that, right? The standards is that's what you're only supposed to do. You're only supposed to touch them. You don't supposed to be grabbing no titties. Now they can grab their own, but you're not supposed to touch them like that, right? But we all know some dancers will allow you to, guess what? Do other things, right? Now, if a situation arises, right, where something, sexual assault happens to a dancer, right, and the scenario before the assault, right, was that the dancer allowed things to be done outside of what the rules of the club was, what would y'all say she was accountable for opening that door, not for the assault itself, but for opening that door? Or would y'all still say that didn't matter, it was only on the after effects? Y'all let me know.
That's a nigga that need to go to prison.
Exactly.
You don't hold her accountable. She ain't did nothing.
If I had a daughter, I wouldn't tell my daughter.
That's your personal preference. We're talking about what's real.
I get that, but what I'm saying,
that's all we talking about.
If my daughter was to go and be,
that's what you gonna tell your daughter.
Yeah,
you would say you deserve to have that done to you.
I wouldn't say you deserve to have that done to you.
That's crazy.
When
Y'all
you're
women
dealing
is
with men, you don't know how they were raised. You don't know their
that,
upbringing.
the niggas like that need to go to prison.
They do. So
YK Osiris blogs, he should go to prison.
What I'm saying is,
straight the fuck up.
If a woman,
or line it up with one of her closest male, whatever, and let him beat the fuck out of him. And I think Meek Mill, I think he's a motherfucking potential sexual predator for putting that text out there.
What text he put out, Wack?
I said
what
that.
text did he put out?
He's a young bull. Don't counsel him for a mistake he made.
That
I want
nigga,
to see you getting that YK. Hey, look, little nigga, you out of line for what the fuck you did.
that nigga told Suki
I
to
think
Hold on.
Motherfucker.
Can we get that text so we can see what he said on that desk? That's
Yeah, hold
Shit
on.
on the
He
block.
told her to handle it on some
just
free shit. Excuse me?
Yeah, he definitely told
So
her.
just to land my
I
plane
read
though, I
it
was saying from
earlier.
experience, when you go file a report, the police is going to ask you these questions. They're going to want to know your background. So although we're saying, oh, that has
shit don't
nothing to
matter.
do with it, it will in the investigation where
That
I'm
shit
speaking for
don't matter.
experience. If you file a
Her
report, they're going
background
to
ain't
ask
gonna
you.
matter.
This is why
That
so
is
many
not gonna matter.
prostitutes or so many sex workers don't do it. Look at the documentaries on it because they say they want to put, because this is my life, in the spotlight. So again, y'all are sitting here like coming at me. I'm just speaking from a
That
fact
still don't
point.
mean that
It
they
doesn't change it, but that's
won't
the
convict.
no. I'm never saying it's not. What I'm saying is they're gonna
So a
ridicule.
nigga
They're
got his
gonna
right to
ask
put
these
his fingers in a
questions.
bitch pussy in the strip club because she dancing naked in front of him?
No, but guess what? The police is gonna ask if that's what she's into or if she ever done it
No,
when
they're
she done
not.
filed
No,
this
they're
report.
not. They're gonna ask, where were you at?
Okay.
Strip
Thanks.
club. They're gonna say,
Okay.
did she give you consent to put your fingers inside her vagina? That's what they're gonna
I'll
ask.
present my facts because I'm gonna tell you. I know what I'm talking about. They ask these questions, but I'll bring it back up once I get the facts from real situation where I will
Facts.
research
I
it and
don't
present it.
understand. Fact. What the fuck is the world coming to? Like, what do you mean?
The
Facts.
police didn't do his
Did
job then if he just said that.
she tell a nigga, come over here and show me?
No, but what my
I don't
stance
want to
and
hear that.
y'all just most of y'all Wag, Tommy, Aaliyah, when I said they're gonna still want to know about her background, y'all say that has nothing to do with it, and that's not
Because
how
at
it
the
goes.
end of the day, when you hit that courtroom, right? When you hit that courtroom, you could talk about I wouldn't give a fuck. She was a prostitute for 32 years. Okay.
Courtroom is
Did
one
you
thing.
force
Open
yourself?
investigation
Did you
is
force
another.
yourself on? Did you force yourself on her? Yes. Did you pay her to do this? No. What her being a prostitute for 32 years got to do with it?
Yeah, it don't have nothing. You could be married, and if you tell your husband no, you could take him to court for sexual
Right in the
assault.
middle of a
Yeah.
stroke.
Again,
It's called marital rape.
if y'all have not filed a report, then I guess y'all wouldn't know the process. But before it gets to the court, before a judge or a jury hears it, you have to walk into or call the police to come out to you, and they're going to ask you these uncomfortable questions. They're going to want to know what you do in your personal life outside of the situation that you're reporting, and that's a fact.
And all the DA is gonna base it on, ain't got nothing to do with the court. The district attorney's gonna look and see if it was foul fucking play. That's it. Did she give you consent? No. Did you force? Yes. Is there video? Yes. Okay, you saying that to say what? That's like saying
Okay.
I come to work here every day. So
So
you
I would say
robbed the place.
this.
You robbed the place because you see them.
I was aggravated
The
at this
money
point.
you took is money you see them burn. Yeah, you know they let me in here every day. You know what? They shouldn't be burning money in front of them. They didn't want to hire them. You telling me that's how that's gonna go?
Now,
Well, no,
Mickey,
but I'm
Mickey
gonna
is
leave the
stressed. I get what you.
conversation.
Well, here's the thing,
Because
Mickey.
people
I
are
get
taking
what
it
you
as
said.
I'm
Shit
defending.
crazy as
I
a
I'm
didn't
mother.
even realize
nobody.
Jerry's
I'm
talking.
just saying
Our
from
women in
experience. I
trouble.
know
All
how the
kind of
process
motherfuckers in
works,
trouble.
but y'all got it.
That nigga sick in the motherfucking head, man. That nigga is sick to think. Let me tell you what's even sicker. To watch him walk
I
away
don't think so,
and
Jersey,
get
to
in
be
the
honest.
security guard dude and flap around like a little kid. Y'all didn't see that?
I did. He was
Eyes
excited.
wide closed, nothing but teeth showing. And
All right, y'all. So we have listened to the first part of the conversation, right? And then we listen to the part when Wet 100 comes in, right? So we already established the narrative or the topic, the center point of the conversation changed from part one to part two, right? Originally, part one was talking about the situation as a whole. We had people talking about the background of Sukiana. We had people talking about her being over sexualized. We had people talking about a different situation with her and Drewski, you know what I'm saying? And then you hear me say, oh, well, let me watch the video, right? Then you hear me say, well, if I'm going to start from the point A of the video and work my way down to point Z, right? I say the responsibility in the beginning that or accountability, let me use my words right. Accountability was on both sides, right? And I went on to say, however, Osiris is still wrong, right? For that. Then you also hear me say that I didn't watch the video that's just a kiss. I watched the first video where you hear what she said. Now, fast forward to when Wet 100 comes in, he's straight at the point of the violation, which I didn't dispute that he violated her, right? But he went straight to that. That was to him the only thing that mattered in the whole discussion of the topic. So in that time, you still hear me say the same thing I was saying in part one, right? I'm saying I get what y'all saying, right? I'm getting what you're saying, Wet. It's not right. That's not fair. You know, that's not like, you know, she didn't give consent. However, I'm still sticking to looking at what I observed in the whole video. So, truth team, from what has been presented, y'all heard it straight off the replay. Despite what I'm summarizing, y'all heard it. Do y'all agree with Wet 100 that Mickey Truth was condoning women being violated? Or do y'all feel like Mickey Truth was describing the whole video scenario, but not placing blame on just one person? Y'all let me know in the chat. Honest answer. Because I told Wack I was going to bring it to my truth team, and they was going to tell me unbiasedly, right, which one is which. So, I need y'all to put Wack 100, if y'all agree with Wack 100, about his stance. Or put Mickey, if y'all agree with me, that I wasn't condoning nothing. I'm just talking about the video. And I think it's a little bit more. So while y'all putting in the chat, I think it's a little bit more before we get into talking about Melly. Because we talked about Melly too on here. But let me see.
And slapping the dude on the arm like he's a little kid. Like, did you see that? You didn't see that?
Nah, we didn't get that video.
He was looking
Is
for
that the same?
validation. Yeah, he wanted him to be like,
You
yeah,
didn't
I
see
see what
that?
you're
Nah, they
saying.
put up a
Yeah,
video. It was like they was doing that shit together. Like he walked up. The video I seen, it was just like he grabbed her on the cheek and they had like a friendly kiss. That was what I seen.
No friendly kiss. That girl was trying
That's
to
what
get
I'm
away from
saying. This
that
is the
nigga.
video that we seen right.
All right, now shout out to Beast. Y'all even hear Beast in that moment say what video he saw, because he saw the same video I saw originally. Because to be honest, it was me and him against almost the whole stage in the beginning. So that's the thing too. Y'all don't be shy, dude. Look, I told Wack I'm gonna tell him who Truth Team said was in whose side they took. So y'all put a Wack 100 or Wack in the chat if y'all agree with his stance on how I was sounding, or y'all put Mickey if y'all get where I was coming from, and I didn't pass no blame on, especially for on Sukiana. I never passed like blame for the situation on her. Y'all tell me in the chat.
Right now this morning, that's what the video I'm going off of.
That nigga walked up from behind, grabbed her motherfucking jawbone.
Music, if you don't pick a name,
trying to get away
you
from
need to put a sentence.
While the other
He
niggas sat
walks
there and
away,
watched.
walks away. Yeah, the nigga Duval, he's a bitch. Duval, you's a bitch.
Funny Marco was up there.
All them niggas that watch that shit is weird. But this weird, the so-called street nigga that they be talking about, yeah, this where we come in. I guarantee you, that'd have been game. A motherfucking Snoop Dogg sitting there. I guarantee they'd have snatched him up. Fuck you doing, man?
Music, anybody ask no emoji.
Yeah, did you hear with Meek Mills? I don't know if Tommy here. I want her to read the link at the
weird
top.
as fuck.
What they
He
do,
gonna tell her to handle it in the street. Tommy, my beautiful. Can you read that link at the top? This is what he said. Yeah,
I don't know, because I don't want to get into that part of it yet. I'm gonna say that for later. This is solely about who view of it. Is this it? That's hold on.
It's track YNW Melly's mom.
Okay, that's enough part. And I'm actually gonna play that in a minute because they're trying to come for me again on that. I might, you know what? Now that I'm thinking about it, I might need to put their ass in the title. Okay.
kind of gun it was. 2, motherfucking.
Shout out to Ebony. You know what? Music, really. All right, hold on. Let me see. Maybe that was it. Maybe that was it.
And protect Suki. Osiris, you a DH. Go back to church and stop following the heathens. Then he also said, y'all drawing a big line between men and women nowadays on social media. It's getting bad.
Brittany, me and Wack and a couple
shaming,
people
judging
on
and
the 100
gaslighting.
page just want to have a difference of
And
opinions.
there's a lot of people who need strength, especially young black men. He might got a rumble.
You know me, I had to come over here and get a tally of who think they're who is who, right? Wack is saying I'm condoning sexual assault on women, and I'm saying that I never said that. I was just saying we have to hold everybody accountable for their actions, right? So they wasn't too happy with that stance.
Suki's brother or anything, but this same internet tear each other down and stuff. Suki can do what she wants and feels violated, but let me mind my business. Then he also said, don't do this to him, please. He's a good kid. Just slap him. He gotta let you something. We don't need our young bulls torn down for mistakes this hypersexual era. I support Suki, but hold that shit down on some street shit. So that's what 50, not 50, but Meek
I
Mill
don't
had
even
to
know
say.
what the fuck that means.
So he want her to get down with
Fuck
him.
is that talking about in this?
What's up, Classic?
Not
Is
in
she
the
in the
streets because
streets?
the kids they retarded. These little kids.
Right.
Meek Mill is one doofy nigga. I swear to God, that's a dorky ass doofy
Got
nigga.
a
I swear to
13-year-old
God.
mindset.
And yeah, I guess he was talking about her brother, but yeah, that shit was corny to even say. He was like, she might have to take the fade with her brother. So I don't know if he's talking about the streets with that.
I maybe that's the end of it. But so far, look, White 100 Truth Team said no, I was not condoning assault on women. However, they did tell me it was distasteful to say that she should be held accountable for opening the door with the flirting in the first video. Okay. So I would yield to the Truth Team because I know y'all definitely will come from an unbiased standpoint. That, maybe, right? I still say what I say, right? I still stand on what I say about we need to hold everybody accountable, not to blame, though. I feel like, just like Music said earlier, he's firm on saying, oh, okay, what's his name? Oh, YK Osiris should be held accountable, and I definitely agree. And he should face consequences to show other little boys coming up that that's not okay. And I feel the same way with the girls. Like, we need to hold ourselves accountable to not open doors. And I'm not saying by opening a door, you're asking for it. What I'm saying is, if we don't open the door, it's no gray area, right? Because if I say, like, for example, I gave y'all the example when I go out, I don't let, whether you're a salesperson, whether you're a homeless person, I'm not engaging in a conversation with you. If you say, ma'am, I'm saying, no, thank you. I'm going to keep walking, right? Compared to sitting there and opening the door by stopping and saying, yes, now you're allowing somebody to get close to you. You get what I'm saying? And till, something else can transpire. So that's my whole stance on that. Oh, okay. Shout out to Trigger Man. Welcome over to the Truth Team. So let me put it all together. Mickey True definitely still say accountability is across the board. I do understand where it could have been misconstrued if you don't take accountability as first steps in a situation like that where it will be distasteful. But nevertheless, I do feel like we should teach the kids that's coming up accountability is definitely key, right? You want me to apologize? I know Jersey is not saying no. Look, Jersey, did you tell Skull to go apologize? Because he had the same stance as me. Now Jersey telling me to apologize. Who am I apologizing to? Y'all just got to take this so far. Oh, okay. She said no. How am I saying? Not me. Who I'm apologizing to? Okay. But yeah. So across the board, y'all know I really stay out of the gray area. I stick to just the my one little straight line. I definitely feel like opening the door, I probably should have explained it, but I felt like it was like kind of, there to know when I meant open the door, I don't mean you was consenting. I meant you, oh yeah, okay, got you. I meant that some things, if we kind of just shut it down, then, because and I'm gonna move on to the Melly thing. The reason why I'm so big on that door, like the door analogy, is because if the door isn't never open, it's no room for gray area. So many times, especially in sexual assault cases, right? It's always that your word against mine because of that gray area, right? Because if you sit there and be like, okay, let's do like parties. How many times have we heard stories of a woman getting drunk, passing out, getting raped, right? She go report it. They're going to ask all the questions, right? But then the first thing we hear, well, you shouldn't have got drunk and passed out, right? Taken away from the assault or the rape. Compared to if we hold everybody accountable, teach them accountability, then we can prevent some of that from happening, right? We can lower the number of assaults because now it's no gray area. Now the guy, because you went and told the police, I blacked out, I don't know what happened. So now the guy, although he assaulted you, now he can say, oh, well, she was rubbing on me. You already said you can't remember. So it's kind of just put the numbers against us. So yes, that he did issue an apology. And she did some tweets. My whole thing with this though was just a reaction to the conversation on Clubhouse with me, because Wax I was condoning sexual assault, But nevertheless, I just feel like it's so much gray area, and that's why a lot of because we all know people do lie, but a lot of the real sexual assault cases may go uncharged or unfounded because it's always gray area, right? It's always, well, you should have did this, or well, you shouldn't have did that, compared to everybody's accountable and we try to prevent it. Just my theory. I'm just one person, okay? But to anybody, young or old, that listens to me, that know I'm coming from a good place, hold yourself accountable. Try to do what you can to lessen your chances of encountering certain situations. And that's not just on a sexual assault case, that's anywhere. Even kidnapping, all that. If someone is approaching you that you don't know, don't stop to talk. Continue on getting your car locked door. That type of thing. That's what I mean by shutting the door. Don't let it stay open. All right. That's my little learning experience. I'm definitely going to text Wack and tell him, no, the people say I was not condoning it at all. Okay. Now I'm going to finish playing this because we're about to talk about Melly. And then so we're going to talk about, we're going to listen to the 100 stage in the morning show. And then we're going to go into the trial. So y'all know I was going to stop and do another live. I'm just going to stay on this live. Hey, forget it, because it's so much to start a whole new live. So let's listen to this and then keep it going. Make sure you like, comment, share, subscribe. Tell a friend to pull up. And don't forget, we are looking for Little Boosie, okay? They say he's in jail, but no paperwork has dropped yet. So we're definitely going to get to that too. So let's listen to it.
But yeah, that was foul.
Damn, what if her brother not even that type of dude? He might
That
go to
ain't even nothing to be
college.
said on the internet.
Exactly. I'm confused.
I think it's better to stay quiet
It was
sometimes.
really like a contradicting ass shit. He was going back and forth, like trying to clean some shit up. He gonna say people could do what they want to do, but I'ma mind my business, like insinuating because she's out there or some shit.
You already spoke, nigga.
It can't be I love
Mute up, me.
It can't be
Mute the fuck up, me.
It can't be I love Suki, but not too much on
The young
not
guy.
too much
Don't
on
be so
YK, the
hard on
young
him.
bull.
What
He's a
the
good
fuck?
kid. He's a good kid. And then the shade to her really was the fact that he brought up the fact that we are in a hypersexual era. Whether we are or we aren't, sex sells. People are going to do what they need to do in order to make whatever money that they need to make, but that doesn't necessarily mean that should open up that gate for people to come in and do whatever they want to you because you present yourself in a certain
It's
way.
something called rights. Everybody has their fucking rights. No matter what the fuck you do, that does not warrant anybody putting.
Walk off real quick. Thought it was on that. What? Oh yeah. Okay, Cyrus did definitely issue an apology. Some people say they don't think he's sincere, or none of that. But I mean, that's a whole different topic as far as apologies with situations like that. I don't know. I wish he would have. Wish it wouldn't have happened, but he's gonna learn because I think he had a whole situation with what was that, Drake or something. Yeah, we're definitely judgmental. even me, I had to think about it sometimes. Although I try not to be, I am. And it's about this. And look, to be honest, my judgmental stuff shows in just a minute. Watch this.
Sloppy.
Now
Yeah,
that right there, I was not
that
gonna say
seems
the
sloppy.
person name. I wasn't gonna say their name.
I'll say it. That's fine. I'll say
Okay.
Okay.
Hold on, Paul. Dre, what's up? Yo. I did not realize you was coming off the mic earlier. I just overtalked you. And look, Dre was like, but Mickey, yeah, I get what you're saying. I was just like, yeah. Man, I was so like on one. My bad, Dre.
So the witness last name is Mills. Mills says that him, Melly, Bortland, and Track all got in the car, went to a wooden area that Bortland pointed out. Bortland then took them to an area of that area to look for the weapons. Mills then said he was the one that found the bloody 40 caliber pistol and handed it off to Track. And that's the statement.
All right. Is Track being charged with murder too, or accessory? Or
Track has not been charged with any crimes related to this case. However, he is listed in the state's discovery as one of 3 potential individuals that could be part of an investigation in relation to this case at some point. And that was filed in February of this year.
See, that's sloppy on the prosecution part, because if that statement was true, they was supposed to pin Track down for being an accessory after the fact and have him testify that they actually passed off the weapon.
Classy, what you talking about? Who is the you? And who is the you you're referring to? I'm trying to read it. Let me read it out loud. Sometimes that help me understand it better. I'm having to get more details on this. Off bat, rape is not cool, and we do not have to address, and we do have to address how you put yourself out there to the point people think you're with certain things. Got you. Okay. I was like, huh? Okay, I got you though. Yeah, and I agree with that too. But again, hold on, because I'm about to put myself back in the wheel because somebody gonna just take that one part. But again, it still doesn't provide consent, although whatever they're into. Let me put that back out there. But I get where you're coming from, Classic.
Weapon to him. Without that, it just sounds like a story.
See,
or did he just give that statement in February? When did he give that statement?
And this is why
it's a reason they didn't.
Yeah, and see, it'd be hard
One mic on Mickey.
to kind of go because everybody hasn't followed it or read it. So it's kind of like it's a lot of pieces that happened in the last 4 years. So as far as Track, y'all can listen to what he's saying in interviews. He kind of touched on it here and there, but not in depth. But at one point, Track was a suspect. They did raid his house his storage unit. I mean, so they did do all that, right? However, he did provide a deposition. That deposition is not public. He did provide the cell phone of Melly to the prosecution. Now, in his words, they subpoenaed him. In their words, he provided it. So it's kind of just up to you how you want to take that. But like I said, this was 2019 when the charges was actually filed. In 2023, Track, his wife, and YNW Melly's mom is still listed on the document to be potential parts of an investigation on this case. Is weird. But again, he hasn't been officially charged with anything to this case. But that doesn't mean that in the background, and we all know on these cases, is people working in the background that we cannot see, people working in the background that got these proffers and these secret
Brittany, okay, we about to actually watch it in a minute.
Nah, bullshit. Discovery's already didn't happen. That's cap.
What part is cap?
Y'all be. That's cap. See you.
All right, now this is the same room. So this is round 2. I don't know. It seems like once a month, me and Wack kind of clash heads. So this is round 2. We are now getting into the legal system. Mickey Truth versus Wack 100. Shout out to the 100 side, man.
You good at at after the shit is done going through paperwork. Before you go to trial, right? You got to lay everything out that you got.
Right.
Everything.
So let me ask you this way.
The only way the defense could defend.
Right. So
whatever motherfucking witnesses, whatever the fuck you in the discovery hearings, you got to lay it all out.
So that's so what? It's a document that was filed February of this year, right? That lists Track, YNW Melly's mom, and Track's wife.
It could be listed or whatever. If they choose to use them, the motherfucking defense got to know. If they don't choose to use them, then they don't choose to use them. Just because they named as suspect or witnesses or potential what from the beginning don't mean that that's how it's going to pan out.
So that's what I'm saying. Like I said he hasn't been charged. None of them has been charged, right? What I'm saying is they're still listed, right, as being potentially investigated on this case now.
Just because you investigate it don't mean like.
Okay, so what I'm saying is a person that was implicated in the beginning, right, of being the one who disposed of the weapon. Okay, they did search his stuff. He never been charged, all that. So 4 years later, you're still listed as being a part of the investigation. Why is
he on the motherfucking DA's list to call to the stand?
That is not public. That's what I'm saying. They're only.
Well, no, but what I'm saying is, Mickey, you're good at when the paperwork comes out. I'm good at motherfucking fighting the case.
Right. So why would he be listed on the Brady material? That's what I'm asking.
I don't give a fuck about what he's listed as. They already know from that discovery hearing who the fuck is taking that stand. Ain't no surprise attacks for two taking the stand.
Right. So that's why I'm asking. Why would he be listed on the Brady material? Brady material is material that they have to provide to the defense because it could be used
because maybe they're not using them.
Okay.
What about what I'm saying on the stand? This motherfucker in 2019 don't mean that's what they doing in 2023.
That's what I'm saying. Where in 2023 he is listed as part of Brady material. So I'm asking, why would he be listed if he's done with the case?
Well, maybe he is taking.
That's what I was just trying to say. What?
The defense attorney knows what I'm telling you. Every motherfucking witness that's taking that stand, that DA know. That fucking defense attorney knows.
Hey, so wait, they don't need a certain amount of time. That's called Jinx Act violation, and I'll put.
Hey, wait, they don't need. They gotta put all that on the table. Like,
put all that on the table, bro.
See, that's what I said yesterday.
Yeah, the nigga called discovery. The discovery is showing everything you're going to use against this man, this individual.
That's what I said. They were saying. I was like, if they had a witness they was gonna call, they gotta have that on the table right now. The game done started. They put a new all that right now.
So what y'all saying is technically what I'm saying, right? Y'all saying they have to present everything to the defense that they're going to.
Mickey, y'all told me that the state had 72 hours to present the
No, they have 72 hours to name their next witness. So again, what I'm saying is these people are listed on the Brady material. But what I said yesterday was we won't know who's going to take the stand. The defense knows at least 72 hours in advance. So all these people that's listed on this list, right? They even in the YSL, they have all these witnesses. The defense doesn't know at that point which order everybody's going to come. The defense and the state has
Not
72
knowing
hours.
order, see you spinning right now. I knew you was going to say that. Order versus not knowing who's going to take the stand is two total
Right, I
different
never
fucking things.
said they didn't know who. See, Bang is mixing it up. I said yesterday that they have to give 72-hour notice when the witness is going to take the stand. I didn't say that they didn't know who all the witnesses are on the case. Now, today, what I'm saying is, why would Track be listed on Brady material in 2023 if he is no longer on the case at all? That's what I was saying today.
He's listed as a witness, right? On the defense, on the DA side.
Well, the paper is just Brady material saying these people, they have to let the defense know, are still possibly hold on, let me get the document. Because I don't want to mix up the words. Hold on. Hi, y'all. So look, I've been windmilling all day, okay? That's all I'm saying. It's been a long day. Shout out to White 100. Shout out to the whole 100 ENT. But we're about to get into the YNW Melly's side. The conversation that you just heard with me and Wack, and I think Bang was in the mix of it. Justice. I was basically explaining, right, the details of Track, the manager of Melly, right? And I'll be trying to stay out of the paperwork because everybody haven't read it. So I've been trying to just go, with the trial. But some of the things I can't help but to dig into the paperwork because it's just like, but it's right there. And it kind of gets people confused. But nevertheless, it's just, the truth team, we be over here, we get into paperwork. Y'all know we look at the trial. I'll show y'all some documents. And we kind of piece it together. Now, what's interesting is, do y'all know who took the stand today? Anybody know? Felicia Holmes took the stand today. If y'all was on night, yes, I still got my Harry Potter roll. So Monday night, right? We went over the deposition of Felicia Holmes. And today she took the stand. So we are about to get into it. Right. So I don't know who all was here, but hey. From what I heard, because I tried my best not to look at it before we had a chance to look at it together. But from what I heard, the pieces I heard, is pretty much what we read in deposition. But we're gonna hear, and I heard she was definitely
Rollo,
combative.
Rollo was my pot.
Definitely combative for sure. Prosecution don't have a strong case, and most likely on Tuesday the judge gonna grant a mistrial. Well, what a way to ruin my vision or my anticipation. Lamar, like, yo, it's about to be over me. Don't even worry about it. Shout out to the truth team, man. Here we go. Boom, 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 boom. And she right though. Now, let me ask y'all this before we get into the trial itself. Do y'all feel if a mistrial does happen that they will pick the case back up? Because y'all know they do have an option to pick the case back up. Do y'all think they're gonna pick the case back up? All right, where should we start? I think we're just gonna go with the key points. All right, so I got some people saying they doubt it's gonna be a mistrial. All right, so let's start with this one. Look, let me get my new piece of paper.
Take my notes. All right. Public opinion court of the truth team is in session. I am the Honorable Internet Fake Judge, Mickey Truth, and we are about to hear court testimony from a real life trial. And we are playing clue. None of the information that we're about to go over has nothing to do with us. So all information used in this video is per the Fair Use Act, okay? For entertainment, educational purposes only, and any conclusions that any of y'all draw is on you, not me, okay? All right. Let's see what I didn't call Lamar Omar. What'd you say? I believe they will retry and the lead prosecution gonna be out of the job. Yeah, she had 4 years. 4 years to get it together.
First objection would be relevance. I think Florida statute 9401 defines relevance as evidence tending to prove or disprove a material fact. There was not a single video that you witnessed there that implicates in any way any fact and issue in this case. I want the court to be aware of what a Snapchat account is versus a video off of a phone.
This is gonna be real bad.
You can access that Snapchat account from your computer that's right before you. So a Snapchat account or any social media account is not particular to a device. This is contents from an account that exists in the cloud or on the platform of Snapchat and is not peculiar to a particular device. So it doesn't identify a device. It identifies a social media account. The notion that anything a defendant says can and will be used against him is an issue of hearsay. It's not a relevancy issue. None of those videos I haven't heard, and I think that probably we're putting cart before the horse by making me object to the relevance before she advances her theory of relevance. But the fact is, unless I'm missing something, there is nothing there that concerns the events of October 26, 2018 in anything. As far as the messages are concerned, it's similar.
Now we're talking about what's in writing, correct?
What's in writing is essentially a dump from that account, a selective dump, I think from August the 3rd through some date in November. If the state is indicating that there are messages there that relate to the offense, then the state should isolate those messages and make its argument as to what the relevance of those statements are. But to suggest that you can just dump all statements that somebody makes since birth until the time of their trial, and because it's non-hearsay because it's a statement of the defendant. And by the way, these are exchanges. So a relevancy objection, a hearsay objection relates to the statements of the defendant, not the ones that are made back to him in any kind of conversational exchange. Those statements themselves are hearsay because they aren't statements of the defendant. And I'm making this argument assuming, because I'm dealing with relevancy, assuming that those statements are indeed statements of the defendant, which I'm not conceding. They have to have some relevance to this trial and facts and issue at this trial.
Oh, good talking lawyer there.
There are some statements that I observed that seem to be some maybe terse or conversations between him and any person that might cast him in a poor light because of the manner in which he communicates.
Yeah, I remember.
How is that relevant to this case? So relevance is number one. A statement has to be relevant. So each statement the state would have to establish the relevance of each statement in isolation prior to it being admitted into evidence. Saying these are all from his phone and therefore they're all his statements and this is a business record exception and therefore they get in doesn't cut it. As far as authenticity is concerned, and that's our relevance objection. Relevance must be established. I'll cite the court authenticity issues or authentication issues concern Rule Florida Statute 9.901. And I'll cite the court to some case law that doesn't necessarily deal with social media, it deals with text messages and emails. Simonet. I can't remember if it's Simonet State or State versus Simonet, but
to be honest,
100 Southern 3rd 180, which stands for concerns text on a cell phone.
First and foremost.
And it indicates, these were some notes that I took down because I didn't realize she was going to be trying to bring this in today. We had asked for some indication as to the witnesses. And I think this is the only day we didn't get any indication. And so there's an element of ambush. But nonetheless.
I'm not as brave as I was before you came.
Got so many screens.
In the Simonet case, it stands for some legal principles that were articulated in that holding that I took note of. One, in that case, there was concern regarding the admission of screenshots of text messages, communications. And the court said it was okay because there was a witness that testified that she was sitting next to the defendant in a car when the texts were made. And the detective recovered a cell phone from the defendant, and the witness identified the text messages between her and the defendant. In other words, there was a party to the communication who was able to authenticate the communication and who the participants are. Another case is Roy, which is 279 Southern 3rd 238.
Yeah.
279 what?
Did I
Southern
hear that
3rd.
right? So now I feel like it's about to start eating away. Now we're only on day 4. But, okay, y'all remember the other night, I think it was day 2, we were talking. No, I'm not tired, but I'm like not sleepy, but but day 2, we were talking about the Arthur hearing for Bortland, remember? And remember in that hearing, the prosecutor who's on this case was like, the bulk of our case, or the majority, I can't remember what word, of our case is from the cell phones, okay? So if the defense is already chopping down evidence from those phones and all that, I don't know. I mean, it's still early. But whoa. If witnesses that corroborated a lot of this phone information, now, of course, they don't need a witness for the whole mapping of the locations, but remember I told y'all on day 1, the only connection saying that Melly allegedly was on scene of the shooting is that FaceTime he had with his girlfriend at the time. So if they knocking that type of stuff down, he might have a glimmer of hope. I don't know.
3rd 238, which concerns emails and texts. And these were emails that were admitted through the investigator that was posing as a 14-year-old in what appears to be a case that concerned some sort of a pedophile sting. And the investigator involved in the
Hold on. Did I miss? Is he speaking like a prejudice right now? I'm gonna let it play out. Come on, so what the world they got to do with this?
exchange. The investigator was involved in the exchange and the emails of the text. One of the quotes that I took from that case says, most common way to identify social media, which would be this, and things akin to social media, is to let the author testify that they're the ones who generated or created it. So there's somebody that is involved in the exchange of the communication that can attest to the fact that they created it or were involved in it and identify the parties that were involved in the exchange. When a participant is used to authenticate electronic exchange, the focus is on the witness's ability to identify the person against whom the communication is offered. In criminal cases, the person communicating with the target of the investigation must be able to identify the target through some personal knowledge or experience. So this establishes that there has to be somebody who participated in the communication, who authenticates the participants in the exchange, and must be able to identify the participants in the exchange.
Your Honor. Specifically, authentication for the purpose of admission is a relatively low threshold that only requires a prima facie showing that the proper evidence is authentic. I'm reading on the 9th page of notes 5 and 6. Your Honor. Lamb case goes on to state that
DA don't look
authentication
happy.
for the purpose of admission is the ultimate determination of authenticity of the evidence is a question for the fact finder. Evidence may be authenticated by appearance, content, substance, internal patterns, whether distinctive to a person, with the circumstances.
That we
In
did.
addition, the evidence may be
maybe a little more detail
by using extrinsic evidence or by showing that it meets the requirements for self-authentication. With regards to the evidence that's before Your Honor, the defense is not agreeing that it's his account. So then the burden is on the state to prove that it's his account. As such, the evidence itself shows that it's authentic, as it is the defendant in every single.
Oh, I can't wait. I heard yesterday was boring.
In terms of the
but I heard today was good.
Statements, they are relevant. They go to the issue and fact of whether or not he committed these two homicides.
And yes, I'm eating candy.
The contents of the questions are important for giving context. An answer without any context doesn't give the fact finder, the jury, any way to meaningfully evaluate the statements. So based on the standard, which is low for authentication, the state has done that by the business record certification and the fact that the email address and everything else will be linked up in other witnesses as well, showing that that was the defendant's particular iCloud account that is the username. It's also important to note, Your Honor, that while the individuals, it doesn't tie it to a specific device, it ties it to a specific individual because it's a unique logon and username and password, just like an email account, that it was used by this defendant.
Thank you. Anything else, Counsel?
Yes, Your Honor. There are statements there that, in the conversations that started on October 3rd. October 3rd, this
these are
incident occurred on the 26th. The state is making a blanket assertion that these statements go to demonstrate his complicity in these homicides. Each statement has to be identified and the argument has to be made as to each such statement by itself so the court can have a way of evaluating the purported relevance. They can't just say they're relevant to the homicide. That is insufficient. And if they do not identify each particular statement and the relevance of each particular statement, then dumping them all in on some blanket assertion that they're relevant would be error. And it would invite error. And it would prejudice Mr. Demons irreparably. So Context for what? He's having an argument, a discussion with somebody on October 3rd. If they're saying that that constitutes some plan that establishes premeditation, then let them advance that argument. They have not referenced a single one of those conversations with specificity and advanced some argument that ties it to a fact and issue in this case. So I would say that on the relevance alone, the state fails to make a showing that would allow the court to even properly analyze the question at issue.
Thank you. I'm going to defer ruling out. Take a look at your cases that you just sent. We're going to take a short recess. Mr. Demers, you need a restroom break? Yeah.
What else? I'm glad. Look, you moving and shaking. I was like, look at Coco. This here, okay, has definitely been something. I think I'm gonna do it this way. I think this is gonna be the best way instead of going bits and pieces. What it do, Loud Pet? So what I understood so far is that the text message, well, not text messages, the Snapchat messages that we were reading the other night, so they got thrown out, right? That's the one where you know who was mentioned. And remember, we was looking at the ID listed, and we were like, well, it could be Melly, but it could also possibly, maybe, in our opinion, be Track, because one of the messages said, hey, this is Track, Melly's manager. Reasonable doubt. Truth team, look. Truth team, let me just say, we're like 2 days in advance, okay? Because if they're presenting it today, we literally went over these text messages and put the reasonable doubt 2 days ago, right? And then we already went through the deposition for the key witness today 2 days ago. So we on to something for sure. Make sure y'all are liking the live, okay? I need y'all to share the live. I need y'all to run my comments up. Engagement is key. And definitely tell a friend to pull up, because we're getting into the trial, okay? Now, interesting. Okay. Okay, we don't want to hear that part. What part of it? This is definitely... I ain't gonna lie. The trial is definitely more interesting as far as what's actually taking place than I thought it would be. Voice box, what's up? That's interesting. So the Snapchat. Oh, so listen. So I know because most of y'all don't watched it, but so are you saying? Because remember the text, the messages that we read that could have been from Track or Melly, allegedly, maybe somebody else, right? Does that include the Snapchat message when the girlfriend said she was conversating and he like quote unquote confessed? Did that include that in that or no? I actually just want to see how Melly looked when he walked in court. That's why I moved it from this part. Yeah. Do y'all know if that's including that? Because if that doggone Snapchat where the girlfriend originally said that he confessed, or the girlfriend mom originally said he confessed to something, if that's thrown out too with the rest of this, man, I don't know. It may be some doubt. Maybe some doubt. Hey, how long it take to come in? What's up, Joseph? They tried showing a video on Snapchat Melly with a gun in him. Listening for them bang, kill your son. Lord. Now look at Music. He said Melly was coming home 2 days ago. No, you didn't. Music, you sure you said that? Because sworn you was like Melly was gonna get extra charges, not coming home at all. Because you said all the evidence pointed to that he was guilty. I think that's what you said on your live the other night, Music. You and your peoples, man. I don't know. I think Music is in cahoots. Shout out to Music 101. Appreciate that promo, okay? Your people have been coming through Music for sure. All I keep saying, Music 101 sent me. Music, I know you said it, Music. Music like, nah, look at my title. I don't think I've said it, but I definitely felt like the they let him walk in. I don't know why I thought that he was gonna be in shackles and stuff coming in.
Individually would require her to establish the relevance.
Okay, so we already watched that.
Can you
Who is this lady?
With the photo that could be potentially an issue on the.
All right, so we just went through the Snapchat messages got thrown out. I don't know who this lady is. Let's see who this is.
You state your full legal name for the record. Tara Helson. You spell your first and last name for the report. Tarah, last name Helsel.
Hold on, pause. Did she just like hesitate to know what her name was? Oh, I got you, Ted. Okay. So Ted said, yeah, they don't do that. They don't want to taint the jury's mind. But did y'all catch that she was looking like she was confused with her name? What her name was?
Please have a seat.
No, this is my first time looking at it. Music. I haven't watched it today.
Okay. Microphone in front of you, who's up or down, doesn't go back.
Okay.
Ready?
Yep.
Counselor, go ahead and proceed.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you
she got
yourself to the jury and tell them where you're currently employed?
Yes, my name is Tara Helsel, and I work at RJB Group.
And in what capacity do you work at?
I am a forensic scientist and the manager of the forensics department.
How long have you been employed by RJB?
Since November of 2016.
Oh, is this
your
about
background into your education?
Autopsies? Yes, I have a Bachelor of Science degree in forensics.
Hold on, because it's kind of sound like maybe they're about to talk about the autopsy, possibly. She seemed like she would be the coroner too. Let me see. What's the one from yesterday? Oh, no, I ain't see that. Yo, Music, I told you yesterday I wasn't feeling. It was boring. You know, I know a lot of people think I might be into like all that forensic style stuff, but I learned yesterday I'm not, because I literally was nodding off. Okay, I think towards the end of the live, I actually played my old live with the paperwork and I went to sleep. I ain't gonna cap. All right, y'all, this is my disclosure, whatever word you want to call it. Viewer discretion is advised, trigger warning possible, because we are, I believe, about to talk or listen to the ME, medical examiner. And just to be, make sure we're ahead of the game, just be mindful what we might do. Did Music. Music, yeah, it was more than I seen it because it was on TikTok. Yeah, I went over on Music Live yesterday. I said, man, I went to sleep listening to that. Now I understand what people be feeling like when I run paperwork. Because a lot of people get cross-eyed when I talk about paperwork. But yeah, that's that tedious talk when it comes to like forensics, that's not me. So Lamar said, now today Melly team went in for the kill. Well, I know day 1 they was good. Day 2 I gave it to prosecution. Day 3 I don't think that. Well, I guess you can give it to the defense. But let's see what they're about to say now.
Forensic Science from Blaisburg University.
And how about some of your training and certifications?
Sure. So I had to complete.
I don't care about that.
The particles that are being produced by the discharge that you're looking for.
So there are 3 different types of primer-related particles. So the first are called particles characteristic of gunshot residue. And these would be particles that have lead, barium, and antimony all together in one particle. So these are considered characteristic because there are very few other sources of these particles aside from the discharge of a firearm. And it is the presence of those that we need to have to be able to call a sample positive for gunshot residue. There are also what are called 2-component particles, which would be any particle that contains 2 of those 3 metals. So it could be lead and barium, or lead and antimony, or barium and antimony. And these 2-component particles also can come from the discharge of a firearm, but there are other sources of them. So when they're found by themselves, they're not as conclusive to the presence of gunshot residue because they could have come from something else. But if they're found in combination with particles characteristic of gunshot residue, they're more likely to be from the discharge of a firearm and are kind of acting as part of that GSR population. And there is a third type of particle, which is just a 1-component particle, which would be lead by itself, barium by itself, or antimony by itself. And these also come from the discharge of a firearm, but there are even more other sources of those particles to where they're not very conclusive to the presence of gunshot residue. So we, our JLE group, do not report on those. We are just reporting on the characteristic particles and the 2-component particles.
And that's because, for instance, lead can be found in paint.
Yes, absolutely.
So the presence of lead in and of itself isn't indicative of GSR.
Exactly.
And can you describe for us how you perform the analysis? And I know you brought up the microscope, which was briefly mentioned yesterday. Can you describe for us how that microscope works and your process?
Yes.
This is the
So we use an instrument called the scanning electron microscope, which is also referred to as the SEM for short. So this is a very powerful microscope, and it is computer controlled. So instead of looking at your samples through an eyepiece like you would with a traditional microscope, you're actually looking at them on a computer screen. And this instrument has the ability to magnify by thousands of times. And it also allows you to see the chemical composition of what you are looking at. So because gunshot residue is extremely small and not visible to the naked eye, and is made of very specific elements, that's why we use the SEM. And the way our analysis actually works with it is 2 parts. So the first part is an automated analysis. So I will take the samples and put them into the microscope.
Y'all knew it was coming. Y'all knew it was coming.
So that is what is called the EDS spectrum. Basically, it's just showing you what elements are present in that particle. So PB is lead, BA is barium, and SB is antimony. So you see peaks for all of those present in that particle. Therefore, it is a particle that contains lead, barium, and antimony, which makes it characteristic of gunshot residue.
And are the peaks that we see consistent with the amount of that compound within the sample?
Yes, overall, the height of the peaks relate to how much of that element is in the particle.
And finally, the bottom
right. He was positive.
So that is the image that the instrument takes during the automated analysis.
And did you receive a sample in this particular case for analysis?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, approaching defense counsel has been previously marked the state's LLL for identification purposes. Your Honor, permission to approach the witness?
You may.
And if you said you handle anything biological, there are gloves right there, and the top has been opened.
Please tell me they about to
access. Tell me if you recognize it first, and if you need to
something
open
that's
it,
pertaining to Melly.
outside the view of the jury.
Because that other
I do recognize it.
And how is it that you
one.
recognize it?
This is one of the items that I received in this particular case.
And it was one sample, and what did that sample contain?
It contained a collection stub labeled as coming from the inside of a Jeep.
Okay, and is that in the same or substantially the same condition as the last time you saw it?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state of you into evidence, which is pre-marked states LLL as the next numbered exhibit.
No, Judge. Thank you. It'll be admitted. What's the next number?
60.
60 in evidence. Thank you.
The anticipation is killing me right now. Okay. It's like some of her eyes. I don't know.
Looking for 57.
Maybe because I don't blink that much. I feel like she blink a lot. Oh, I got dry eyes. Yeah, I'm trying not to miss important stuff on this part. I'm over here looking at my hand like, do not fast forward, let it play out. I really want to.
I'm showing you what's been entered into evidence. Evidence states 57. Do you recognize that?
I do, yes.
And what is that?
This is a gunshot residue kit that we received in this case.
Okay. And did you analyze states 57?
Yes, I did.
And did you ultimately analyze state 60?
Yes, I did.
Okay. So, grab your scissors. Go ahead and open states 57. And I'm going to ask permission from the judge for you to sit
Now,
down.
Lamar been telling me every other part of it, but he ain't said nothing right now.
Just if you can publish states 57.
Now, why is I'm gonna let it play out. This is crazy.
So you received one sample, but there are two tubes.
Yes.
What are they representative of?
These were samples that we had received that are labeled as coming from the right hand and the left hand.
And who's the individual?
Lamar, are you telling me that in the trial of the state of Florida against Jamel Demons, right, in a double murder case, which the victims died by gunshots, that the only evidence that they're about to go over for ballistics or gunshot residue is the co-defendant that's not even on trial right now? Please tell me it's going to be more to this. This is beyond me.
Cortland Henry.
And you can put those back in. And if you can publish states 60. And we have one tube, and what is that representative of?
It is labeled as coming from inside of a Jeep. If you believe it, it will adjust.
Thank you. You can put it back in and keep your seat. Okay, we're going to start with case 57. Did you ultimately have a chance to analyze and go through this SEM process, which was the automated process?
This even more weird than this weird.
An opinion as to the presence of GSR?
Yes.
And what was that? And if you can specify both the left and then the right.
So the right hand of Cortland Henry contained 0 particles characteristic of gunshot residue and two component particles. And the left hand contained 1 particle characteristic of gunshot residue and 1 2-component particle.
And what do that mean?
And can you explain to us what that means?
Basically, overall, there was gunshot residue present on the hands.
Okay. And what affects the presence or absence of GSR on a person's hand or any object?
Sure. So if there is gunshot residue on someone's hands, that means that the individual got it on themselves by either discharging a firearm, being in the proximity of a firearm when it was discharged, or by coming into contact with a surface or object with gunshot residue on it.
Okay. And if we may go back to the demonstrative aid, what was this demonstrative aid?
This is wild.
Is this representative of your results with Cortland Henry?
Yes, that was the particle characteristic of gunshot residue that was on the left hand.
And the components, which you explained before, there are three kinds or 3 compounds that you were looking for.
Man, I ain't know what
which compounds were present in Cortland Henry's left.
No, I'm about to say something.
Lead, barium, and antimony were present in that particle.
So all 3 components.
Before I say
yes.
what I'm about to say. You're eating some candy.
Okay. And let's move on to case 60, which was the sample for the Jeep. What were your results? And again, did you also go through the SEM automated process and then your individual characteristic process?
I did, yes. So there were 0 particles characteristic of gunshot residue, but at least 9 2-component particles.
Okay. And what does that mean?
So, like I mentioned, 2-component particles can come from gunshot residue, but they also have other sources. So, because of that, these results are basically inconclusive. They could be gunshot residue, but they also could be from something else, and I can't say which it is.
Okay. In your analysis and reviewing the sample, did you find anything inconsistent with gunshot residue, if I'm phrasing that correctly?
Correct, and I did not. So overall, with 2-component particles, or any of the particles we look at, if the particles are from another source, there are other elements or amounts of elements that would be unusual to find in gunshot residue. So, for example, one common source of 2-component particles is brake pads. Brake pads typically contain high amounts of the element iron.
This is
so if I come across particles with high amounts of iron, I eliminate them and I do not report them because there's something about them that would suggest they're from something else. So while I still cannot call these particles gunshot residue, there was nothing about those particles that were unusual.
And I want to ask you about presumptive tests. Are you familiar with them in general?
I am, yes.
Are you familiar with the friend or foe presumptive GSR kit?
I am.
What is that kit testing?
That kit is looking, like you said, a presumptive test that is looking for the presence of nitrates, so nitrogen-containing compounds.
Okay. So, for instance, these GSR kits are made to essentially alert to the presence of a certain compound.
Yes.
And the friend or foe kit specifically alerts to the compound of nitrogen particles.
Yes.
So the presence or absence of nitrogen particles.
Correct.
And are presumptive
look at this right now.
No, they are just a screening tool. Like I mentioned, they're looking for nitrates, and there are many things that can contain nitrates. So they are not conclusive to the presence of gunshot residue or gunpowder. They are really just to be used as a screening tool.
It's crazy. This is a state witness right here.
Councilor Cross?
Yes.
You already knew.
This is crazy.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I don't think we've had an opportunity.
I told
You
y'all.
got the sample from Miramar Police Department.
Yes.
Specifically, Detective Moretti directed it to you.
Yes.
And when we talk about GSR, or gunshot residue,
right, Ms. Right.
You're aware that GSR can be found on clothes, right?
Yes, that's possible.
Did Detective Moretti send you any clothes of Cortland Henry?
He did not.
He didn't send you any of the clothes?
No.
Did you know that the clothes of Cortland Henry were collected by the Miramar Police Department?
Objection, calls for speculation outside the scope of court.
Well, I don't know that calls for speculation. She knows she can answer the question. Overruled.
Were you aware that the Miramar Police Department collected Cortland Henry's clothes?
No, I was not aware of that.
But if in your examination, had you received clothes, you could test those clothes for GSR, correct?
Yes, we can certainly test clothing.
And you've done that many times, correct?
Yes, absolutely.
Also, if someone is in a hospital, in a bed in a hospital, do you know if that person has washed their hands?
I don't.
Okay. And by washing your hands, you can get rid of GSR, correct?
Yes, hand washing can remove most, if not all, of the particles on someone's hands.
Do you know if Cortland Henry washed his hands or changed his clothes?
I don't know that.
This is crazy. This is crazy. What? Hold on. I just want to point out something. Okay. Truth team. So what I'm hearing so far is that the GSR kit was for Cortland Henry. I keep calling him Portland. Cortland Henry, right? And they do say that. Did I miss something? Did they not run GSR on Melly? Oh no, because they didn't catch him for a couple months. So why are we talking about GSR at this trial? Portland not even on trial right now, right? And Portland is not on trial. And then, is it me or in the past 4 days, right? It was Cortland Henry. Loud Pat said, nah, it's because he wasn't there. Okay. So all I've been hearing is Henry, right? I don't think I even heard them reference demons as far as like evidence or something, right? What are we doing? Okay. I'm kind of, y'all know I'm not into conspiracies, but is the state out to get this guy? I mean, because I'm just going off of evidence alone. And I let y'all hear last night on live, my old live from February, where I was saying the same thing, like something's not right. And now that we're at trial for it to say it's been 4 years, right? 4 years. YNW Melly and YNW Bortland was arrested February 2019. Bortland has been and is, I believe, currently out. But YNW Melly has been in jail since February of 2019, right? They have even went to the Supreme Court to confirm without a doubt that the death penalty can be on this case. And you mean to tell me this is the trial? This is the trial? This is crazy to me. Now, I'm going to say this now, and I probably said it before. More and more, will YNW Portland take the stand against Melly? Because I don't see how his name is being said this much with every piece of evidence, in my opinion, right? It's him. Him. Henry told us this. Henry did this. Henry got GSR. Henry, right? And I even told y'all on that studio video, Henry definitely was saying something, right? To Bortland, not Bortland, to Set Chaser for sure. What he was saying, I don't know. Because Set Chaser definitely looked behind. And remember I told y'all it had to be something that transpired in our car. So I say this, right? If everything points to Bortland, evidence-wise, okay? Although they're saying he's not the shooter or whatever. But everything they have is pointing to Bortland, right? And this is what they're presenting. They're presenting evidence against Bortland, right? Like, literally, they're saying, yeah, Bortland was positive for gunshot residue, but it's Melly's trial. Y'all tell me in the chat, how else would Melly get convicted if Bortland doesn't say Melly was there? You know what I'm saying? Like I've been telling y'all, I really feel like the key to this is going to be somebody literally saying he was there, and the only other living person is Bortland. Then I also said it's going to be on the defense to prove that he didn't have that phone and that what happened to him in the car. Now, I told y'all on day one, my theory, Melly allegedly could have been running away to get away from Bortland. Of course, later on, I said that might not be plausible because they was hanging out after the fact. But nevertheless, something ain't right. But see that too, though, Jersey, because even if, so this is the thing, right? We see all four men get in the car on one video. On the second video they showed, which was the hospital video, 3 men are in the car, 2 of which are deceased, right? So, without a doubt, can we say Melly remained in that car? No. We can say Melly got in the car, right? It will be interesting to find out what the defense will put out as a theory or answer to why Melly was not in the car. I personally said something could be like he jumped out to get away from the shooter, right? I said that on day one. But what we do know is Bortland was actively in the car when we first seen him drive off with the decedents alive. And he was in the car when the car got to the hospital with him deceased. So, I don't know. We're going to get into it, y'all. But this is just seeming real awkward for this case to take 4 years. Supreme Court for the death penalty and all. Just for you to present all evidence against the co-defendant against the other defendant? That's crazy. What's up, Prince?
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor. Is hand washing the only thing, contrary to popular belief, that removes?
Oh, that's another thing, Jersey. So with that, right? How can you, without a doubt, and not you, but you know, the police, whatever, how can they, without a doubt, say Melly had that phone? Now, mind you, at some point, they do confirm that Bortland didn't have a phone. But how can you, without no doubt, say that Melly had this phone the whole time, right? And, right, I did say what was going to go. You're right. So, Jersey on, that's really where I'm at, right? Because if I'm a juror, and how my thought process is, okay, I see somebody in the car. You can't leave that open for me, right? I need to know, where is he? So I know in my mind, if I was on a jury, that would definitely be an issue for me because I would need to know where he's at. Because now you're going to lead me to assume, right? And if I assume per what they presented on day 2, then I'm definitely going to assume he did murder because I see him getting that left back seat. Now you have forensic people telling me the shots came from that left back seat. So the defense will be crazy to leave that open. I just feel, in my opinion, they definitely gonna have to clean up or provide some type of alternative to, you know what I'm saying, why he's not in that car no more. So let's see here. Prince says, see, the great thing about being a defense lawyer is once you know the truth, nothing else matters. It's all about what they can prove. That is why you always tell your lawyer the truth, which is true too. Jersey said he called for a ride and called the girlfriend. So listen to this though, right? Now, let's talk about that and then we'll finish getting into the hearing. So, yes, he, according to opening statements, he sent 2 location pings to Fredo Bang, right? He sent one and then he said, come pick me up or I need a ride or something along that line. 11 minutes after that, he sent it again. Now, going all the way back to 2020, right? 2020. I did find the author hearing transcripts, right? Now, back then, they do say that Fredo Bang picked them up. Back then, they do say that. But opening statements, they don't say that. They just said the messages were sent. So, for sure, as a juror, I at least know that phone that's so important to the case has somebody sending messages or locations to somebody, right? But how do we still know that is Melly, right? And then the thing about the girlfriend is, we just heard earlier that the judge threw out the Snapchat messages and all that. And what I was, and Prince, if you know, let me know. So what I'm wondering is that Snapchat video call thrown out too? So, you know, I just feel like right now, as me looking at it just from a juror standpoint, from the defense side, I would definitely want to know where, like, how did Melly get out the car? Right? And I would want to know, no, that would be a process. So I would only want to know, like, right now, I would only want to know how did Melly get out the car? Because that's leaving, you know, too much open in my mind to assume and kind of fill in the blanks with what the prosecution is saying. Secondly, on the prosecution side, I would want to know, well, if you don't want me to have no doubt in what you're saying, how do we know that it was him on the phone? How do we know he was the one actually sending it, right? Like, I would want to know that. Let me see. Yeah, definitely get them lights up, man. Make sure y'all share it. Tell a friend to pull up. Y'all already know we about to get into this and just talk with it. All right. Let me see here. So Prince said no, he only threw out the video with the money and the video with the guns. Okay, cool. Okay. Then says a gun video, the judge had no relevance because it wasn't a couple of hours or even the day before the murders. Got you. All right. So if the video, right? If the, I think we're gonna get into it when the mother of the girlfriend step in, so I'm gonna wait. But I wanna say they don't even have physical evidence of that said video, of the contents of the video. They only had the words of the girlfriend and the mother. But remember, in the deposition, the mother testimony was already shaky, right? So for one, credibility is shot. So if she's anything like she was in the deposition on stand, I don't know if they're gonna keep that one. Teflon didn't have any blood on him when they got the Fredo Bang house, right? So yeah, everything again is pointing to me to Bortland. You know what I'm saying? They see Bortland had blood on his shirt front and back, right? It's just you know. Ted said the police picked up Melly from Fredo Bang house or Fredo house. No. So For those who don't know, YNW Melly actually turned himself in. So the murders took place in October of 2018. YNW Bortland was arrested January 2018 by Houston Police, Harris County Police Department in Texas. Melly turned himself in February of 2019. So that they haven't said Jersey. Well, hold on, no. Let me say the bit. All right, listen to this. All right. Follow this. If we go with the original reports, they said Track, the manager, picked up Melly, right? Originally. If you look in another document, they do say that Melly's mom said that he asked her for a ride, but she said she didn't go pick him up. Then if you fast forward to the 2020 Arthur hearing for Bortland, they said that Fredo Bang picked up Melly, right? So that right there are already 3 different avenues. Fast forward, we do know now that Fredo Bang actually had a deposition in 2022, right? And remember, it was this whole hoopla about him pleading the fifth with certain questions, right? Pertaining to if he picked up Melly, did Melly ask him for a ride, different things like that. Now, fast forward to the opening statements. Prince, no, she didn't say that. Are you 100% sure? Let me play that back while we on this topic, because no, she didn't say that. But let me look, because people be saying I be biased when it comes to that. So I'm just gonna play it again, and then we're gonna get back into the GSR. Yeah, I don't recall hearing her say that he did it, and that was my whole stance then, right? Is that how did you say it in 2020, but in 2023 you're not saying it anymore? Oh, I'm about to pull it up too, just to make sure. Yeah, because I had did a video, but let me play it from here because I think I used the clip when I did it. Opening statement. I think it's this one. It's your comeback. Earn a degree, you'll be. All right, so we just about to refresh real quick. Make sure I didn't overlook that part. Yeah, Jerry, I did a video about it, but I'll touch on it as soon as we listen to this part real quick. And I'll tell you why. Oh, allegedly why.
Character. This was his real life. Ladies and gentlemen, you will see that as soon as October 24th, 2 days before the homicide, Jamel Demons is learning the oath of loyalty to the G-Shine blood set. You're going to see things in these messages that will be indicative of blood membership. For example,
I don't want to go down that rabbit hole.
anytime a word would normally be
just a little bit.
They're at the murder scene. And there were no other phones there.
How you good, Prince?
There is no one else out there at 4 a.m. So to do that, the state has to convince each and every one of you, his friends, Frederick Gibbons.
Okay, boom. All right, we're in the spot. All right, let me listen clearly. Hold up.
He's just been involved in a drive-by, and he thinks Anthony Williams and Chris Thomas are dead. So what you're also going to find out is while Mr. Devins is out there on the side of the road, 4 a.m, 4:42 specifically, he sends a drop pin, digital homing beacon to his current location to one of his friends, Frederick Gibbons. Frederick Gibbons is also involved in the music industry, and he asked to be picked up. Frederick Gibbons then, about 11 minutes later, is sending another drop pin where Mr. Devins has moved a couple of meters. What you're going to find out as well, though, is these digital leashes, they have more than just phone calls, accessing the internet. They have health data. So ladies and gentlemen, you're going to find and hear and be able to see the videos at the recording studio and see Mr. Demons taking steps. Lo and behold, look at the health activity data of a pedometer. A step counter, that's what it is. 70 steps. Then you're going to see at 4:02 a.m. another 70 steps. Then at 4:42, the time frame in which he's sending that drop pin to 4:53 a.m., you're going to see 1,397 steps. You will see this data showing the defendant had the phone and was using it. So, ladies and gentlemen, one of the things that I have to prove is the defendant committed the crime.
Music, where's she going to say it?
And to do that, the state intends to show the evidence that the phone was there at the murder scene, and there were no other phones there. There is no one else out there at 4 in the morning. So to do that, the state has to convince each and every one of you that this was the phone of the defendant. You'll see in the messages and the contents of those messages him identifying himself. This is Melly, giving out that phone number to multiple people as being his phone number. 772-773-98. And to further prove that, the state is going to show you the Instagram, the Facebook, the Snapchat. Because contrary to popular belief, Snapchat doesn't disappear.
All right.
And write a search warrant and get contact.
I didn't hear her say that Fredo Bang picked him up. So I'm just, unless y'all can tell me exactly what part. So like I said, in 2020 in the Arthur hearing, it does say in the transcripts that Fredo Bang picked him up. But in opening arguments, let me see. Let me say she only saying he picked him up because he sent the drop location that he, but she doesn't even say he picked him up. She said that Melly sent a pin location, asking and then asked for a ride. 11 minutes later, say Fredo Bang received another pin location where Melly had moved. That's what I had heard. So just based on that, unless she gonna come out and say it again, I will say in 2020 in the transcript she says it. The same lady says it. But now after the deposition and everything and years come by, I didn't hear her say it now. Cause like in 2020, she flat out said it. Like I told y'all the other night, she without a doubt flat out said it. Like verbatim. So my whole thing was, if that's still the case, by now you definitely will you know what I'm saying, have enough evidence. Why would you not say that flat out this time like you did in 2020? I can only assume, in my opinion, that it was proven that that's not the case, right? Maybe it was just proving the text messages. I don't know. I'm just going to go off of what she said at trial. And she didn't say that he picked him up, but that he did receive the location twice. Now, I guess that's my answer on that one for now. What's up? What else was we talking about? What was another question? Was that only? That was the last question. Big Stepper, you still think that he's gonna get the death penalty? I mean, day 4 again. I'm just looking day by day. I don't see if they do give him the death penalty. If the trial ended today, and they came out with a death penalty, I would definitely say it's rigged, right? Because I don't see how it would have got to that. But you know, my degree is from Law and Order SVU, television show. So you know, I don't know, but all right, it was something else I was about to do, or I was about to talk about. But Jersey, as of right now, you're what they presented. You're still feeling like he will get the death penalty. Now, of course, overall, based on what they're saying, like everything they have, he should get it. But if stuff is getting thrown out already, I don't know. I just don't see like their case would be strong enough at this moment. Now, we still don't know what else they're gonna bring, but it'll be interesting to see if that's gonna be the case. I just don't see it. It's unless they just waiting for no big bang times to be later. You know what I'm saying?
Use gunshot residue?
No.
Right. So Prince. So look, let me tell you, I done had my whole squirrel quabble over this. So I feel like in the early stage, so like I said, they got arrested in 2019. Then in 2020 at that hearing, she does say that Fredo Bang picked up Melly from the scene, right? Then fast forward, Fredo Bang played the fifth to a lot of questions, right? That made people who didn't even know about the 2020 transcript feel like, oh, that was a admission of guilt. And you know what? Real quick, hold on, real quick. Let's do this. Mm-hmm. Y'all hear my grandbaby singing? Right. Okay. Yeah. But in 2020, now I will say that's why I said that's that little detail that people that's pushing that narrative should have been looking, because it does say it in the transcript flat out. Just not in the transcript. They say, "What it do, Iceberg?" And I'm gonna actually show y'all. Cause we went over on live the other night. All right, so this is where I'm about to play a video I did the other night, so y'all can hear it, because Jersey had asked about it, and I had explained it in this video, so I'm just gonna play the video. You know, use my own content for my content. Disagreement in regards to some documents that is allegedly supposed to be the transcripts of Frederick Gibbons, aka Fredo Bang. Okay. And although my issue was solely with the documents and the discrepancies that I saw in said documents, not the information, because I clearly said I did not read them because I felt like they were fake. And that's my opinion. And I stand on that still. However, a YouTuber that was pushing this said allegation was wounded by me saying that the documents was fake, in my opinion. Now, this said YouTuber said that they're not worrying about me, don't know who I am, and none of that. So I'm confused why I hold so much weight to you and your audience. Because if I mean nothing to you, didn't know who I am, me being the queen of paperwork shouldn't matter to you if I say I call cap, in my opinion. Now, fast forward, the allegation from this said YouTuber is just what this says. That YouTuber states that based on context clues, because Fredo Bang pled the fifth on some questions and said transcripts that the YouTuber were reading led them to believe and state as a fact, that's the word, that Fredo Bang indeed picked up YNW Melly. And that is the narrative that is being pushed by this YouTuber. And before we get into it, let me just share this with you guys, a fact. And now I'm going to play the piece from opening arguments from the state or assistant state attorney, Christine Bradley. Here we go.
Thomas are dead. So what you're also going to find out, issues
go about it. Well, what the prosecutor said was that YNW Melly, we just talked about that, he could have picked them up, because that's why, like, I'm not the queen of paperwork, right? But he volunteered. I had other questions about the fifth judge. I personally told this YouTuber I spoke with Fredo Bang, but this YouTuber did not want to hear it and went on to talk. This YouTuber does a lot of talking to be a man, but never. that YNW Melly brought Penn his location to Fredo twice, and he asked for a ride. Then he continued on with her opening remarks. At no time at this point in the trial did the prosecutor say that, yes, Frederick Givens picked up YNW Melly. Now, let's get into these questions. If you recall, I spoke with Fredo's main lawyer that told me, right, they did have a hearing to seal and dismiss the state's motion to compel Frederick Givens, aka Fredo Bang, to answer certain questions, right? And they won that. And that's why she said it shouldn't be transcripts, right? Now I played the audio with her permission to you guys on my YouTube, right? And two particular YouTubers, one including the one that was providing this allegation. Okay, I'll be long with this, something I'll be noticing them. Also, if he will identify the persons at his home on October 26th, 18 after the homicide, the names that they listed included Jamel Demons, which is YNW Melly, Jamie King, which is YNW Melly's mom, Mariah Hamilton, which is at the time YNW Melly's ex-girlfriend or girlfriend, Felicia Holmes, which is YNW Melly's girlfriend or ex-girlfriend, Jameson 100K Track Francos, and Ashley Phillips. Okay. The next one is, can he identify the phone number 305-300-9882 phone call on his records? Two allegations that it's a allegation out that because he did not answer these questions meant he picked up YNW Melly. So are you meaning to tell me that by answering these questions would determine that he indeed picked up YNW Melly? Because one of these would have to have been a no, right? If you just answer yes or no, because how can you pick YNW Melly up at 4:42, but then at 4:53, YNW Melly sends the location again and only a couple centimeters away? That makes no sense, right? So me using my logic, like, I will not say just because he played the field to these two questions meant, right, that he picked them up. Now, another thing. Stating here for question one, when he was asked if he received the message, right? Let me tell you from a real ninja or whatever, right? If Fredo Bang would have answered yes to this question, right, it would confirm that Jamal Demons, aka YNW Melly, was indeed at the location where they are stating. Okay. Question two. If Fredo Bang would have said yes, right, to this question when asked if YNW Melly asked to be picked up on the phone call, then it will confirm whatever data they have for that day that indeed it was YNW Melly. 3. If Fredo Bang would have said yes, right, to knowing all of these people listed was at his home, he is now implicating himself to possibly be a part of accessory after the fact, because if you really are into the paperwork, you would know the answer, but I'll get into it in a minute. So just put a pin in that. Another thing, okay? If he identified, this is number 4, if he identified the phone number that's listed here, right, which is allegedly the phone call made right after he spoke allegedly with YNW Melly, would it be safe to say whoever phone number that is possibly picked up YNW Melly? And by releasing the name of said person would be, without a doubt, snitching on that person, because they then would be able to confirm that person actually picked up YNW Melly allegedly. So, to all my people with brain cells, I just went through each one of these questions and told you by answering a yes to these questions, what the consequence will be, right? All right. So basically, I just wanted in summary, a lot of guys, and I'm just gonna say guys, and I'm just gonna call it what it is, okay? I ain't gonna lie. If you consider yourself a street guy or woman, don't want to leave the ladies out. If you are in the streets and you claim to be street, and you didn't understand the importance of pleading the fifth, you definitely will snitch, without a doubt. If you didn't understand why the best thing, regardless if it was true or not true, was to plead the fifth, you're definitely a rat. The rat is in your heart, okay? The cheese is growing within your bloodstream. And I'm going to tell you why. It's because of this, okay? Like I said in the video, if the answers would have been yes to any of these questions, it would have, guess what? Validated phone information that the state had, right? Y'all heard what his lawyer said? Melly lawyer said with the text messages. Remember what he said? He said they had a witness that could confirm these messages that was there, right? So again, any questions that Fredo Bang would have said yes to would have confirmed whatever phone evidence that the state had. Now, if he would have said no to any questions and it would have come to find out that it was a lie, he would have messed up himself because he was actively on probation. So what do is if you say yes, it's gonna possibly, allegedly, maybe mess up your close friend. If you say no, it may mess you, well, it will mess you up. What's the best thing to do? Plead the fifth. So any street dude, any street woman that didn't understand that, you're a rat. You know why? Because I mean it's right there. Now I'll fast forward, and this is why I said I believe even before I heard the opening arguments, because at the time I didn't even know as far as like the whole opening statement from the prosecutor and all that, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, he was on probation. So when I spoke with what's the name? Oh yeah, so when I spoke with Fredo Bang, right, and he's like telling me this, and he in his own words explained to me like, yo, I'm not a snitch. He said what he said? He said I'm maybe a gangster or something. He said something like one of those words like before anything. So basically he was saying, hey, I'm this before fuck all this rapping or whatever. My interpretation of the words, I can't remember exactly the words he said. And he said he loved Melly like a brother, right? He would do nothing to like jeopardize that, none of that. So when I heard that, that's when I fell back on like really pushing the whole, because originally I was like, yo, the math ain't mathing as far as what the allegations are. And I fell back from doing the content because I was like, yo, that makes sense. You know, that's real love. Like that's some real shit, right? To say, I don't care what they say about me. I ain't trying to hem, you know, my peoples up and none of that. And I, you know, so, but whatever. So it made sense. So I knew in that moment, like that wouldn't been the case, wouldn't been like just as simple as, oh, if it's true, you would just have said, nah, it's deeper than that, in my opinion. Let me see what Prince says. Correct. And like I said, if people really understood that they don't always have to talk, and see, that made me think that people don't really be outside. Now, don't get me wrong, Mickey Truth is not outside nowhere, okay? I'm actually in front of my computer and my phone on the internet, okay? Doing what I do on the internet, playing internet games, okay? I don't do anything in real life, okay? Just a little disclaimer. But those people that's out there, right? Maybe they should, you know, look into pleading the fifth more. And again, what I got from Fredo Bang, I actually got from his lawyer the first go around. But you know, he a little different. Cause I ain't gonna lie, when I talked to the lawyer the first time, I got what she was saying, but you know, it's the lawyer, right? We was just coming off the whole Rollo situation. I was like, the lawyer tell me anything. But when I talked to him, it was okay. everything add up. It add up to the paperwork, so it makes sense to me. But again, I ain't biased. That's why I had to tell y'all. Well, technically, at one point, this lady did say that it was him. But she doesn't say it now, so I don't know, what that is. I don't know what you're talking about, Loud Pack, okay? Loud Pack, don't do me. So I don't even drink Patron. Well, really, I don't drink no more. Y'all know ever since I started my weight loss, I had to let go of the alcohol, so I don't drink no more. It makes me gain too much weight when I drink. I think I stopped drinking like maybe 3 months ago. Thank you very much. All right, y'all. So we done covered a lot of stuff. Any more questions before we get back into the GSR? Everybody kind of up to date? Because I do want to get into the testimony of the mom, and I'm gonna pull up the deposition, and we're gonna compare it. We're gonna talk about it. But so far, I still say the defense does have to, in my opinion, prove or tell us some type of theory to let us know he got out that car, right? Allude to something. Because right now, with the evidence that has been presented in day 2, all I'm thinking is the bad stuff came from that back left seat. And the last image I have is the video from the studio that put Melly in that seat. So they have to get him out that seat in order for reasonable doubt to come in my mind. What y'all think? Like, I need to know he wasn't in that seat no more, because without them removing him from that seat, then listening to the evidence, and I start thinking about that seat, I'm gonna see him. So they gotta get him about that seat. As far as the prosecution at this point, for one, I would like to see more evidence for Melly, right? All I'm seeing is Portland. I would like to see more evidence for Melly, and I would like for some concrete evidence that without a doubt that phone belongs to Melly, or that phone was with Melly, right? Now, I told y'all in that video, you do see Melly with a phone. So that could be a little different, because you do see him actively on a phone. But I definitely would want to see concrete, without a doubt, he had that phone. And I feel like, depending on how the defense sway Melly getting out that car or out that seat, will kind of either hurt the prosecution when they pinpoint him with the phone, or vice versa. Maybe that can hurt the defense with their story. Never know. But let's get into this. I'm about to walk away for a second, but I'm going to let this play while I'm gone.
Gunshot residue is easily removed in general. So with respect to the hands, any type of activity, touching or use of the hands can remove particles pretty easily. With clothing, any activity, so if the garment is touching things, if it's laundered,
it's removed.
Yes, any activity can cause particles to be disrupted or removed.
And you're an independent lab, correct?
Yes, we are.
You're not associated with Miramar Police Department.
Correct, we are not.
You're not associated with the Broward Sheriff's Office.
We are not.
So you can only test what you're submitted, correct?
Correct.
Nothing further.
One question. You were hired by the Miramar Police Department to perform this test, correct?
Yes, they're the ones that submitted the samples.
Thank you. Anything else?
No.
Is this witness excused?
Yes.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Please step down your. Thank you. Can I see several, please?
Jeez, that noise be killing me. All right, what I miss? Did they say anything worthy?
About the case, don't allow anyone to discuss the case in presence and serve no research. Thank you. Just leave your own head on the chair.
That female lawyer is still tripping me out. I ain't gonna lie. I will tell you something. If he get off and get out, how he maneuver with who he maneuver with, tell us to reflect on this. Watch now.
The jury stepped down, counsel remained, along with the defendant and the assistant attorneys. So I have, this has been marked as states JJJ triple J.
Third chair or something? Is that a thing?
Account. And so what does this purport to be?
That is the business record production from Snap Incorporated, which is the business that runs the social media app of Snapchat. The records are the records of Mr. Defendant Jamel Timmons. They are conversations and statements that he makes, some of which reference this homicide and Portland Henry. There's in specific comments from Mr. Timmons to an individual that's identified by a Snapchat name, and it's on there, DHAT is what it starts with, in which he says that Portland Henry did something very important for him. I'm paraphrasing from the language on that. In terms of establishing that those records belong to the defendant, the state has to prove that beyond a reasonable doubt to the jurors. So that is why it's necessary to show that all of the photos and videos in that particular item are of Jamel Dennis. In addition, the person that he is speaking to, the one that starts with DHAT, that individual, there are images of her that are transferred back and forth. So that is identified as Mariah Hamilton. That is the defendant's girlfriend at the time. She's also in some of the videos. And then there are videos that the defendant sends to her that in which he indicates you shouldn't be speaking on me, basically discouraging her from speaking with law enforcement.
So regarding these videos, how long are they? How many? I mean, you sent me
Yes, that's
3 pages listed. I don't know how long these take to take a look at.
They're less than 30 seconds each, approximately.
So let's put them in.
The drive that is right there.
Or just angle that.
Yeah, that's fine now. Just has to go back. I want you to sit over there. Is RFP sit over there? Or they're good?
I think that might be good.
You can reposition yourself.
Yeah.
Maybe. Thank you. And feel free to do that throughout. If there's something showing up on the screen and you think you want a better view of it, you're always welcome.
And this is the business records certification as included on the file from Snapchat.
Yeah, I saw those. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the actual videos.
Oh, these the pictures. Oh, so they did throw these out. So what did they throw out?
So do you want to see the images larger as well, Your Honor?
Yeah, I'd like to know what you're going to show to the jury. They're objecting to it, saying it's not relevant.
The jury's not in there. Okay.
Well, I don't believe there's an objection that's not authentic, that it's not his account from Snapchat.
Is this not crazy to y'all?
If that's the case, but my understanding is they're saying it's not relevant.
This is the one that I indicated would potentially have the items the defense didn't want in, such as the names of the songs of the defendant.
We don't have to concern ourselves about that. The state agreed to get that.
Image of the defendant, an image of the defendant and Mariah Hamilton.
Oh, she is a girl from that Paint video.
Image of the defendant.
You're saying that this is the defendant and Mariah Hamilton, and I haven't heard anybody identify her yet? Is that, I mean?
Correct, that's why the next witness to do that.
Oh, okay, so the witness is gonna do that.
Yes, Your Honor. There she is again. That is Ms. Hamilton. This is the Snapchat logo of the defendant.
What did you do, Jennifer?
Moving on to the videos. This video here is before the homicide. It includes the defendant and one of the victims, Christopher Thomas.
I've seen that video. Maybe it was in a packet or somebody put it out there.
There is volume to it. I don't know if the TV is turned down.
Gary, can you check on that?
We must have a YouTube video with it.
That's 63 or 62.
Oh.
There is a volume.
What? You saw that white as hell.
Mm-hmm. That was DLC. So.
No, I don't think they'll see it over there. But I think they're affiliated with the other one out of Atlanta. It was in a document. I had to find that. I don't want to say the wrong name, but something with affiliation with Atlanta gangs.
Yeah, I think it's that one. Sharon, I'll switch over to a different computer.
I agree, Lamar, because they can always come back at you, right? What is they doing? Okay. The videos. Who is that back there? If Drew didn't film it, he ain't filmed right. I don't know why that be so shaky.
Hey, bro, don't be speaking on him, bro. He didn't do that. He didn't do that. I've been out here about your ass saying you did.
Oh, hell.
Those all the videos, Council?
Yes, right.
All right, so, Council, why don't you tell me your complete objection so I fully understand what you're objecting to on the videos as well as the remaining portion of this Snapchat under, I think it's AAA.
Your Honor, our first objection would be relevance. I think Florida statute 90-401 defines relevance as evidence tended
allowing that weapon. It's not like you had something, 15 minutes or a half hour before the incident in question. I'm not letting something with a gun, days before. That's number one. Number two, I know there's been no argument that 403 analysis, but I don't see how any of the pictures and the videos with all the flashing the cash and all that really has anything to do with anything. I want all those out. I'm not admitting those. All
So
right?
the videos of him in the bathroom with the sack of cash.
Anything where he's flashing all the cash, I don't see how any of those things are relevant. They're more prejudicial and probative.
Okay, so far
They're
they
more prejudicial and probative.
They not going down.
I'm not letting them.
Okay, so what I'll do, with your next permission, is I will pull them up here and verify them. Then I'd be changing the business records on that.
Not be his account.
Okay.
You think so, Anthony? I would, especially as of right now, I would definitely charge because I don't see none of it. Mm-hmm. I definitely feel like, as of right now, right, what they provided. Okay, if it was just me, take Bortland to trial first. Boom, get him to tell on Melly, right? Because I just don't see how all this that they're providing that basically points to Bortland, right, is why they're going, this is just crazy. Like, why they're going at him first? Because their case is weak.
Like you're saying, Mr. Howard, you're telling me that you're not objecting to the Snapchat conversations. You're not going to argue to the jury in some way, shape, or form that it's not him.
But you know what, though? To be honest, though, Lamar, they knew that. When we went over on day one and I pulled the deposition for the mom of the girlfriend, I said it then, like, she is not a good, credible witness. And to be honest, she has uncertainty on her daughter. Now, I saw somebody earlier said that they haven't saw the daughter in like 3 years. That's what I want to look into. Because I'm like, in 3 years, I could have sworn they served her this year. But I'm going to look into it, though. I saw that earlier.
If it's limited to what the state is suggesting, so the conversations between he and his girlfriend and things like that wouldn't come in. Is that what you're saying?
I am saying, Your Honor, that if we need to be able to make an informed decision. So I'm saying that we need to know what she deems to be relevant. And then when we know that, then we can make the decision that, okay, well, we think that it makes more sense to not make the argument that it might not be his account.
Okay.
So that she can get my evidence in, but to get the rest in. Your Honor,
no problem.
So they never, like, they never found her, so she's not gonna testify, right? See, like I said on day one, that not being able to use that video, confirm that video. And that's what she put in her deposition too. That she didn't know what she was. You can tell you think if I was about to say, what's wrong with him?
Sure.
Your Honor, I'm not sure we're ready for the jury. We're being handed totally different information that they plan to
Gary, hold on.
put in through this witness.
Now, do y'all think they can't find because of hiding or?
Sir, what were you handed, counsel?
Counsel has been handed what was previously provided in portion of the defendant's phone extraction. This particular summary, and there was a notice of intent to rely on summaries filed prior, in this case by the state. This particular summary details the conversations between the defendant under the 772-713-9807 phone number, conversations with Mariah Hamilton, the witness's daughter, and her cell phone on that, as well as conversations with Miss Holmes herself, who is a party to some of these conversations. There was a group chat going on, and
Please state your full legal name for the record.
Alicia. All right, pause real quick. Okay. Let me have you. Dang, it's on my other laptop. Okay, never mind. I was about to pull it up.
Ashay Holmes. Please spell your first and last name for the court reporter.
FELICIA. HOLMZ.
Please have a seat. Ms. Holmes?
Yes, sir.
That microphone in front of you does not move back and forth, though. Just up or down, but not back and forth.
Okay.
You ready?
Yes, sir.
Counsel, you proceed.
thank you. Good morning, Ms. Holmes.
Good morning.
How are you today?
Not good.
She looked nervous.
No, just, you know, I don't feel comfortable.
Are you nervous?
I feel threatened.
So, Ms. Holmes, I want to start and just talk about who you are.
Yes.
Ms. Holmes, do you have any children?
Yes, I do.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury who is Mariah Hamilton?
My youngest daughter.
And how old is Mariah?
She's 22 right now.
And Mariah, did she have a romantic relationship with someone named Jamel Demons, also known as YNW Melly?
Yes, she did.
When was she involved in that romantic relationship with Melly?
I'm thinking maybe 2016 or so till maybe 2019, 20.
Okay. Did you have the opportunity to meet Mr. Demons?
Yes, I did.
What did you refer to him as?
I call him Jamel Melly.
Do you see him here in the courtroom?
Yes, I do.
Where is he?
He's right here.
And what's he wearing?
The white turtleneck and a gray jacket.
Did y'all see that smile?
Record identification of the defendant.
Yes, the record will reflect the in-court identification of the defendant.
So in October of 2018, had you met the defendant prior?
Yes, I did.
How many times have you met him in person prior to that?
A couple.
A couple?
I think two maybe.
It's crazy.
Did you follow him on social media?
I'm not sure. In 2018, I wasn't. No.
Okay. Did you know if he had social media at that time?
I didn't. No, I didn't.
Did you have a social media account at that time?
Yes, I did.
And what was your social media?
Man, it's crazy.
I'm sorry.
What was your social media name?
My name? For which one?
For Instagram.
Instagram, was like Bling Queen 258.
Did you have a Snapchat at that time?
I don't think so. If I did, I may have.
What about your daughter? Did she have an Instagram?
I'm pretty sure she did.
Did she have Snapchat?
I'm pretty sure she did.
So I'm going to show you what's been already admitted into evidence as 861. There's a couple of videos and things on that I would like to ask you to have some questions about.
You know, we'd object as to the predicate being laid for this witness to testify to any of this material.
Thank you. Objection noted.
So I'm showing you what is titled Memories 2018 October 9th, 4:58 UTC, Melly, Montana. Can you see that picture there on your screen?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Who is the female over there?
That's my daughter.
And which daughter is that?
Mariah.
Okay. Who else is in that photograph with her?
That's Chanel.
I want to go here to this image. This is 2018, November 11th, 23:53:26 UTC. Again, Melly.Montana. Who is pictured in this photograph?
My daughter Mariah.
Do you recognize the individual in the back?
No.
Prior to coming into court yesterday, were you shown 2 photographs of the alleged victims in this case?
Yes, I was.
Were you able to identify them?
No, I was not.
In terms of your relationship with Anthony Williams and Chris Thomas, how many times have you met them?
Maybe Zach maybe twice. Judy maybe once.
And do you know them by their real names?
No, I don't.
How did you refer to them?
Zach and Judy.
Okay. So I want to go forward to some of the videos in this particular exhibit, specifically Memories 2018, October 18th, 2:17:49 UTC. Start with this one. I'm going to.
All that extra shit, like, they need the most important shit here.
So the image that is shown there, do you recognize the person in that driver's license?
It's blurry.
Okay. I'm going to show you another video, the next one here.
You know you come back.
Whose driver's license is that?
That's my daughter.
The conversations and things that on there, do you recognize the voice?
I didn't really listen. I mean, you have to play it again.
Sure.
Tell me, all that extra shit, and like, they need the most important shit here.
Do you recognize the person who's speaking in that video?
Yes, I do.
Who is that?
That's Janelle.
Okay.
Oh, so that, okay. I'm sound like, okay.
So I want to go back to October 26th of 2018. Where were you living?
I was living in Cocoa.
And my geography is terrible, I think. How far away is Cocoa from Broward County?
About 3-4 hours.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a registered nurse.
Were you a registered nurse at that time as well?
Yes, I was.
Did you know the defendant's mother?
Yes, I did.
And who is she?
Jane.
Have you met her prior to October 26th of 2018?
Yes, I have.
Have you communicated with her?
Yes, I did.
Did you have a phone number for her?
I'm pretty sure I probably did.
I'm not asking you to.
I don't know if I did or not. I can't remember.
Okay. So I want to go forward on October 26th of 2018 and talk about that early morning hours. Did you receive or hear a phone call or FaceTime video call in which the defendant was a participant?
I did overhear. I'm not quite sure exactly the context of the call, but I did overhear the phone call.
Okay. Tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what woke you up that morning.
Just hear my daughter's voice.
Okay. What was she?
Nothing.
What was the tone of her voice without saying what she said?
I don't remember. I don't remember.
Okay. Do you remember anything the defendant said on that video?
Not verbatim, but I don't.
Okay. Did you have an opportunity to read the statement you gave in 2018?
There we go.
I read the statement.
Okay.
I don't recall. I don't remember anything from that statement, but I do remember my deposition from December 22.
So the deposition, that would have been 6 months ago?
Yes.
Okay. I want to go and when you spoke, you remember speaking with law enforcement in December of 2018?
I remember speaking with them, but I don't remember what they look like. I don't remember their names, but I do remember talking to some.
Okay. So, Ms. Holmes, I want to ask you, were you honest and truthful with law enforcement when you spoke with them?
I would hope so. I mean, it was 2018. I went through a lot during that year, so I'm not sure where my mindset was at that time.
Did you lie to law enforcement?
I would hope not. I don't remember what I said at that. It was like 5 years ago.
Oh, of course. I understand it's been a long time. So in terms of the time frame, that was closer in time to the incident? But October 26th of 2018?
If that's where you guys are saying it is.
You don't even remember?
I don't remember. Like I said, 2018 was a very hard year for me. My husband just went to prison. My father died. I had a lot going on. So I was really out of it.
And in terms of your conversations with the police officers that morning?
Yes. I do remember that they kind of bullied me and threatened my daughter and take her to jail for accessory after that. I do remember that.
Yes. And in terms of the statements that you made about what happened, you don't have any recollection of that? Did you read this statement multiple times?
That's what
I looked at it and I just didn't call it, and I No.
And so you indicated you hoped you were truthful with law enforcement.
Yes, I did.
I have to ask you to be more definitive. Were you truthful?
I don't remember what I said to them back then, so if I was to tell you something now, I could be lying. I don't want to lie on the stand because you're going to take me to jail. So I'm saying what you want me to say.
I do not want you to say anything, I want you to tell the truth.
Okay, that's what I'm doing.
Okay. So Ms. Holmes, with regards to that day, did you lie to law enforcement?
Objection passed to answer. Excuse me, overruled. Repeat your question.
I don't remember.
Excuse me.
Yes, sir.
Only one person can talk at a time, and there was an objection. I just wanted to be clear. All right, you ask your question again.
Okay. So Ms. Holmes, did you lie to law enforcement?
Not that I recall.
Oh.
I don't remember.
Okay. Going forward to the events of that day.
Yes.
When you heard that phone call, where were you?
I'm home.
Okay. Where was it? Home in Cocoa?
Cocoa.
Who else was there at your house?
My kids.
When you heard the phone call, did you hear what had allegedly happened?
I heard that there might have been a shooting.
Okay. Did you see any pictures or videos of anyone that was injured at that point?
No, I did not.
Did you see the defendant on the screen of that video call?
I saw his face, yes.
In terms of the method of communication, do you know if it was a FaceTime call?
Oh, let me check that out.
I assume it was FaceTime. I couldn't say for sure what kind of call it was.
At the time of October of 2018, December of 2018, do you know the defendant's phone number?
No, I don't.
Do you recall today what the defendant's phone number was?
No, I don't.
Okay. In terms of the information and stuff that you have regarding that phone number, was that saved in your phone at that time?
It may have been. I can't remember.
Do you remember what phone number you had?
No, I don't. No, I don't.
So, Ms. Holmes, to go back in terms of the...
Hey, Lamar, who's reporting that, Boosie stuff? Put it in chat for me, please.
Looking at your statement or any of the other things, refresh your recollection as to what the defendant's phone number was and what you had at that time.
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
Sure. You said you didn't remember the defendant's phone number.
No, I don't.
Would looking at a copy of your statement help refresh your memory as to what?
No, I don't think it would.
Okay. Would you like to try to do so?
You have to look at it for you, sure.
Okay. And so, counsel, on the record, I'm showing for page 3 of 8.
And I'm going to ask you, Ms. Holmes, to just read this part silently to yourself.
Okay.
And we're going to start here this and through here.
Ain't no case popping up. Now, how glad of all people know, but can't nobody else pull it up. Damn, that's crazy. That's crazy. Because it's not in the system.
You're doing that, does that refresh your recollection?
Your Honor, pursuant to 90.8035, the state would move at this time to read into the record the relevant portions.
Objection.
Can I see, please?
Yes, sir.
Then, John, it's 12 o'clock. Let's take our lunch and recess. Don't discuss the case. Don't film any opinion about the case. Don't allow anyone to discuss the case. Certainly no reason. What time? Let's say 1:30. Thank you.
That is crazy.
Ms. Holmes?
Oh, sorry.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Let the record reflect the jury stepped out. Counsel remain along with the defendant, assistant state attorneys, and our witness. Madam, you want to step outside for a minute? Thank you. Just wait outside. Thank you. So what do you anticipate this?
That her answer would start with, he FaceTimed my daughter from the 772 number. Question, yeah. Answer, unless he got rid of that phone. He FaceTimed my daughter that morning at 4 a.m. in the morning, yeah. Question, what's your daughter's number? Her number is 506-321-506-1313. But she may have another number because I changed her. She lost her cell phone and got another number. Her old number was, question, no, cuz, answer. Her old number was 877-9609-321. Question, no. See, I have his phone records and he never called it. There was never answer. You have the 772-713-9807? Question, 9807. Answer, I don't know whose phone that he called and FaceTimed with. I talked to him on FaceTime.
So, assuming that I let this portion in, is this going to be a reoccurring theme? That what else are you going to ask her about?
In terms of that, as well as the initial part where she says she doesn't recall what he said verbatim. That would be the part where he's saying that someone just shot the car up and was trying to shoot them. So I asked him if he was okay, where he was, and he's like, there's a car coming behind him, like hiding. He was like, there's some, there's some, I think they're still out here or something. So I'm like, are you okay? He's like, I'm okay. I said, well, where are Sack and Juvie? And he said, I don't know if they're in the car. I think.
What you mean she's presenting Snapchat video? I thought they just threw out, the only videos they showed was just of him and her posing. And isn't in the paperwork they never recovered an actual video? They think it was something else, not a Snapchat video. You talking about from that night? Because I think that's why they pressing her so hard, because they want her to, on record, confirm that she saw the phone when they was on it. Or I could be tripping, because I'm paying attention and not paying attention, because I'm trying to look up this Boosie stuff too.
I think they're dead.
And that's the portion that you're looking to
present the picture, right? But that
so far, based on her current state,
that was in general trying to show that was his.
If there's anything else that she doesn't remember on that, for example, the Frito Bang or Frederick Givens is his actual name. Aspects of that, anything about the condo in Miami, about the blood on the clothes. There's another part later on where she then describes the conversation again that he said. He just basically said that his friend they just got killed, and that he was like, there was lights coming, somebody's coming, someone's coming. I'm like, are they still out there, Question, answer, it's like I don't know. And I said, we're on our way, just so you know, stay put, we'll come get you. So at this time, I'm thinking he's somewhere hiding in the bushes somewhere from whoever shot him.
And the statement goes on, there's other things that you're trying to get out through this witness that you're concerned that she may or may not remember.
Those are the relevant portions, Your Honor. There's a lot of other things that she indicates in the statement that I would agree would not be relevant, and that wouldn't prove an essential fact that is at issue in this case. So I would not be seeking to insert the entire statement.
Basically, the portions that you just elicited.
Because I don't
Yes, and I can
of the actual
I have the ability to, in a Word document, to isolate those so that they can be succinctly read, provided to defense as well, so they would have copies. But the case law is clear and the statute is clear. The state cannot introduce that statement, but defense would be able to if they so chose.
Thank you. And your objection is?
Your Honor, we have a copy of her deposition, which makes clear.
Can I stop you for a second?
I'm sorry.
What is counsel reading from that? What are you reading from that?
I am reading from her statement of December 12th of 2018.
You're reading from a statement, not a deposition.
Correct.
Thank you. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Thank you. And before I go any further, Your Honor, I meant no disrespect. And I appreciate your and understand your authority, and you're making decisions. Whatever reaction I had was intended to convey disrespect, whether I agree with your decisions or not. Her deposition of December 14th, 2022 will clarify the issue of whether this is a failure of recollection that the state is trying to refresh, or whether or not this witness has recanted her statement and is making an entirely different statement about the facts of that night. In this deposition, she is not claiming not to recall. She said she wasn't certain about the time of the call, but she quickly got herself together and came down here, and it took about 3 to 4 hours, like she said, and she got here around 12 or 1 o'clock, which would place that call at 8 or 9 o'clock. There are several other substantive statements that indicate that she is recanting that statement she gave on that day. She says the reason that she gave the statement was because her daughter was threatened with arrest, like she said here. She said that she feels threatened, and the first thing she said there, she's not talking about Jamel.
On the window.
She's talking about the state. She's on an ankle bracelet. They arrested her in the Virgin Islands and brought her over here. And the statements she's making in her deposition do not support and are wouldn't say they're not the statements that are made in the statement that the state seeks to elicit. If the rules allowed her to put a witness on just to get in a prior statement, then they'd be in okay territory. The rules don't permit that. She's creating this pretext. Oh, you forgot that? Well, let me read it into the record. I would offer the court a copy of this deposition over lunch to review. That makes it clear that she is recanting. She is not forgetting. She is recanting. And that's exactly what these cases speak to, and the process that the state is
He doing good with it too.
what they're attempting to engage in is to violate and circumvent the rule and admit out-of-court statements for the truth of the matter asserted, which are hearsay, which are recognized to create constitutional problems, which have resulted in some of these cases in murder cases being reversed, murder convictions being reversed. And she's inviting error into this court, into this trial. And we'd ask the court to at least get a context of what is going on here, whether this is a failure of recollection, whether that's the way she's fashioning it, or whether or not what she said in her deposition does not comport with what she said in that statement that she's recanting, and whether the state is just using this rule as a pretext to get the statements that they're not committed to.
Thank you. You have the statement of Ms. Holmes as well?
I do, Your
And
Honor.
that was taken under oath?
It was, yes, it's a sworn statement from Ms. Oath, from Ms. Holmes in December of 2018. And Your Honor, I would also add that some of the timeframe and issues of that, those were actually clarified because defense provided the state with reciprocal discovery of Ms. Jamie King's phone records, which authenticate the statements, for example, that Felicia Holmes said she immediately called Jamie King. That is shown in Ms. King's phone records.
Who's Jamie King?
The defendant's mother. So there's outside sources that corroborate the sum and substance of her December 2018 statement.
All right, so I'm going to take the statement. If there's no objection, I'll take the statement and the deposition. I'll read those over lunch, and then see everybody back here at 1:15. I told the jury to be back at 1:30. We'll resolve those issues, and we'll move forward. All right?
Thank you.
Thank you.
They ain't spending no time in for show evidence. That's crazy.
Thank Judge.
Thank you.
If he beat the case, I'm just saying, if these rappers turn rats can have these big albums, he definitely gonna go double platinum if he drop an album. If he beat this case, okay, definitely gonna drop an album. Yo, so I don't know about the original statement, Prince, but you was here on night one. You was here on day one. We went over her deposition. I don't know what she said verbatim in the 2018, but 2022, she definitely was not a reliable witness, to tell you that much.
Okay. Did you follow him on social media?
I'm not sure. In 2018, I wasn't.
Okay. Did you know if he had social media at that time?
I didn't. No, I didn't.
Okay. Did you have a social media account at that time?
Yes, I did.
And what was your social media handle?
I'm sorry?
What was your social media name?
My name? For which one?
For Instagram.
Instagram, it's like Bling Queen 258.
And he can be free.
Did you have a Snapchat at that time?
I don't think so. If I did, I mean.
Did we just see that? No additional charges. There ain't no telling who. You know? That was a long break.
During police investigation is not a statement given at an other proceeding and consequently is not admissible as substantive evidence. Second case I have is SL v. State, as they said, 99372nd 1108, and that's a little more succinct.
Okay, turn off the phone now.
It says, in order to resolve this appeal, we must determine whether the statement made by SL's mother to the deputy was admissible as substantive evidence. The Florida rules of evidence provide that prior inconsistent statements are admissible as substantive evidence if the declarant testifies at trial or hearing subject to cross-examination regarding the statement, and the statement is inconsistent with the declarant's testimony given under oath, subject to the penalty of perjury at trial, hearing, or other proceeding or in a deposition. It goes on and says, interpreting this provision, the Florida Supreme Court recognized that a statement given during police investigation is not a statement given at an other proceeding.
Oh, shoot.
Doesn't appear to me that that statement is admissible as substantive evidence, counsel. So the end result of all this is, if you ask the witness denies remembering the statement and you want to read it to him, I don't see how a curative instruction telling a jury it's only for impeachment purposes and not as substantive evidence is going to resolve it. So my thought would be just to keep it out. So I sustain the objection.
So just so it's clear, it is not a prior inconsistent statement. So the line of case law that you cited would not be applicable. It's a past recollection recorded, which is a very specific subset. So I refer to Earhart on that specific issue, 9803 sub 5.
Excuse me one second. Could you get right here? I left it on my desk.
Make sure y'all like, comment, share, subscribe. Tell your people pull up. We still going at it. 4 hours and 32 minutes and counting. About 200 people overall throughout. My regular steady set of people on the troop team holding strong. And I'm still here in my cover. Got my cover on. Hey. I think they just said 2018 is out. And that 2022 statement, for one, is shaky. She recanted on a lot of things. She caused a lot of doubt on her daughter. And she was on a hostile situation because she was in jail. We're ready for it. Look, let me show y'all how I'm over here sitting. I'm about to transition in my room. I got my cover on. So far, it's made for the state to decide on the case. They got to have a big, a snitch got to take the stand. I don't care. Somebody of value got to take that stand. I don't see how this is gonna, like I don't see how, and they went too hard for the death penalty. That's my thing.
I'm sorry, Council, what section are you talking about?
No.
9803. Yes, subsection 98035.
They can request it.
Which in the
she hinted at
2022 edition
because they asked her
starts on page 1104.
Now the 2018 one is bad though, from what they reference in the 2022 deposition. She was saying like Melly confessed to her daughter, all types of stuff. Honestly, I think it's gonna be one of them 3 people on that Brady material from this year that's gonna take that stand. This was who they were smoking gun with. They were gonna try to bring it. Oh, got you. Yeah, they done threw out that 2018 statement. Cause look, while we waiting on them to whatever it is that they doing, everybody, for those who haven't been following the story since the beginning, it took November, December, January, about 3 months and some change, right, for charges to even be filed against both parties. And you know why? Because the lack there of evidence, right? However, in that time frame, they had a lot, okay? A lot of people providing statements. So, I hope that ain't what they based this doggone trial on. How would she know who she recanted prior? Because they have the 2018 statement. So when she came, oh yeah, she had an ankle monitor because she left the country. Like they was ducking and dodging, her and her daughter allegedly. And when they caught her in the Virgin Islands or something like that, they did her like they did the girl on the Tory Lanez trial. I mean, they ain't had to put on no ankle monitor, but yeah, they filed the charge, the witness thing in court. Gotta be that prison. This is something. I ain't whispering.
referenced in the Earhart citations. I provided a copy to defense and a copy for your honor.
Oh, okay, my bad. I'm just looking up at the comment.
And the light is located at 116 7th 3rd, 270, Florida Supreme Court, 2013.
That's why they was trying to get her to either they was trying to get her to either say she lied then or she was lying now. Which I still, but now that I said it out loud, that still doesn't help them. I said the other night though, I ain't see how she helped the state at all. Other than to pinpoint that was Melly's phone or whatever. Or maybe they was trying to use the 2018 and 2022 statements while she was on the stand, so they could have tricked back her where she for perjury, like, oh, so which one were you telling the truth on? Still a gamble, but I don't know. That's the only thing I can think of to use her. If I really say I didn't see how this was a state witness. But at one point, she definitely was like the key one because they called her A. Her and her daughter. Now, I agree with you on that, Prince, for sure. I definitely agree with you on that.
That's you ready? Yes. All right, bring the jury in. Yep. Bring the witness in, bring the jury in.
Grab the witness.
Whenever I can get in my other laptop. Sorry, I'm about to start talking.
Okay, where did you go?
We went to one of Janelle's friend's house.
And whose house was that?
Frida.
I'm now approaching what's been previously shown to defense counsel and marked as states N for identification purposes only. Ms. Holmes, do you recognize the two individuals in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize them?
I know Frida from being on Instagram from rapping. He's a rapper.
Okay, any other individual in that photograph?
My daughter's with me.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I apologize, I didn't hear that.
I'm sorry.
I didn't hear your answer. Could you
Which
repeat?
one? Do I recognize?
Thank you.
I do recognize Frida from Instagram for being a rapper, and I recognize Janelle from dating my daughter.
You're at this time state requesting of states N. N is the next exhibit.
Any objection?
Relevant.
Overruled. It'll be admitted.
States N, be marked state 62.
This is the photo that you can see on your screen that you just identified? Okay. So when you said Frida, is this the individual's house you went to?
You staying up to date on the trial. I missed it. Y'all was looking at something else.
Ms. Holmes, how much money has the defendant's manager given you since the October of 2018?
Objection. Relevance.
Motion side.
That noise is so aggravating. Did she admit it on the stand or not? Admit what? I missed whatever Prince said. She admitted hearing her daughter on the phone. She said she can't recall exactly the content of the call. And she said she did confirm she saw his face, though, on the call. I do remember hearing that part. Do remember hearing that one. But in the deposition, she says, so in the original statement, she said the wooden area, right, which could have helped the state out by saying he was in some bushes, like, or whatever. But in her deposition, she said, well, I don't know. It could have been outside or it might have been inside the apartment. So the inconsistency in her story with that, too. So they can't confirm, even though they can confirm the phone call or a phone call, they can't say without a doubt. Like, see, before, when they just was using the 2018 statement, they could have said, oh, we got this phone right in this spot. No, she said she heard the there was FaceTime, not a call, a face. Well, I guess you can still consider a call. But yeah, she said she heard the call, her daughter. They asked her how her daughter sounded, and she said she don't remember or something along that line, something like that. I mean, I ain't gonna say she said enough, right? She definitely can confirm that Melly's face was on the screen, but in the documents, and I don't know if they're going to get to it, but in the original deposition, right? Hold on, is it a deposition? I'm trying to show the document. Hold on. Yeah, so in the original statement, she said that he talked about the shooting, like she heard this, like that he was part of the shooting, the dudes was dead, he needed the ride, or whether he was hiding in some bushes or whatever. Now that without a doubt would have put him at least allegedly where the crime at, because it was bushes on the side of the road, all that, and they could have pinpointed with the phone. But now, right, because in the document I could have sworn they say they don't have records of it. I had to find it. So while we listen now, I'm gonna find it, because at one point they said they only have records showing that. So I mean, even if she said, "Oh, I heard some type of conversation," you know what I'm saying? If they don't have records on the phone, that still beg the question if it's still reasonable doubt she knows what she's talking about. Because look, she'd have changed the story already. So now, even if she said, "Yeah, I saw his face," if they can't have the record to back it up, that still is going to go on if the jury believe her. No, 2018 statement out for What's the people? 2000. Oh, the girlfriend mom. Right, but Prince, you missing the point of with the 2018 statement out. Now they can't refer to her original statement where she said that he said it. See, that's the thing. Without that 2018 statement, they have to go exactly what she said in that deposition. And she doesn't say that in the deposition. She said it in the 2018 statement. So that's why that 2018 statement being thrown out is definitely a blow for the prosecution. Definitely a blow. Yeah, because they do hint in the deposition too about her and Bortland going back and forth, right? And then she said, "Well, I only said that because she said something to Bortland along the line, I will tell it all," or something like that. He told my daughter everything, right? So they asked her about it in the deposition, and then she goes to say, "Oh, we were just mad. I was just upset because it was just a lot going on." So she still backtracked that.
Okay, so I'll ask again. How much money have you gotten from the defendant development manager? And with regards to that specific statement, Ms. Holmes, you have a credit union account? Yes, I do launch credit union. Okay.
Now, why it sound low this time?
Bank there for a number of years. Many years. The credit union that you've been at in your account.
But hold on. Let me pause this real quick. I can barely hear. But Prince, at this point, right? Maybe in the beginning, but at this point, treating her as a hostile witness, meaning you can basically like force tough questions to be answered. But if they're not able to refer to that 2018 statement, treating her hostile now really doesn't make sense, right? And now, Lamar, are they bringing up that because it's inside of the deposition, right? They needed. It was going so well. Now it's low to me.
So your testimony is that you have never been given money whatsoever.
I've never been given money for personal use.
Okay. So the question is, how much money have you been given by the defendants?
For vacation for all of us, for him, his wife, and me to pay for it. As far as he gave me $5,000 for Airbnb, and I gave him $1,000 to deposit that.
So he did give you money,
not for personal use.
Okay.
Excuse me, can we clarify who he is, Jameson Francois?
Just clarify, counsel.
So it's clear, who is Jameson Francois?
He's Melly's manager.
And you mentioned his wife as well. Who's his wife?
I used to go by AA.
Names dropped for the record.
So AA and his wife.
We were all good friends.
So I'm going to go now with the previously shown to defense counsel and mark this
Pause.
M.
Pause. Inconsistency, flag on the play. Did she just say they were all good friends? Remember in the deposition, she said she didn't know Track's wife like that. And y'all remember when we was reading it, I said, well, why would you go to lunch with somebody you didn't know like that? Come on.
It's a composite of 17 pages. Did you have an opportunity to review that prior to coming into court today?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and in terms of the individuals and the phone numbers that are on that, do you recognize your own phone number?
No, I do not.
Okay. Going forward to the contents of that particular item, do you recognize the conversation about a snake?
No, I do not. I know they had a snake. I don't recognize this conversation.
Okay. With regards to the conversation about the snake that you do remember, what do you remember about the snake?
That they had a snake.
What happened to it?
Objection. Relevance is sustained.
Aaron, may we approach that?
Sure.
Hold on. I'm gonna have to look up hostile. Cause maybe I'm tripping on what it means. Cause I'm reading how y'all saying it, and I ain't getting the same context. So let me get my ish together. Make sure I get the right meaning of it. All right. Hold on, y'all. Okay, they stay out. So she's the state witness, right? And a hostile witness is a witness who is important to the party calling them and being unwilling to tell the truth and may have to be cross-examined by the party. So technically she would be a hostile witness, right? Okay, hold on. So the prosecution, okay. So the prosecution definitely, she will be considered a hostile witness to the prosecution, right? Up until this point. Because now that the judge just ruled the 2018 statement out, hell, she ain't no hostile witness anymore. Same thing happened. Now, I wouldn't compare her to Kelsey, though. I ain't gonna lie. I wouldn't compare her to Kelsey. I can't confirm that either, Lamar. I never looked at her deposition. I only had her documents from Texas when they put that witness hold on her. I never seen her deposition. Y'all know I didn't really follow the Tory Lane case like that. I just did updates. So I don't know what her deposition has said. Do y'all know I'm still over here trying to get into my other laptop? I got the volume on my bed. Is it talking? This is something. Okay. Now they're trying to say she got money from the manager. Well, they been saying that, Jersey. They been saying that she got money. Okay. So YNW Melly's mom was about to be charged with tampering with a witness. They was alleging that her and Track was providing money to the girlfriend and the girlfriend's mom to pay them off from being a witness. Now, the mom, in her deposition, says that I get you, Prince. So the mom was basically saying that YNW Melly was taking care of the daughter anyway, like way before all this and all that. But see, the thing is, don't forget, the mom got immunity. We still don't know what she said or what they found in her phone. Just throwing that out there. But once we finish hearing her thing, I'm actually gonna talk about it. Like break it down, because she has admitted to a good amount of stuff, but to me, I don't feel like it was enough of a big dent. Like if that 2018 statement was there, I still feel like it still casts some reasonable doubt, you know, in my opinion, right? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm going off of. So, oh yeah, the mom got immunity, Jersey. So what I'm going off of, right, is if we just listen to what she has said. Yes, I heard my daughter get a phone call, right? Yes, I saw Melly's face on the screen. Yes. Oh no, hold on. Yes, I heard her get a phone call. Yes, I saw Melly's face on the screen. No, I can't tell you what was said. Yes, I saw Melly the day of the murder at Fredo Bane's house. You know what I'm saying? Like, so that's what I'm getting. Correct me if I'm wrong, but that's what I got that she put out there yet. I've been taking notes.
I have no idea. I don't know. Is there anything that would refresh your recollection as to what her phone number was?
No, because I don't remember mine.
You don't even remember your own?
Yeah, no, I don't know.
In terms of, did you review your statement of December 14th of 2018? Did you review that statement prior to testifying today?
Yes, I did.
And in that statement, were you asked, what is your daughter's phone number?
Objection.
See? Heavy phone case. That's why they drilled like that. They need that.
If I were to show you the statement, would that help refresh your recollection as to whether or not you were asked that question?
I don't think you would, no. But you can show it.
You have permission to approach?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. 3 of 8. If you could just read silently to your son. Okay, looking at that, does that refresh your recollection as to what your daughter's phone number was?
I still don't recognize the number. It does it for me, but I don't know if that's her number. I don't recognize the number.
Okay, so you don't recognize the number?
Yeah, I have 3 daughters, so I don't know.
Understood on that one. So, Judge, permission to treat the witness if possible?
Objection.
They just asked. This whole time it sounded like she was already treating her as hostile. Hell. Or was it just me that felt that way? I thought they already had it on the record to do it. This laptop is really making me upset. What is LMO? So what is that? The reason why she's hostile is because she's saying even if I look at the statement, I will not recall and nothing will help me recall. Yeah, but look, they're just now asking to treat her as hostile. So that's why I'm like, but I had to refresh my memory on what the actual definition of hostile was. So I get where you're coming from though. I said I need I'm gonna start doing like breakdown of words, because even I be needing a refresh sometimes. I think I'm gonna start doing that on TikTok. Because I'm trying to grow my following more on TikTok. One, she said she don't know what help her recall. But they just not. Oh, did she just say she didn't know nothing just now? I don't even remember exactly what she said. Permission to treat the witness as hostile. But yo, I knew it was messed up when she smiled at Melly. Okay. But see, that's gonna be the thing though. Even if she's doing that now, right, and bringing up stuff and putting on record, even if they convict him, that's gonna be definitely thrown out on appeal because it's gonna be a technicality. Because if you are, and you know they have these questionnaires, right? The questionnaires tell you like certain questions that you have to answer and all types of stuff like that. So looking at that, if any inconsistency, because you're supposed to answer the questions, every juror answer the question on the paper, right? And then they submit it to the court and it's then put on record. And if anything want to get reviewed, right? If any response include anything that wasn't supposed to be admissible, guess what? That's a technicality. That's getting thrown out. And let me tell you, let them convict him and he get put on death row and they have to reverse it due to a technicality. That's a big check. I ain't gonna. To be honest, I wonder, does anybody know? Although he has not been convicted, he's been in jail for 4 years. What if he beats the case? Can you sue? Did Boosie sue? When can you sue? Because he done been through some things per paperwork. Like, I've been told it was all a play. Like, don't be reading into it. They be trying to get out. But outside looking in, if you can't go get your broke teeth fixed, that's definitely painful, you know? Yeah. Look, people know, and I guess that's why part of my I never really understood the civilian thing because we don't use that word. In my part of my community, we don't ever use that word. So I never understood all that until I got online and I start seeing people refer to civilians and whatever. So I guess, right, that people don't understand that it comes, look, you making the decision to tell, even as somebody that's not like in the streets, or whatever, is, hey, that's a big burden on your back. Okay, you know why? Because now you have to deal with people knowing you gave information up. And like I said, we don't use the word civilian. If you are in the know, then in the know is the equivalent of being in the streets where I'm from, right? So anybody that's in the know that's talking is a no-no. And I will say this, just looking at the whole scenario, all of these people that was in the know that provided information will be labeled a snitch around here, including her mom right there, because not only did you talk, right, you went to the meetup spot, meaning you were around, right, in the inner circle, because not all parents be up in the circles, but you was in the inner circle. Then at one point early on in the investigation, they did say she was the one who contacted them. I'm just saying. So that's why that 2018 actual statement, like I said, I never saw it, but the pieces I've heard about it in the other documents, on top of her being the one to call them to give them information, man, I know that thing. What they say, juicy. I know that thing was juicy.
Counsel May, along with the defendant, witnesses on stand. Ms. Holmes, my understanding from counsel's side is that you have an attorney deal with it, is that right?
No, I was told to bring him in here.
Might be a good time.
Who brought in there?
So, your attorney, any objection to that?
Yes.
What's
Yes,
the
Your Honor.
objection?
The witness is on the stand, and for the state to suggest to a witness who's already been sworn and it's in the middle of testimony that she goes and talks to her lawyer, it's type of intimidation, coercion. I think the rules have been. So we do object to that.
I agree with that, Prince, for sure.
Well, let me ask you this. Is it something you think you need to talk to your lawyer about?
He doesn't
I'll talk to her. I don't think I need to, but I don't know what the problem is. I'm answering her question like she wants. I'm not sure what's going on.
Well, so my question to you is, do you want to talk to your lawyer?
Yes, I will talk to her.
All right, so we're going to be in recess. You talk to your lawyer, and you go ahead. You step outside, all right? And I'm going to continue with the argument here with the attorneys.
Definitely agree with that too, for sure. Definitely agree.
So I guess this is the concern I have. You're asking me to declare her a hostile witness. So here's the issue is.
But now I'm kind of interested.
I don't know what's your position on it. She's at, that would allow her to ask these legal questions that she suggested sidebar. The problem.
So let me ask you this, Prince. So per the paperwork, right? Cortland made that original recorded statement the first night. But the paperwork also said he don't make no more statements after that, right? So do you think, allegedly, and I'm not going to say Melly, but him and whoever else was actually a shooter, right? Or him and Melly, him and whoever came up with that plan for him to say it, is that considered still making a statement? Or, because to me, I feel like it had to be a conversation or a script. Because the way he ran into that mug, panicking and all that, or looking panicked, right? I definitely would say it had to be a game plan. But at the same time, I feel like the extra stuff wasn't a part of the plan. All right, so y'all, hold on, because I want to listen to that, but I need to, I'm just going to play it. Hopefully I don't miss nothing good.
The problem with that.
Exactly, Jersey.
Testimony before the jury. I mean, that's,
But I think Bortland just wasn't that seasoned and sticking to a script with curveballs and ruin it.
It's not the attorney's questions that are in evidence. I mean, she doesn't acknowledge it, or even after asking leading questions, she's basically saying, she doesn't know, or that's the end of it. I mean, you can't go much further than that. You can't put in evidence. Didn't you say X, Y, and Z? The police officer, she's not acknowledging she said it. I can't see, how you do that. You can't.
So I think I can ask the questions because
What question?
In terms of, did you provide this phone number as the number for your daughter? Did you provide this number for the phone number regarding Mr. Dennis? Did you provide this information?
What?
Pause. You know what's so crazy about what she's saying? From my conversation with Fredo Bain lawyer, this is the same situation that went on. And this is why, how she's being real, bulldog, answer these questions. This is why Fredo Bain's lawyer had filed that second hearing where she wasn't there and got the judge to agree. Because they try to compel him to answer the questions and not plead the field.
What information?
Whatever the particular statement may be that we're at that point in the questioning. For example, did you provide the phone and say that previously that you talked on FaceTime with the defendant?
Hold on. See, Prince, I just thought about something. And y'all let me know if I'm missing something. Because Prince let me put that back so everybody can understand where my thought process is. So, okay, never mind. I might say, well, maybe possibly it was premeditated. I was about to say, if Borland went to the hospital, made the statement, right? He didn't mention that Melly was in the car with him. But Melly went so okay. Because I want to say Melly was premeditated, but now that I remember, oh boy, talked to the police after Borland, right? After he left allegedly Fredo Bain house. So it would have been time to come up with the storyline for everybody after. I was about to say, how did they come up with it before actually,
Defendant. That you talked to him on the FaceTime on the 772-713-9807 phone number. So judges, in terms of if I'm going to then impeach her with some other outside statement or some other prior consistent statement that she has made at some other proceeding at that point, that's the concern as to her perjuring herself on that. So I think that's why it's important that she be allowed to speak to her attorney on that issue. And in terms of the prior statement on that, I still maintain that she has endorsed.
Yeah, I gotta go back just a little bit because I heard perjure, but I missed what was said. Damn, I went back to her.
Thank you. Let the record reflect the jury stepped out. Counsel may, along with the defendant, witnesses on stand. Ms. Holmes, my understanding from counsel's side was that you have an attorney here with you, is that right?
No, I was told to bring him in here.
What I miss, look, Prince, come on, no. I think it's a delay because I've been noticing I'll say something and then I'll see y'all comment later. So it might be a delay. So I don't know what you're referring to. No.
So, you want to speak to your attorney? Any objection to that?
Yes. Yes, Your Honor. The witness is on the stand, and for the state to suggest to a witness who has already been sworn and is in the middle of testimony that she goes and talks to her lawyer, type of intimidation, coercion, I think the rules have been. So we do object to that. It's intimidation.
Well, let me ask you this. Is it something you think you need to talk to your lawyer about?
I'll talk to her. I don't think I need to, but I don't know what the problem is of answering her question like she wants. I'm not sure what's going on.
Well, so my question to you is, do you want to talk to her?
The date when
yes, I'll talk to her.
All right, so we're going to be in recess. You talk to your lawyer, and you go ahead. You step outside, all right? Okay. And I'm going to continue with the argument here with the attorneys.
This here?
So I guess this is the concern I have. You're asking me to declare her a hostile witness. So here's the mission is, I don't know if this was your position on it, and she's at, that would allow her to ask these legal questions as she suggested sidebar. The problem with any of the questions, though, I don't want you to be asking specific questions, that things that she said previously she doesn't remember, and that you're just going to go ahead and put testimony before the jury. I mean, that's, it's not the attorney's questions. I mean, she doesn't acknowledge it, or even after asking leading questions, she's basically saying, she doesn't know, or that's the end of it. I mean, you can't go much further than that. You can't put in evidence. Didn't you say X, Y, and Z to the police officer? She's not acknowledging she said that. I can't see, how you do that. You can't.
So I think I can ask the questions. Because
what question?
In terms of, did you provide this phone number as the number for your daughter? Did you provide this number for the phone number regarding Mr. Dennis? Did you provide this information?
What information?
Whatever the particular statement may be that we're at that point in the questioning. For example, did you provide the phone and say previously that you talked on FaceTime with the defendant, that you talked to him on the FaceTime on the 772-713-9807 phone number. So judges, in terms of if I'm going to then impeach her with some other outside statement or some other prior consistent statement that she has made at some other proceeding at that point, that's the concern as to her perjuring herself on that. So I think that's why it's important that she be allowed to speak to her attorney on that issue. And in terms of
dang, I did it again. What did they just say she perjured?
I still maintain that she has endorsed its authenticity and accuracy. Your Honor was provided with a copy of that deposition that the state referenced when we were talking about, and she indicated she was honest and truthful in that deposition, and she then endorsed the prior statement. So the prior statement should be allowed in on that, and if there's no concern as to any improper or anything on the jurors, because they will be instructed, as they always are, that no statements by the attorneys are evidence.
Yes, please. Your Honor, first of all, the state is now conflating issues. What we objected to and alerted the court to, because we knew that this debacle was going to take place, I think it is evident that, yes, it appears as though the witness is not a major fan of the state. That's true. The state knew that going in. This is no surprise. These cases use the very language, surprise. In other words, what the state intended to do under a ruse, at 803, 90.803 section 5 ruse, is put on the witness to impeach that witness for that sole purpose of impeaching the witness, to introduce an out-of-court statement that is inadmissible because the state understood that she recanted.
Why you say that, Prince? I just thought about that. Why you say that?
Under the pretext, oh, we don't know that she's hostile. We just think her recollection is failing. And we believe under 90.803 subsection 5, we can just read her statement in. Unfortunately for the state, the Supreme Court has made it extremely clear that that witness has to vouch for the accuracy of the statement at the time it was made. And the Supreme Court also said in that context that in the context of an 803.5 exception, the contents of the record substitutes for the witness's testimony. This means that the reliability of the assertions rests upon the veracity of a witness who is present and testifying. The state is calling into question her veracity and calling her pretty much a liar, saying that she's feigning recollection and now attempting to essentially introduce a report of a police statement into evidence by the state testifying.
All right, y'all, real quick. I gotta go back a little bit and then I'm go back up. I think it was at 6-minute mark just now.
But the problem is I'm answering her question like she wants. I'm not sure what's going on.
Well, so my question to you is, do you want to talk to her?
Yes, I will talk to her.
All right, so we're going to be in recess. You talk to your lawyer, and
y'all see that?
You go ahead and step outside, all right? And I'm going to continue with the argument here with the attorneys.
I don't think, no, that ID ain't that.
You're asking me to declare her a hostile witness. So here's the mission is.
Actually like a
I don't know what's your position on it. She's at.
Trace ID type thing.
No,
It's not a phone
allow
number.
her to ask these leading questions as she suggested sidebar. The problem with any of the questions, though, I don't want you to be asking specific questions. The things that she said previously, she doesn't remember, and that you're just going to go ahead and put testimony before the jury. I mean, that's, you know, it's not the attorney's questions that are in evidence. I mean, she doesn't acknowledge it, or even after asking leading questions, she's basically saying, you know, she doesn't know, or that's the end of it. I mean, you can't go much further than that. You can't put in evidence. Didn't you say X, Y, and Z to the police officer? She's not acknowledging she said it. I can't see, you know, how you do that. You can't.
So I think I can ask the questions.
Right, yeah. I know that was come out. But
did you provide this phone number as the number for your daughter?
Let me listen.
Did you provide this number for the phone number regarding Mr. Dennis? Did you provide this information?
What information?
Whatever the particular statement may be that we're at that point in the questioning. For example, did you provide the phone and say that previously that you talked on FaceTime with the defendant, that you talked to him on the FaceTime on the 772-713-9807 phone number? So judges, in terms of, I'm going to then impeach her with some other outside statement. Though, you lied to me and my child for the last time. Again, saying to air him out to the prosecutor.
On to impeach, which is exactly what she's trying to do. The 8035 is a ruse, and that's not working out, and now she's doubling back to the original, which is let me call her hostile so that I can lead, and instead of eliciting the testimony from her, I'm gonna read it out of this report and say, didn't you say that? So what happens is we're gonna now be in a situation where she's asking the state to tell the jury, hey, what the lawyers say is not evidence. So it doesn't matter that this witness is gonna.
Yo, I appreciate everybody for pulling up on your girl. Look, we've been at this thing watching day 4 of the YNW Melly trial. You already know. Shout out to all 200 plus people that pulled up on me tonight. Shout out to my 30, truth team members that's gonna ride this thing out no matter how long I'm on here, okay? So we've been holding strong with the regular team, but I do appreciate when you pull up for 5 minutes or 2 minutes or an hour. Thank you for pulling up. Y'all make sure you like, comment, share, subscribe, tell a friend to pull up. Right now, we're at about 5.5 hours. I ain't about to go nowhere no time soon. We are almost done with the witness testimony for day 4 for Felicia Holmes, who is the mother of YNW's ex-girlfriend. YNW Melly's ex-girlfriend, okay? Shout out to Lamar, shout out to Loud Pat, shout out to Jersey, and shout out to our newest member, Prince, holding it steady, okay? Now, what we're going to do, we're going to finish listening to this. I got a couple notes. We're going to, in our view, right, truth team style, we're going to see if the information provided in this testimony, because, again, this is the first, I guess I'm going to say civilian, first civilian testimony, because everybody else has been experts or police officer. So we're going to see and compare and talk about how good did this witness do for what side and how bad did they do for the other side. So thank you for pulling up. Let's get back to it.
Is going to say, I do not remember that number that you just read to me. That you just let me see. I told you I don't remember it. So I now the state wants to come back to the podium and blurt that number out. She just said she doesn't recall it. So what's the point of saying it other than to introduce it into the record through the state attorney's lips? So rules don't allow her to do what she's trying to do.
Thank you.
So you're in further support of treating the witness as a hostile witness. This has previously been provided to defense, but this is the Instagram production for Miss Felicia Holmes that I'm showing the court now, that she has previously been identified as her specific Instagram, and that It is saying the promises that were made to us by Y&W for me to quit my job and they would take care of us were all lies. They didn't want us talking with prosecutors, but now they have all disappeared. I quit my job based on what Track and his wife or company said. Now look, we can't go home. We spending all my money I worked for and they taking trips and enjoying life. If you think I was a beast before, wait until this trial. I'm not holding anything back. I'm doing what I should have done in the beginning. They can call me Miss Snitch Bitch. So Judge, it's very clear from this record that my intention and what the witness has represented to me in all shapes and forms that she was going to be honest and truthful. So to say that it's improper for calling her just for the purposes of impeachment is incorrect. So to continue on in that same Instagram production, and this is in June of 2022, Felicia Holmes is saying, they made me quit, told me that they would take care of us until trial was over. But guess what? Lies as usual. I was making $9,000 weekly. I didn't need shit from them, but everyone begging and pleading. Now they all ghost. I got something for Track though. He lied to me and my child for the last time. Again, saying you're going to air him out to the prosecutor.
Hearing that name a lot.
So Judge, in terms of, so that's in defense of the representation of counsel that is just being called for impeachment. It's also clear that this witness has received multiple benefits from the defendant based on her own statements there, that she has endorsed that that was her Instagram on that.
So, counsel, there's a couple things going on.
All right, pause before they even get into it. Let me ask y'all this. I heard her say Y&W, right? Like she's sick of Y&W. Y&W is not just Y&W Melly, right? Y&W Portland, you know what I'm saying? Remember, Track was a manager of the whole little collective, right? So does that stand out to you to be Melly per se, right? Then the message that they just read was like, well, Tracking his company, you know what I'm saying, is saying this or was supposed to do that. So why are you calling Melly's name when it's your issues with Track? What's wrong with the phone? I don't know. Seemed a little shaky, but let's continue.
Hold on here. Number one is you indicated that it was the testimony was going to be admitted because it was in essence I forget the statute number.
9803 sub 5, it's a past recollection recorded.
Past recollection recorded, and you gave me the polite case.
Yes.
And that indicates that you have to have a proper foundation, but it has to be not only there's a proper foundation, but it has to, the hearsay statement was inadmissible in that case because the witness did not vouch for its accuracy or correctness, which is what we have here. The witness isn't vouching for the correctness or accuracy of the statement. So it doesn't meet that criteria. On the other issue about impeachment, this is not what she said. She's, she said, gave me a different answer. What I tried to read before was something from a couple of cases. And again, the synopsis at the end of it, I'm just reading again from the SL, a child case, the state 993 Southern 2nd 1108. It just says the Florida Rules of Evidence provide that prior inconsistent statements are admissible as substantive evidence if the declarant testifies at the trial or hearing subject to cross-examination regarding the statement, and the statement is inconsistent with the declarant's testimony given under oath, subject to the penalty of perjury at trial, hearing, or other proceeding, or in a deposition. Goes on and says, interpreting this position, the Supreme Court of Florida recognized that a statement given during a police investigation is not a statement given at and other proceeding. So then if you agree, I don't know where we're going.
All right. Quick little thing. Did y'all, because I recall the other night other day on Clubhouse, we was talking about this, but y'all heard what just happened? I just want to make sure that we all understand this, right? What just happened is that the judge, now remember the prosecutor is basically trying to do perjury on the witness at this point because she's stating that basically she's lying on the stand. Now, the judge just said it's a president. How you a presence? Hold on, what's the word? President. A president. Whatever. Okay, it's a piece of law statute. You probably don't mean to say that anyway. That says a statement made to the police is not a court recognized statement. Okay. And he is now saying how that is not perjury if she does not stand or say what was in our original statement. Did y'all know that? Or is it just me? I'm just saying. Is it you or is it me? Did y'all know that? Y'all let me know. Because I didn't know that. I honestly felt like I didn't know perjury was what you say on the stand, right? Like, if you ask me, do they call you Mickey Truth? And I say no, then I just lied on the stand, right? And I knew if you gave lies to the police, that's a false statement. However, what I didn't know was that precedent. Thank you. Look, one day I'm going to get it together. But what I did know is that if the original statement with the police, they say, do they call you Boss Lady Mickey, right? And I'll be like, nah, they don't call me that, like that, right? So then when I get on the stand, you now asking me, so do you go by Boss Lady Mickey? And then I say, yeah, I go by that. You know what I'm saying? And they were like, but hold on, you say you don't go by that on your statement. It's still nothing they can do because guess what? You didn't lie on the stand. So it was just cool to hear that. You know, y'all may already know. I got a bunch of truth team lawyers in the chat, but that was cool to hear.
It seems to me under either scenario, that statement doesn't connect. Now, I do have a message from Mr. Bears, B-E-R-E-S. He says he is Ms. Holmes' attorney. He would like to speak with me. I don't know what he wants to talk with me about. To be candid, I'm assuming it's his testimony. But anything he could say right here in open court, I don't have an issue with that.
That's fine, Your Honor. I really question the purpose in advising my client, Ms. Holmes,
oh shoot, the lawyer
to consult me for a lawyer. I take it as an implicit threat to Ms. Holmes. We have an agreement that she comes in here today to testify. She's done that. She's honored her agreement. And, she's answered all the questions put to her. She may not be answering the questions to the satisfaction of the state, but she has fulfilled her agreement. And now Ms. Holmes is again placed in fear. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you. All right, let's, anybody need a restroom break?
Oh, you intimidating
Where you go?
Pardon me? Judge, I think someone on the fence.
I need to go do.
Sure. We'll take a short recess.
This is something, okay? Ooh, ooh. This is something. I don't know how many. This is something, y'all. Interesting. Dude. They just me. All right, Mr. Whatever his name is. Another thing, right? You know what's weird to me with the whole track situation? Like, he has not been charged. Y'all never wonder why he has not been charged? Because if all this information was provided in 2018, right, by these witnesses that was supposed to be so detrimental to YNW Melly, and a name that keep popping up is Track, then why was he never charged with nothing? Because what do you think, you know what I'm saying, it would have been enough, especially back then, to charge him with something? If it was that strong to use against Melly? I don't know, y'all. I don't know.
I think that the United States has
could be put in.
Your Honor, among the statements that we would like the court to forbid the state from asking in a leading fashion are the phone numbers or anything that she said to the officer on the day in question. What's the date that statement was made?
December 12th, 2018.
Nothing from that statement should be.
She'll ask whatever question she thinks appropriate. You make your objections, but I don't think it's appropriate to be asking.
Just FYI, that statement that it refers to from December 12th, 2018 was prior to Melly being locked up. So,
Did you say this, X, Y, and Z? I don't think that's appropriate because she's not subscribing that this is what she, that statement is truthful. So I don't want you to just be regurgitating the statement and asking her that. I don't want that done, and I don't want you to do. Anyway, we'll see where it goes.
Yeah, just one thing, Your Honor. I'm sorry to belabor the point, but I want to make sure that the state doesn't confuse the court's ruling to be one of form over substance, and instead of saying, didn't you say this, say, isn't it true that, or anything where the contents of that report are uttered out of her mouth that she knows this witness had not adopted, and she's going to get a no, and she's just putting it into the record. It's improper. And
Hopefully I made myself clear, but that's why she's going to be able to, counsel's going to be able to ask whatever questions she deems appropriate. You make the appropriate objection if you think it's objectionable. I'm just going to rule her to go forward like that. I don't know what you intend to ask, counsel. I just don't want the contents of that statement, regurgitation of that in some form of leading questions, all right? All right, bring the jury in. Let's get the witness back in. Come on, Ms. Holmes. Thank you.
Jury entry.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Please be seated. Let everyone once again reflect the votes for jury. This is part of the gentlemen, city council, the city attorneys, ladies and gentlemen, jury, and all witnesses home for me to understand. Apologize for the delay. Councilman, ready to proceed?
Yes, sir.
Please.
Okay, Ms. Holmes, when we left off, we were talking about a pet snake.
Yes.
Do you remember there being a pet snake?
I remember you talking to me about it yesterday.
Okay. And with regards to that snake, you recall it unfortunately passed away.
I'm pretty sure probably, I'm not sure it's not here, I'm pretty sure.
Okay. Do you remember the name of that pet snake?
No, I don't.
And in terms of the owners of that snake, do you remember who owned it?
I just know it was, I know who the owner was, it was in the house with Mariah lived.
Okay. Where did Mariah live at that time?
She lived in BMR.
And do you know the address?
No, I don't.
Who did she live with?
She lived with a boyfriend, but you know.
Are you telling the ladies and gentlemen of this jury that you don't remember your phone number in
I'm
October
telling you guys,
2018?
I do not remember my phone number. I don't remember.
And are you telling the ladies and gentlemen of this jury that you don't remember your daughter's phone number?
No, I do not remember my daughter's phone number.
And there's nothing that would refresh your memory or recollection whatsoever?
Objection, asked and answered.
That was 4 years.
I mean, I ain't gonna count. Like, I keep my number pretty much the same, but I can't tell you what my number was. No, because I had the same number. So, I can't tell you what my husband's number was 4 years ago. Or none of that. Like, if you change your number, I can't tell you what your number was. Now, if I see it, possibly, but like 100% with certainty, no, I wouldn't be able to say that. What about y'all? Would y'all remember? Do y'all remember?
4 years ago, I got so much trauma in my life since then.
Of course. So, is it fair to say that you were worried about Melly when you came down here to Fort Lauderdale on October 26, 2018?
Was I worried about him? Yes, I was.
You were worried about him because he had just been involved in a drive-by?
No, because they said his friend had been in a drive-by.
Okay. And you were worried about him because he was hiding in some bushes?
Objection.
I don't remember him in the bushes.
Okay. What do you remember?
I sustain the objection.
What do you remember?
I just remember him saying for us to come get him.
When you made contact with him
like
later that same day at Frito's house,
yeah.
Is it fair to say he had no blood on him?
No, he didn't have any blood.
And is it fair to say that he left Frito's house and went up to a video shoot that afternoon evening?
Yes, I did.
Did you go to that video shoot?
No, I didn't.
Did Mariah live with Mr. Dennis after the homicide for a period of time?
Yes, she did.
Did she live in a condo in Miami with him?
Yes, she did.
Okay. Have you made other statements about the events of October 26th of 2018?
I don't remember making any other statements.
Do you recall an Instagram conversation with the co-defendant, Cortland Henry?
I don't remember it.
Okay, if I may approach, I'll see if this refreshes your recollection as to that conversation. It's 3 pages.
Except for Mark Council.
Not yet, Your Honor.
But she got to say I don't know. We gonna talk about it though. I mean, she said extremely a lot to start off with, and I'm trying to find.
I don't remember it.
Outline what she originally said.
I don't remember.
You don't have any recollection of that?
I don't remember.
Is that your Instagram, LaneQueen258?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and the conversation that you don't recall on that whatsoever?
Yeah, I don't remember it.
Okay. Is your testimony here today that you lied in those statements?
That I lied in those statements.
The allegations that you made to Mr. Henry?
I don't remember making those allegations, so I don't.
Do you remember sending screenshots of those allegations to a detective?
I remember sending a detective something stating that I didn't threaten Portland.
No.
Because I remember that.
You remember sending screenshots of conversations?
I remember telling him that I did, because he reached out to me and asked me that I threatened to kill Portland. And I said, no, I did not threaten Portland. I remember that.
Was there any threats made to you by the defendant?
No.
In terms of your daughter, Mariah, where is she?
I don't know.
After this incident, did she live with the family of the defendant?
She's always lived down there. Before this incident, she always lived there.
And your testimony to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury here today that you saw Jamel Dean October 26th, 2018.
Yeah, I saw him.
That you spoke with him and heard him on the FaceTime conversation.
I did speak to him, yes.
And it's your testimony that he indicated that it was some sort of shooting that occurred.
Yes, I did, yes.
Okay, and it's your testimony that you saw him on your daughter's cell phone as a video call.
I saw him.
Is it your testimony today that after that you called Jamie King?
Yes, I did call Jamie.
And in terms of the conversation with Jamie King, that occurred immediately after the FaceTime?
Not probably immediately, but sometime after. Not quite sure the time. I don't remember what time it was.
Okay. And it's your testimony to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury today that you were dishonest in your first statement?
I don't remember my first statement.
Is it your testimony to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury that you would lie?
I don't remember my first statement. I have no reason why to lie.
Yes or no? Did you lie to police?
I did not lie to you. No.
Yes or no? Did you lie to police?
I didn't lie to you. I don't remember my first statement. You're trying to make me say I remember my first statement. I didn't. For me to say no, I didn't lie would mean I remember my first statement. I don't remember it, so I don't remember.
Well, if you need more time to look it over, I have a copy of the.
I looked it over. I still don't remember it.
Well,
I did it over 100 times. I don't remember.
Well, if you'd be so kind as to do it one more time.
Yeah, sure.
You can say that to this jury that this is not truthful.
Yes.
Please.
Objection asked and answered 5 times.
Thank you, objection noted. Move.
I know she probably like this bitch.
I honestly God did not remember any of this on here. Like I don't remember talking. I don't remember. I had a hard time that year, so it's a lot that I don't remember about that year.
Is it your practice to lie to law enforcement?
Objection.
Excuse me, can I see side photo? Quiet, please.
What she said? Confirm the call. She called the mom. Confirm. She told a friend. She confirmed she drove. Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, because we're going to have to break this thing down. Okay. We almost at the 6-hour mark. Look, I'm chilling now. I'm doing good. Because y'all know normally I get up off here and be on Clubhouse anyway. But this is a lot to dissect tonight. Okay. Just to make sure, like, what has changed. I kind of feel like going into day 5, got to know what's still relevant.
Transcripts? What you're saying is not
Sustain.
I don't.
Excuse me, sustain the objection.
Okay, so going back to the relationship with your daughter and defendant.
Yes.
How long did that last?
3 years. I'm not quite sure how.
During the course of that relationship, did she have multiple photographs of him?
I'm pretty sure she did.
Videos?
I'm pretty sure she did.
After this incident, on October 26, 2018, at Frida's house, is it your testimony that your daughter went upstairs with Mr. Dennis?
She did. They did go upstairs.
They went upstairs. And do you know about what time you got to Broward County?
I probably got to Broward. Maybe I can't really remember the time. Maybe I don't know. But 1 o'clock, it was after lunch because we went to right after. So it's after lunch.
She's definitely come back.
So do you remember going to lunch?
Yes.
Do you remember where you went to lunch?
I don't remember which restaurant.
Do you remember who you went with?
My daughter and Jay.
And that's James Francois' wife?
Yes.
And do you remember your testimony to the jury that you remember the defendant, how he was dressed without blood on his clothing?
I don't remember exactly what he had on, but I just remember that there was no blood because that would freak me out. So I know he had blood on.
No blood on him. Is it your testimony to this jury in terms of that you went to Frito Bang or Frederick Gibbons' house?
Yes.
Is it your testimony to the jury that there were other individuals present at that house?
Yes.
Who was it?
I don't know.
Do you recognize any of the individuals?
No, I don't.
Okay. Your daughter, she was present?
Yes, she was.
And in terms of your appearance here today,
yes.
You don't want to be here.
Yeah, you made on here.
I did.
Yes, you
so.
did.
And in terms of you were served with
Never served.
And so you were ordered by the court to show up.
You never served me originally. That was a lie.
And in terms of your job.
Yes.
That's a lie.
I got fired because you put me in jail.
And prior to that,
yes.
Before you were put in jail, did you quit your job?
No.
Okay. So you never quit your job?
I had to leave because you told my lawyer to put a warrant out for me. So I had to leave my job.
Okay, so you left your job?
Yes.
Did the defendant ever offer to pay for you and your daughter?
No, I did my own money.
Have you ever made things contrary to that?
I don't remember.
If I may approach her?
Got our objection. You show counsel.
Sure.
Can't help but I feel for it right now in this moment. In this moment, y'all. Okay, before y'all chop my throat off.
Can we approach?
Sure.
Are you done with that?
Ooh, child. That's a lot. This is Is it me or is it weird how nonchalant she is about not knowing her daughter is allegedly? But maybe not, because now that I think about it, because just so, why they doing that? Melly was 19 when he went to jail, right? So if the daughter, I think she said was like 20, I can't remember, but let's just say she was around that age too. And she just said that basically her daughter was dating Melly since like 2016. So they was like teenage sweethearts or something like that. So talking about 16 or something. And then one document said that she lived with her dad before he got locked up in the feds. So it kind of, I guess it's not that far-fetched that maybe she don't know where she at. Other than that, she told her the info. So now you see why I said she said everything but what she overheard. Yeah, I mean, I get what you're saying, but my only thing where I'm like confirming for sure is how inconsistent she is The lady just called the state a liar. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's like, if we just be like realistic, hell no, I don't think it's gonna put that much of a damper because she said a good amount. But if they actually follow through with what's supposed to be done, I think a lot of that may be taken out of consideration. Although, of course, you never know what people's considering their own mind, but that's hey, y'all see them fingers? That's about to go up. I don't know. Oh, that's the hook. That's the hook. Y'all see that? That's the hook. Banger. I done unmute the thing like we gonna hear what he's saying. So, you know, Melly has been on like restriction from visitation and stuff. How many songs y'all think he got written? I know he's been writing. Oh, as a juror, I think I've had today or over the whole 4 days of trial. Overall, or just today? So, well, we can stop.
Okay. Ms. Holmes, were you ever told the defense, or the defendant rather, would take care of you and pay for your bills? Have you ever made a statement that is different than that?
Oh, never say anything like that.
Can I approach that?
Sure. Just read this.
Hold on, let me answer. So I'm gonna start with Fredo Bang because his name was dropped the first day. So first day, I think I only heard his name like maybe twice on the first day. Second time, maybe like once. Today, I think I heard it a few times. So I'm gonna roughly say maybe like 4. So I'm just gonna round up and say about 10. Trek. I think I just started hearing his name really. What was it? Day 2 and today. So maybe about 10. I think about equal. Definitely heard Bortland's name 100 times or more. Yeah, about 10 or so. And the girlfriend definitely heard her name today heavy. For sure. Now the mom only heard her name a couple times, not that many times.
I don't remember that.
Okay. So, Ms. Holmes, is it your statement testimony that you never stated the promises that were made to us by YNW for me to quit my job and they would take care of us for all lives? They didn't want us talking with prosecutors, but now they've all disappeared. You've never said that before.
I don't remember saying anything like that.
Objection, Your Honor. Move mistrial.
Thank you. Why don't you go sidewalk?
Sidebar. I've been calling that guy last name Francis or something like that, just for it to be Francois, you know. Frank, I'm not calling.
Ms. Holmes, did you ever say the defendant made you quit your job?
I never say anything. I know what's never made me quit my job.
Objection.
If I may approach him.
He hates
next.
Like citizen or
So I'm going to ask you again. Have you ever made a statement that the defendant made you quit your job, that they would take care of us until the trial was over?
Objection. I don't say anything like that.
Okay. So you're denying making that statement?
I don't say anything like that.
Oh.
Objection.
Your Honor, can I just have a standing objection so we don't keep interrupting?
Hey, any stay with you heard on standing objection?
Whatever defense is.
Go ahead.
Okay. No. So, Ms. Holmes, in terms of
Why I did that?
I made a statement to the effect of you were told to quit your job and the defense would take care of us.
Objection.
Excuse me.
The defense? No.
Which comes up?
And we have another motion.
Yeah. I don't know what y'all into. We going strong just right after 6 hours here. We're down to about the last hour of trial. Y'all realize tonight been the first night during trial my tail ain't been skipping through everything. Shout out to me for patience. Okay? Patience is the key. I will tell you this, right? When this full packet is made, a full situation is available, I ain't gonna lie, I think I'm gonna want to look through it. Because, like, it got all the court docs, and some of these docs ain't even public, so you got to request them. But I can only imagine what the original police file looked like. Ooh. Gonna really know who's really, really, really out there talking. Now, I'm kind of thinking, right? I'm looking, and I've been looking for like the past few minutes. So, I don't think they. Hold on, let's finish this.
Question. I made a determination that was an inappropriate, improper question, and the way it was phrased was totally improper, and therefore I sustain the objection. I am instructing you that you are to disregard the question. All right? I'm going to ask counsel to rephrase the question. Go ahead.
So it's clear. Ms. Holmes, did the defendant ever make you a promise to quit your job and that they had us?
Objection. Asked and answered.
Thank you. Overruled. Proceed.
I don't remember saying anything like that.
So your testimony is that you've never said that.
I don't remember.
Excuse me, counsel. She answered the question. All right? Let's move on.
So with regards to
that must be a very important
question with Portland Henry. Do you remember speaking and talking about your daughter with Portland Henry?
No, I don't. When was that? I don't remember.
Sure. When was that? Here, I'll give it to you again. This was February 5th of 2021. Did you send that to you?
Oh, no, I don't remember that.
You don't remember that? Okay.
Yeah.
Did you talk to Portland Henry about your daughter's involvement in this case?
Not that I can recall.
Ms. Holmes, did your daughter tell you what happened in this case?
Objection.
No.
What's the objection?
Calls for hearsay. It's immaterial.
Not what the statement said. Did you say something about the case? It's overruled. Not what was said. Just, did you have a excuse me. Not what was said. Was there a conversation?
Was there a conversation that your daughter told you what happened in this case?
What do you mean what happened?
Did your daughter ever
She never told me. She hasn't. I asked my daughter, did she know anything about this case? And she said no.
Have you ever made a statement different than that?
Not that I can recall. No, I don't remember saying anything like that.
No. May I approach her?
Yes, ma'am.
We object.
Why don't you show it to counsel first?
Sure.
Can we approach?
Yes.
Sorry.
case on Form A, opinion about the case going on, you want to discuss the case from the presence, further notice, or just leave notepads on your chair. Want to come sidebar again, please? Firm recess.
Oh shit. Ow. Oh shit, I forgot I was off mute. Alright. Finally set up. Ooh, I need to get comfortable. What they doing now? Because I had to get off my other phone.
Let me let this one ask you, did your daughter tell you, did you have a conversation with your daughter about what happened on October 26th of 2018?
Yes, I asked her if she knew anything about what happened.
Did she tell you what happened without?
No, she just told she didn't know it.
Have you ever made a statement that is different than that?
Your Honor, we'd object to lack of foundation, calls for hearsay, speculation, unless they can establish that that witness was present.
Thank you. The objection noted. That's what I previously ruled on sidebar. Proceed to your approach.
showing you your messages from Instagram from February 5th of 2021.
I'm still like tripping that this case is so phone
Is that
heavy.
Instagram? Is that the one? Instagram stands for Portland?
Ma'am,
I don't
sorry.
remember. I don't remember that Instagram.
Look at it.
I already looked at it. You're gonna show it to me.
So is the.
I don't remember that. You showed it to me like 3 times already.
So you don't recall making
I don't
a
recall making that
statement?
statement.
Excuse me, one at a time, please. Let her finish her answer before you ask the next question.
So you don't recall making that statement?
No, I don't.
So you don't recall saying.
Objection.
Sustained.
So, Ms. Holmes, in terms, you said that your daughter didn't tell you.
Objection. Asked and answered.
Sustained.
So did you ever make a statement different than that?
Objection. Asked and answered.
Sustained.
Into the statements that with regards to October 26th of 2018. Is it your testimony to the jury that you remember coming to Fort Lauderdale?
Objection, ask and answer.
Sustained. Listen, I just want one of you to make an objection. So whoever's gonna handle it.
Yes,
All right.
I apologize.
Ms. Holmes, is it your testimony you don't remember why you came down?
I told you why I came down.
Okay, why is that?
Objection. Asked and answered.
Sustained.
Ms. Holmes, have you ever let me rephrase. Ms. Holmes,
Somebody telling her what to say.
did your daughter ever threaten to cooperate with law enforcement?
Objection.
Sustained.
Ms. Holmes, did you threaten to cooperate with law enforcement?
Objection. Asked and answered.
Different question.
Why don't you come sidewalk? I want you to do the question, please.
Yeah, y'all. The freak was that? What was that? I just heard something in my house. Lee, that was you? I was about to stop. Pow in here. I'm back. False alarm. Thought I was about to have to utilize my Fifth Amendment rights. I heard like a boom just now. I done forgot what I was talking about just now. I swear I thought somebody hadn't came up in here just now.
Ms. Holmes, did you ever make any statements about what happened on October 26th of 2018?
Objection. Asked and answered.
I don't know what statement you're talking about. Rephrase the question to a specific.
Ms. Holmes, did you ever make any statements specific to what was happening in the car on October 26th of 2018 prior to the homicide?
Objection.
I see she caught on the way.
I still come on sidewalk, please.
What she was talking. I wonder, was this the only day she was coming on the stand though?
So, Ms. Holmes, I want to ask, were you present when your daughter spoke with law enforcement?
She was 17. I had to be present.
Do you recall about?
And she was, they let her stay out when she was like 15. Right.
without getting into what she said on that. Do you remember where that statement was taken?
No.
When you came down to Fort Lauderdale, was your daughter concerned for Mr. Dennis?
Objection. Cause for conclusion on part of this witness.
Based on your daughter's demeanor, how was she acting?
Sustained.
She ain't really getting no more.
When you arrived in Fort Lauderdale and saw Mr. Dennis, did you ask him what happened?
Objection. Asked and answered.
Overruled.
I'm sorry, repeat the question.
When you arrived in Fort Lauderdale, did you ask Mr. Dennis what had happened?
No, I did not.
Nothing further.
I have one question.
Yes, sir.
You came here and one of your first, let me get it.
Objection, Your Honor, improper.
I haven't asked you.
Excuse me, Counsel, you direct your comments to.
I'm sorry, I haven't asked anything yet.
Ask your question.
When you first took the stand, you said, I feel threatened.
Yes, sir, I do.
Who do you feel threatened by?
Objection, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Christine Bradley, the prosecutor's office.
This prosecutor.
Yes, I did.
Thank you.
Anything else to this witness?
Yes, sir. Ms. Holmes, you said you feel threatened by me.
Of course.
Okay. Did you fail to appear for numerous court appearances?
No, I never served me, lied.
Okay.
Lied to the court.
And with regards to, did you work in Redding, California?
Material.
Overruled.
And so that was a location you were at?
That's why I was traveling or something.
Okay. And in terms of the prosecution, you have been served on various occasions to testify.
You served me a subpoena on November to be the next weekend. I was in California, 10 hours away. It wasn't even served correctly.
And prior to that, you were served with a subpoena in
Never
February of 2019.
Never served me. I know you served to a location I didn't live at anymore.
Do you recall coming to the courthouse in February of 2019?
Okay.
Objection beyond the scope.
Excuse me.
Anything about the courthouse tonight?
Excuse me. No sidebars.
I know you did not just put that on the record, okay? Ooh. That's something. This is crazy.
So, Ms. Holmes, you even went so far as to hire an attorney to try not to show up.
I sure did.
And has the state offered you any money?
The state basically has me on a monitor. I have to go to my job with this. It's embarrassing. People think I'm a criminal. The state has run my life.
And in terms of your feelings and ill will towards the state and myself,
I just feel like you lock up innocent people.
and does that influence your testimony today?
It's not influencing my testimony.
Have
No,
you-
I'm telling you,
Have you- that's not-
I don't
Objection, Your
understand.
Honor.
Excuse me, hold on. Only one of you can talk at a time. You ask the question, counsel, you answer it, and when you let her finish her question, and then when she starts answering the question, you let the witness answer her question, all right?
Yes, Your Honor. So that my question was non-responsive on that one.
Ask your question.
So, Ms. Holmes, in terms of the court order that was issued, you're aware that that was found to be valid?
No, I'm not aware of that at all.
Okay. You hired an attorney to go and represent you at the Fourth District Court of Appeals?
He had to hire an attorney because he tried to get him this far.
And that's a false statement.
Objection.
Excuse me. Counsel, you're not testifying.
I
all right?
agree on
You
that.
Excuse me, you ask a question, all right? That's it, you ask the question.
And so, with regards to that, you hired an attorney?
Yes.
And you then tried to get any sort of court order requiring you to be here in court thrown out?
No, what I did was I hired an attorney because you were saying you served me a subpoena that you never served.
And that was found to be valid?
You never served me a subpoena that was you never served me.
Oh.
I've never seen a subpoena from you from those addresses that you said you served. Those
So
are not my addresses.
your testimony is that you have never been served to appear in court?
Objection, asked and answered. Sustained. Excuse me, sustained.
And so with regards to your feeling threatened on them, have I ever any sort of physical violence against you? No. Do you have any written threats from me?
It's intimidating. You've intimidated me this whole time.
And
now.
And in terms of your participation in this case,
yes.
You understand that you were served a subpoena to appear here today?
You served a subpoena after you arrested me.
And
you served a subpoena at the jail when I was in Brown County.
And you understand you're pursuing to that order?
I'm here.
And that requires, under the law, to comply with court orders and that compel the attendance of witnesses.
I've been complying.
Is it just me or does she saying like a bad luck
Anything from?
No, sir.
that she
Thank you.
really hurt?
This witness excused.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am. You may step down. You're excused. Want to step by her, please?
This is her witness. That's crazy. Now, Law and Crime. Y'all see how they made sure they watched Melly's face while she walked out of the courtroom? All right, we down to it. I think, I don't know what's about to happen next. Oh, Lord, my feet is cold. My feet is cold. Feet is cold. Yeah, I found something that was interesting, right? While we're waiting for them to come back. So, y'all ever wonder why Bortland was out on bond? I always thought it was because of the background, like the charges. Oh, yeah.
What did that? I don't know. Let the record reflect the jury stepped down. Counsel remained along with the defendants and the assistant state attorney. Ms. Bradley, my clerk is advising me that I don't know if it was, I don't think there's any evidence that she had something that might have been marked as an exhibit.
It was not marked, Your Honor. It was just a copy of the transcript.
So you're okay with it?
Yes, Your Honor. I have plenty of copies.
All right. In any event, so jury's been excused, counsel remain along with the defense, so you have a couple motions from this trial. You want to talk about those?
Yes, sir. As sure as I could predict that Tuesday comes after Monday, I made sure to stay up till 2 o'clock last night to get these cases, to alert the court to what was the state's obvious intention. To put a witness on there for the purpose of introducing out-of-court statements that are otherwise inadmissible, instead of at least admitting that that was what the state intended to do it, advanced a ruse pretext that they were seeking to do so under 8035. It turns out that 8035, given the witness's testimony, could not be employed. And so the state then went back to plan one, the original one all along, of the state reading evidence from written documents and out-of-court statements, including police reports, statements on Instagram, arguments being had into the record through the state's own mouth knowing very well that it was improper, that the court had ruled that it should not and could not be done, and it does not somehow become relevant because they declare hostility, which they knew about from the inception. The state made a representation to this court that it was a complete surprise. That's not a credible statement. I think it is incumbent upon this court to discern the veracity of that contention. There was a witness there, happened to be Ms. Holmes's lawyer. He's present. The state essentially trying to circumvent the rules, circumvent the order of this court, and testify to this jury about documents and information that it wanted to put before the jury, which it found no permissible way to do. The court warned the state, I don't want you trying to go through the back door, but you can't get through the front door, and they launched immediately into that pursuit. The jury sat there while the state made implication after implication, introduced admissible evidence after admissible evidence to the substantial prejudice of this defendant. And so not only did they do it after we raised the issue, they did it after the court ruled against the state and admonished the state not to do just that. And they launched into that pursuit. Mr. Dennis has been prejudiced. This jury sat there and watched this fiasco unfold with at least 10, maybe 15 sidebars after every 2 questions, with the implications that were being all predicated on the implications and the inadmissible testimony that Ms. Bradley herself read into and spoke into the record. And for that reason, we think that it was deliberate. It is highly prejudicial. This jury has been tainted, and we move for a mistrial. Oh, there's one more thing. If you don't mind, I'll have Mr. Alistine articulate what's that.
This is your motion for mistrial, Mr. Addison?
Yes, it's our motion for mistrial.
This is the second one. All right, go ahead.
Well, it's second one. Judge, in my entire career, I've never heard the state imply with no evidence whatsoever that the defense team would take care of this witness. And even though the court gave that instruction and told them to ignore it, that question, the defense team would take care of you if you answered like this, is so improper. Not only does it taint our client on the other questions, but it taints everybody at this table. And despite the judge, Your Honor's instruction to ignore it, it's pretty hard to ignore something like that when their entire questioning for the last 30, 40 minutes have been so improper, and the court told them not to do it. And they proceeded and proceeded and proceeded. We're moving for a mistrial.
And just for the record, Your Honor, I personally have seen Ms. Holmes in the flesh or spoken to her twice ever at that deposition and today. Never by phone, never by text, couldn't distinguish her from a can of paint until she showed up for the depot, and I haven't spoken to her since, so just to let the court know there is no factual predicate for the implication, or not implication, the accusation made by the state that the defense sought to take care of her.
And the same for me. I met her at the depot and saw her today.
For the record, it was my first time ever seeing her in my life.
Thank you. Well done, guys. Counsel?
Yes.
Yes, madam?
Judge, with regards to that, the statements that were in the records, are what was used as impeachment, where it says they said that they were going to take care of us. Defense read into it and implied it meant it was never said the defense team in any way, shape, or form. So defense implied or read into that in some additional context that was not intended in any way, shape, or form. I was basing it on based in the records and the statements that this witness made and put forth in her Instagram account about this case on that. And it's very, in terms of the forming the questions, Your Honor, it was understood that I was put under very strict and difficult conditions to formulate any question, because defense obviously wants to limit, because they know the contents of what this individual has said and all of the statements that she has made that are damaging to their client. Hence why the state would be seeking to use her as a witness.
That means nothing, Your Honor. The fact that it's damaging, I'll concede that. It's inadmissible. And the status of this impression that there is a catch-all, we're only trying to seek justice and do good exceptions to all the rules of evidence. And there is no such thing. If it's admissible, admit it through an admissible procedure. You don't try and end around the court's order and the case law.
Okay.
By coming in on some pretext and doing exactly what I told the court would happen and create an entire prejudicial fiasco and introduce inadmissible evidence into the record. That's what occurred, and this jury has been irreparably prejudiced. Or Mr. Demon's interests have been irreparably prejudiced before this jury.
Thank you. In any event, I'm going to defer ruling, take it under advisement. We'll see everybody back on Tuesday. I suggest that you talk with your client, discuss with Mr. Demons whether or not his feelings about motion for mistrial. I think it's appropriate that he be consulted as well. But I haven't reached a conclusion about it, and so I'm going to see exactly what was said. I thought I heard what was said, and I'll check with the court reporter, get a little piece of that transcript, and we'll go from there. And I'll take it under advisement. But if you talk to your client about it, we'll see everybody back on Tuesday. All right.
Yes, sir.
Have a good weekend, sir.
Judge, since we're breaking early today, can we have a few minutes with our client?
Sure, I'd like you to take a few minutes with him. I'd like you to talk it over with him.
Yes, sir.
Can we have the cameras off while we talk about it?
I can't hear you.
The camera's off.
Oh, you want privacy? That's fine. The cameras can be excused. They can go out of the courtroom.
Thank you.
Let everybody go out of the courtroom. All right?
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Adjourn. This is like
What
a
would be
private
the
conference
downside
area.
to a
Thank you.
mistrial? But anybody know? Is that the end? It's like
Procedure. You don't try and end around the.
all right. Oh, this was better, okay? So let me ask y'all this. Oh, that's scratchy. Okay, so let's say they do the mistrial. Is it likely that the fence could like get Melly out like on bond or something like that? Or would he have to sit in jail again for it to go back through the process? Prosecutorial misconduct. Because so what's the likelihood they would retry him? Because like part of me feel like they would retry him, right? And this one took 4 years. So I'm like, I wonder. Gotta pick a new jury every day. Get into. All right, so I found one document I want to get into. And I kind of just want to touch on it. Because of the names, right? There's not Melly that keep popping up. Like Prince pointed out earlier, we have heard Track, aka Jameson Francois. Multiple times. We have heard Frederick Givens, aka Fredo Bang, multiple times. And in fourth place, we have heard Jamie King, which is the mother of YNW Melly. And of course, in first place, we have heard Courtland, what's his name? Courtland, Bortland, whatever his name is. Bortland multiple times. So I pulled an earlier document just so we can take a look at it. Again, some of this information may be outdated, but this is pretty much what they had in the earlier days. Now, what I do want to do is go over also, once we get there, the testimony that we heard from the girlfriend's mom. See, Melly Lewis, I request a speedy trial. Don't even give her time to recover and make a deal. Now, I agree with that. I would definitely say do a speedy trial without a doubt. All right, so let's see here. What was my question? All right, so this is my thing, right? And I'm going to pose this question to chat. This document here that we're looking at, I don't want to move from the page I'm on, so hold on. All right, this document is from... It was filed on 5/21/2019. 5/21/2019. Okay, y'all remember that. All right, so according to this affidavit, I'm going to lead us down the path to this particular part, okay? Not that part, we already went over that a lot. Go back up. All right, I just want to do a timeline real quick. 11/21/2018, they find a crime scene, right? Then we got... Okay. All right, so in December of 2018, they get autopsy reports back from the bodies. And what we found out today in court or at trial is that the statement from the mother of the girlfriend was given too, right? Then comes January, the second autopsy comes back. Where, now this is a key point I want everybody to pay attention to as we picking through the info. Now, like I told y'all, the murder indictments didn't come out until February. What we learned today is that the ex-girlfriend mom provided a full statement to the police December 2018. The prosecutor is referring or alluding that the daughter, Maya, who they don't know where she is, they're trying to serve her for years, spoke to the police. So they got whatever information they had from them in December. So in January, now we know, according to the documentation, right, is where they found the when they got the actual information or confirmation from the coroner's office or medical examiner's office, whichever one you want to call it, with more of the evidence as far as to the position of the victims when they were shot, the angle from where the bullets would have been done, all that, right? Now, in here, right, it does say here that they also was able to confirm that Bortland was providing false information about the drive-by. So this is where they basically shut down the drive-by theory for sure. Then it also says here that they continue to get all the information from social media, including, right, the Snapchat stuff. That's something they talked about today too. The chat. One more. Let's run it back. Okay. So they are now GSR, right? She talked today about Bortland being positive for GSR. His clothes was not tested. Melly was not tested at this point because they hadn't even came in contact with him. If we go down, the Snapchat search warrant was issued too in December of 2018. In my opinion, that could have been used because guess what? Statements were provided to law enforcement in December. So, okay, we talked, let's go get a search warrant. So it kind of makes sense that possibly maybe the search warrants was fruit of said statement. Now, I wonder, right? And this is just me having like different things on my mind. If the statement is thrown out, would that make the search warrant inadmissible or no? Anybody know that question? If not, I will ask tomorrow, but I wonder, right? All right. Now, it does state here, this is something that I don't think they mentioned in court yet. And this is, if you look, December 4th, 2018, it says that the documentary that Melly released was put onto YouTube. And this is another key point, right? That they're using, or they were using, let me correct it, they were using to verify or confirm that Melly was indeed at the actual shooting. And you know what it is? As a matter of fact, one moment, grasshoppers. I'm about to show you something real quick. And I think I did this on my last Melly live. I'm gonna do it again. This is something I like to do. People think, oh, you just look at the paperwork. No, I like to verify stuff in the documents, even court documents, right? So let's see what Prince says. Depends on what probable cause it was to get the search warrant. If probable cause is thrown out, then whatever was found on that search warrant is admissible. Okay. So if they willfully or willingly provided it, then that wouldn't need probable cause, right? Or are you saying the probable cause that was provided to the judge to say this is why we need, like, for example, if she said, yeah, I saw them on Snapchat talking to each other, and that's what's used to get the warrant, then you're saying it can be thrown out, right? Hey, have they taken it down? I'm looking. Okay, gotcha. Where is this at? I'm looking for the video. They must have took it down. Why would they take it down? Now that's crazy. Why would you take it down? We already know it was there. Why would you take it down? Let me verify. Yeah. It's gone. So I was going, oh no, it's right here. I was about to say. Gotcha. All right. Hold up. Get to it. Oop. All right. Now, y'all ready for this? Y'all see the screen? It says 4 days after the completion of this film, YNW Melly and his friends were targets of a drive-by shooting in Miami, Florida. So this is in the original court filings. So this is stating that this is indirectly confirming that Melly was indeed in drive-by shooting, or allegedly in drive-by shooting. Do you think this will come up in trial? Oh, I'm about to tell you. Look, that's what that document about to tell us in just a minute. So, do y'all think this will still... Is it going to make... Now, we all know everything that make it into the police files don't mean to make it to trial or into the courtroom. Do y'all think this will be used, though? Because, I mean, it's still right here on YouTube. It says it at the very end of it, right? Literally, it says 4 days after the completion of the film. This was uploaded December 4th, 2018. Well, it doesn't say when it was finished. It was uploaded December 4th, 2018. But it says that whenever they stopped filming, it was 4 days later. So that's a good question. When would, if I was like investigating it back then, and I knew about this then, I would definitely, I was trying to find, what would I definitely? I would have definitely looked on social media to see what was posted during that time, right? What was said on their page to confirm that they were at a video or, recording it. Hold on, let me see something. I'm pretty sure I doubt it's anything on there, but I'm going to do it anyway. Just say I did it. Yeah, so they done already erased a lot of stuff off of Melly's page. This is crazy. I guess that is just part of the persona, though. Them had to be old, because I ain't think he got gold teeth now. He got like them platinums or something. Alright, let me get back to who I was on. Do we know when they issued? Yes, we do know that. Alright, time for the paperwork. Alright, so here we go. Y'all see this? Right there. This is what we just looked up right now. This document filed in 2019. It's June in 2023, and we are able to look at this document, look at this statement, and go pull up the exact video they're talking about and see the wording 4 days after. Like, literally, we can do it in real time. So, if we continue, right? This is also, it says early in the investigation, right? That they discovered after shooting had taken place, Demons and Henry had discarded 2 firearms from the vehicle in an undisclosed wooden area. Now, remember I kept putting emphasis on the mother and the daughter referring to the woods, right? So if you have 2 witnesses that are stating, okay, we saw him on FaceTime in the woods, right? Then it says here that they already had some information early in the investigation. So before May 21st, 2019, that the shooting had taken place, and they discarded 2 firearms in an undisclosed wooded area. So you see how that will tie in together, right? And then it says, however, this is when it was actually found out. So 1/17/2019 is when Kobe Mills, which is one of the passengers in the other car, were interviewed. Okay. And it says that this is where the information was provided, and said here that Mills wasn't too concerned at the moment because he assumed they went to pick something up to eat. Okay. So if you don't know, let me just read that paragraph a little more. So it says that according to his interview, they followed the Jeep that Melly and everybody was in. They got off the interstate. Mills stated they proceeded to Milmar Parkway. The gray Jeep driven by Henry and accompanied with everybody else was falling behind them. They then said that Mills added that the gray Jeep was still behind them when they passed the McDonald's. But when they arrived at the gate, no one was behind them. So he said originally he wasn't tripping about it because he felt like maybe they went and got something to eat, right? So my theory again, something happened in that car. What happened in that car? I don't know, but something definitely did, right? Now it does say that later on they received notification that 2 of the friends were killed, and at that time they was also told it was a drive-by. Then it says here that Mills told the police that Henry was released from the hospital, and they all met up at Fredo Bain's house, okay? And this is where he's noted that Melly changed his clothes, or had changed his clothes, because he saw him at the studio. So now he knew that Melly had on different clothes. It then says that Mills said that Melly was acting strange and pretending to cry, and it didn't seem sincere, okay? And it also stated, right, that Mills asked Melly if repeatedly who shot at him, and said Melly would never provide information. Then it says that they left Fredo Bain's house, right, and they drove to an unknown wooden location that Henry, meaning Portland, showed them where it was. And it says they exited looking for 2 guns. Now, I can assume that Mills said it was 2 guns, right? So if I was a law enforcement person, I would say, okay, he definitely is credible, because how you know it was 2 guns? But it doesn't directly say he said it was 2 guns. All right. Now, this is where Mills said he found the .40 caliber that was covered in blood in a wooden area, and it was identified by Henry. Then it says that they were able to confirm that the .40 caliber was a projectile that was recovered from the bodies of the victims. Then Mills confirmed that Francois, which is Trey, took custody of the bloody firearm and said he would take care of it, and the firearm was never seen again. All right. Now, another thing. I want to pinpoint something, okay? I want to ask the question, see if y'all had the same question. Because let me go back up real quick just to make sure. I wonder, why did Mills decide to go give a statement, right? Now, with Withers, right, we know they went looking for Withers, right? They talked to him. But they leave out why they ended up talking to Mills. Or how did he even get into the mix to talk? Did that stand out to y'all? I know it stood out to me. Now, the next paragraph, they do show that a number listed as the contact for the manager of Jamal Demons on the social media page, right? They said they furthermore search Facebook for a profile associated with the 305 number, and the Melly page is linked to this number. Melly, who is the stage name for Demons, said they obtained a cell site warrant for the two numbers from T-Mobile used by Francois, aka Track, right? And this warrant was signed January 18th. So this was, 2 days after they talked to Mills. Now, I need to check something real quick. So give me a second. Let me look. Let me check something out. Is that video? That's that video up? Okay. Alright, so I had wanted to confirm something. So y'all remember when I did the Fredo Bang video, they was asking about this phone number. And of course he played the fifth. So I just wanted to check to see if that number was that number, but no, this is a different number. Alright, so let's see here. Alright, so remember I told y'all at one point Track House or Track is served a search warrant, right, on his premises. And this is where they talks about that search warrant. Now, this is what they said again in 2019. Based on the facts stated above, Track did frustrate a police investigation to aid and abet the suspect of a murder from being detected by concealing the weapon used in commission of capital felony. Track has no familiar relation to the suspect, Jamal Demons. Then it says, therefore, and above information has led the police to believe that probable cause exists that items on property sought are evidence of homicide and accessory after the fact. Okay, y'all see that, right? But again, he has not been charged, and this is a search warrant. Yep, this is a search warrant, and they went looking for handguns and ammunition, a black satchel, a light brown satchel. All right. Let's see. What's next? All right, let's get into this one. Ted, I agree. Something is definitely off. All right, what's this? Because a lot of this, these paperwork be like redundant, so I'm trying to skim through so we don't keep going over the same stuff. Let's see here. All right, let's start here. I think we pretty much. Yeah, we pretty much. No. Because we supposed to be looking for the Snapchat reasoning. We'll talk about it. Why they did that. So that's the key to who told them. What key? Well, it's a lot of people that was told what part, Prince. They can only get a search warrant for that was told. So somebody told them. Yeah, that's so okay. So the timeline so far, right? The original what's his name? Bortland pulling up to the hospital with the bodies, and finding out that he was lying in his story. Got them probable cause for the search warrant for the cell phone locations, the geolocations, right? So from there, they were able, so boom. In Bortland's statement, he said it was at the studio or whatnot. So they were able to go obtain the footage from the studio to see that it was another car there with them, right? They then go to speak to the house of that car registration, and that's where they met Withers, right? Withers provides a statement, right? Now, at that point, they don't know that Withers is lying, right? So, boom, gives a statement. That's that. Then they go and they're able to get the actual video footage from the studio. Now they see Melly getting into the other car because Withers' original statement was that Melly got in the car with him. So they was able to prove that was a lie. And they went back and talked to Withers, and then Withers had to backtrack it up. So from there, I don't know why Mills came from, like, I don't know where he come from, right? But he comes talking. He gives them the whole play with them going to find the guns. That's the probable cause because he's saying he physically saw the handoff to Track with the gun. So Prince says, don't they have to identify Melly in the video? Don't forget that part. Yeah, so that's the thing. They already identified Melly at that point. Because, well, I'm on the sheet. It's in this paperwork anyway, so hold on, go back up. Alright. So the same day, right, of the actual murder, so I had my timeline wrong. I'm glad you said it to make me look back. So the same day is the day they talked to Withers, right? Now, mind you, everybody had the same address, right? We don't know if they actually went to talk to Melly, or I don't know. I'll have to. I don't know who name they actually got out of Portland, but nevertheless, they went to the house and say who Melly is just a face. At this point, someone has to identify him. It wasn't Cortland. That's what I'm saying, Prince. So for whatever reason, hold on, let me see if it says it right here. Alright, so I have to listen back to what he actually said. Because somehow, fast forward, on the same day of the shooting, the police end up at the house where Withers stays at, which is where everybody stays at, right? That's the house they refer to as the YNW house. So in this time, right, it says that they made contact with someone named Tavius Wither. And this is the last. Okay, boom, we got it. So Bortland gives statement at the hospital. Bortland's released from the hospital. Now, hold on, let me see what Prince saying. No. Right, that's what we're getting. So, all of the guys stayed in one house. So, according to this report by the police, they went to the last known residence of the victims. So, when they got there, they came in contact with Withers. Withers tells them that they were all at the studio. So Withers is the person that tells them they're at the studio. Then it said they all left in two separate cars. And it says that Withers stated he arrived a little ahead of the victims at the residence, then stated it wasn't until later that he found out his friends were shot. And he said in the same statement that Melly was in the vehicle with him, which is the red Mitsubishi. Withers then was asked if he knew where Melly was. He stated he did not. They later discovered that Withers was lying and that he had just came from the residence of Fredo Bang and had been with Melly. So timeline. They talk to Bortland in the hospital. They leave the hospital, go to the last known residence of the victims. At that point, they come in contact with Withers. It says so Withers said Melly name. According to this, yes, because it says here that according to Withers, Withers, Bortland, Melly, Sat Chaser, and Juvie, and a few others were at the studio. So yes, Withers provided Melly name originally as of this document. Alright, so from there, it says they found the location of the studio. They made contact with the manager. This is all the same day of the original shooting. The manager confirmed everybody that was there that night of the shooting. Then it says that they were able to access, the manager provided access to the security cameras, and a video shows, we have saw what they released, right? Where everybody got in the car at and at what time it happened. So it then says here that Withers was a driver. So when we look at that surveillance of the car going through like a gate, Withers is who we can see allegedly on there, right? So on the same day, they got a search warrant. So in my opinion, how they got the search warrant for the vehicle is from getting the confirmation that multiple people was in a car and that it was at the studio, and the studio was able to give them access of free will, because it doesn't say they needed a search warrant for the studio to get the footage. It says that they gave it to them. Alright, so we already talked about how I'm going to talk about that. So boom. So when they serve a warrant for the car, right, to search the car, they then say after doing everything, they were able to have confirmation that Henry gave false statement or contradicts the statements that he gave. And it says the evidence that the victims were shot inside the car first and the projectile holes on the exterior was later staged in effort to misdirect. So at that point, they knew this all on day one, allegedly, right? Next, the very next day, they called Withers again, basically to check him like, yo, I know you was lying to us, right? And then it says, this is what, who is calling me this late? Okay. So, where am I? Okay, so they now confront Withers with the video information like, yo, bruh, you know, you lied to us. Why you lied to us? So he changed his stories, and now Withers, you ready? Withers said that Melly was in a gray Jeep. Okay, but then he says along the way he got out because he had to pee, and then, you know what I'm saying, then he got back in. But at this point, you done already burnt your bridge because you done got caught in the lie, right? Now, y'all ready? Here go how we enter the Snapchat era. Withers stated, right, that they discussed that he was going to get out on 75, right? And stated that he was contacted by Melly via Snapchat to pull over and meet up. So, boom. That is where the probable cause to pull the Snapchat records come from, okay? Because at this point, what they know is only 3 people to pull up to the hospital, 2 of which are deceased, right? The third one that is alive is lying, and they can obviously see that. They go to make death notifications at the house of the last known address, right, of the victims, and they meet Withers. Withers then provides everybody name that was in the cars and at the studio. They then go pull the studio camera footage, right? And they're able to catch Withers in a lie because now they're seeing Melly, who Withers provided a name when he named everybody, into getting into the Jeep that pulled up to the hospital. So at that point, right? Hold on, he's lying at this point because they already got their story straight at Fredo Bane's house. Once again, why are both Cortland and Withers trying so hard to not place Melly in that back rear seat? Well, at this point, of course, we know right now they all met up at Fredo Bane's house, right? That's not disputed. Because even one of the aunts of the decedent was there. So I mean, definitely a conversation has arisen. Why that's so important to the case is you can put the illusion out there when you ask someone, like I said, one of the questions they asked Fredo Bane was XYZ at your residence, and he played the field. You know what I'm saying? So boom. Alright, where we at? So Withers stated he was contacted on Snapchat. That's the probable cause for the search warrant. Because if you see here, it then says search warrant was obtained on the cell phones and cell phone sites used by Melly, Withers, Williams, and Thomas. Okay, cell phone mapping showed everybody, not Withers, together. It also would go ahead and show that Withers went a different way. Boom, 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 boom. So now they're just showing how everything is going against what what's his name? Bortland was saying. Where are we? Okay. Alright. So after the phone records came back, they started searching the area, and that was about November 21st, 2018, and that's where they're able to get all the evidence that they have from right there. And they're able to show it doesn't align with what Bortland originally said. Bortland originally told them at the hospital he didn't have a phone, so they didn't have him on the search warrant to get phone data, because he said he didn't have a phone. All right. Autopsy, we already got that point. Now we know that the statements made by the girlfriend and her mom allegedly was in December of 2018. We didn't know January 2019. It was when the coroner or medical examiner was able to give more information about where the bullets entered the body. And now, mind you, they do already have the forensics or, everything they went over in day 2 already on record, but they were waiting on the autopsy reports because that will give you more detail of where everything went into the bodies. All right, let's see. All right, so it also says here that when the search warrant for Snapchat came back, right, they were able to discover, of course, the messages between Mariah and everybody. Well, Mariah and Melly, right? And it says this too goes against what Withers stated, that he was contacted by Melly to pull over on the side of the road. They show that is a lie. Not Ted bringing up on. All right. Then it brings in the documentary where it's saying that they confirm Melly was there by saying him and his homeboys or whatever. Now, all the information that we just went over the timeline, right? This is the summary of what they're saying, that everything that they just mentioned is probable cause. And it says false statements made by Henry at hospital, false statements made by witnesses and involve others to intentionally mislead this investigation. Melly fleeing the area, not cooperating and refusing to give a statement. Jameson Francois intentionally misleading an investigator, giving false statements, stating he didn't know where his client was presently located. And it says it was later discovered that Track was in communication with Melly and even drove him out of the area after the shooting. So this is where original, so let me put it like this. So this is the first allegation of who moved Melly out of the area, right? Because it said right there, this was later discovered that Track was in communication with Melly and even drove him out of the area after the shooting, right? Then it says it was later determined by cell records about how they all kept together. Then it also says here that based off cell phone evidence, Melly was dropped off prior to Bortland arriving at the hospital, which we know that based off the computer, not in the computer, the video. All right, this is where it gets interesting, right? It says here, in an interview with the mother and girlfriend of Melly, both stated that after the shooting, Melly called them via FaceTime and stated he was a victim of a drive-by shooting and his two friends were killed, placing him at the scene at the time of the incident. The mother of Demon's girlfriend also stated she witnessed the FaceTime call. It appeared Demons was outside and hiding, waiting to be picked up. This is also consistent with the cell phone records of Demon. It should be noted that Melly was in possession of his phone before the incident, during the incident, and after the incident. This was also corroborated by cell phone records obtained in the case. So, let's break that down real quick. Do y'all hear some key stuff that just was said? Remember earlier in the trial today, in day 4, Melly's lawyer spoke on how certain evidence is only admissible if there is a witness corroborating it, right? Right? Y'all remember that? Well, look at this. It is now saying that, guess what? This FaceTime call, which is cell phone evidence, was corroborated by not only the girlfriend, but her mother also. So with her being on trial today, guess what? She is now saying that she doesn't recall what was said. She recalls seeing them. She doesn't recall anything about him mentioning anything more than that. Will that go against the probable cause they had for the search warrant if now she's saying she doesn't recall anything? It'll be interesting to know. Will this search warrant be thrown out because of that? Is it not enough, to do that? Because if the girlfriend is not there, no one knows allegedly where she is. Melly isn't talking. I mean, how can you have a witness to corroborate that piece of evidence, phone evidence, right? Interesting. Well, yeah, I am actually getting sleepy. My eyes are getting heavy. But I wanted to go through that first so everyone can be on the same page. Does it say in the warrant what she heard or just that she heard the call? Well, the actual warrant is not on this one, but this is the affidavit. And the affidavit just states here that the mother stated that she witnessed the FaceTime call and it appeared he was outside hiding, waiting to be picked up. So it doesn't say more than that in the affidavit. Was it? Hold on, this is something. I don't know what's trouble. Is it? I'm trying to find a particular page. I don't think that's it. Another page. All right. So yeah. Right now I can't tell you that. It just says that. Oh, hold on. This is another one. Which one is this one? Let's see what this one says. Somehow, one of my laptops I cannot get on the website. I got to use my other laptop. So now I'm like saving stuff, sending stuff. Okay, who is this for? Okay. All right, let's do this one. We'll talk about. Okay, we're gonna do this one. Then we're gonna do. No, am I gonna do that one now? I don't know. Let's see how long this one takes. So this is some information as far as the background facts to Melly's case, right? So let's go down. Hold on. Something I just peeped something. Hold on. I just peeped something. Oh shoot. Oh shoot. Oh shoot. I don't know yet. I can do it. Hold on. I'm trying to. Let me look at it first. Ain't that something? Okay, boom. So the reason why I'm like, oh my gosh, what do A stand for now? Now I want to know what do A mean when they say A witness. What does A stand for? Does it tell you? I don't know what A mean, but anyway. So if y'all see right there, it said that on May 12th they added 3 new A witnesses. I was about to say, oh snap, we got names, but nah, these are officers. So 3 new officers. All right, what's next? It does allege on number 6, the state attorney has throughout this case used the exact same delay tactics to prevent and delay this matter by proceeding to trial. So remember we was talking about misconduct earlier. That possibly could be something to use. And you see number 7. It says the state attorney did not turn over the report until February 17th and will not present Detective William for deposition until February 22nd. So yeah, they playing dirty game, okay? Yeah, they play dirty game. That's crazy. All right. Was there something else I wanted to do real quick before I bring it tonight to a close? I think we covered a lot of ground. I really feel like this is a good place to end. I'm trying to think. Oh, I will point out something. All of the depositions and stuff that I see online for Melly's case is not on Bortland's case. Not sure if that means something or don't mean something, but it's definitely, something that has me scratching my head, to say the least. But, maybe I don't know everything. Maybe it's something I'm missing. So we're going to stop there. And that's what I got. I think we're pretty good with knowing where we stand. Tomorrow, before we start looking at the trial, we're going to go over everything that the mom said on the stand today, because I just realized we ain't get to that. But when I say my eyes are burning, I'm over here with them closed. See, if I could talk to y'all and look at paper with my eyes closed, we'll be somewhere. But nevertheless, we are at 7 hours and 31 minutes. I have surpassed my previous record. Okay, like I said, my longest live originally was the BMF live, and it was at 6 hours and 55 minutes. Now I have surpassed that live. So this here, which is going to be YNW Melly trial day 4, YK Osiris and Sukiana and Wet 100 versus Mickey Truth, because that's all the topics we did, is going to be my longest live. Oh, real quick, Boosie, Vlad TV, what is that? Vlad TV stated that Boosie was denied bond today, right? And he stated he'll be back in court on Tuesday. I do not see a federal case for Boosie. I'm going to assume, and this is just my opinion, and I will work on it tomorrow when I'm able to keep my eyes open. But I kind of think maybe the feds per se didn't get him, but maybe it was actually U.S. Marshals that got him. And if you don't know, U.S. Marshals will come get you for a state case. Not technically a fed. I mean, they can come get you for a fed case. But it could be just the U.S. Marshals coming to find him. I don't know. That's my opinion. But right now, I can't tell you for sure what's going on. All I can tell you is that Vlad TV updated. And it says from a source. So it don't even reference nobody besides saying it's a source. So, that's what I got on that one. If y'all don't have any more questions, if you do have some questions, you think about it, just leave them in my chat, man. I appreciate y'all. It was a good live. We back at this thing tomorrow, and we're going to do it all over again. I appreciate y'all. Good night. I'm so tired I can't even say holla. Okay? But I'll see you tomorrow.
I took the hard way. I ain't asking a nigga for nothing. I took the hard way. Hard way. Hard way. My heart to this day. I'm really with it. My feelings in it. So please, bitch, don't play. I took the hard way. I ain't asking a nigga for nothing. I took the hard way. Hard way. Hard way. My heart. I'm really with it. My feelings in it. So bitch, don't play. Don't play.